Welcome, folks, into the Hawks Nest live stream show. Come on in. Let's get settled in. Let's have some fun. Let's talk some fun Seahawk topics today. Let's enjoy ourselves. We have turned over the page of this off season. We're now moving on to the next. I'm doing awesome over here. I hope you're doing well over there. I'm not having to fly the 29,446 miles our Seahawks will this year. But I drive a lot, for whatever that's worth. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing good. But as we do turn this page over now from the free agency to the draft to now definitely into somewhat of the dead period of the off season, if you want to call it that. It's never the dead area here in the Hawks Nest. You know it's always live. You know, we always got chicks coming along the way. You know, eggs in the barrel, eggs in the barrel. But I want to talk today about some specific topics that are going to lead, or a specific topic, then as I kind of build my case for this a little bit, that will eventually lead to what I would say would be the grand unveiling for the hopeful season into this future. Because here's something I think that everyone sort of stands pretty firmly on, even despite a fairly successful offseason, despite you saying it's hard to say that, of course, when you lose a Hall of Fame quarterback, despite whatever happens on the other end of it, but all things being equal, it's at least has some rays and hope of some maybe some optimism in the future there, maybe even just to a small degree, even in you most pessimistic of folks. But we all kind of accept and understand you lose the quarterback of your defense, and Bobby Wagner. You certainly are eating $45 million and counting as far as dead money hit against your cap, meaning, if you have a $208 million cap, you're essentially trying to operate this season with $160 million of that in actual functional, feasible dollars. I'm not a math specialist, so don't hold me to that math. It's somewhere around there, give or take 15. But we all kind of understand what they're up against with this. Drew Lock, Geno Smith. It doesn't take a pundit or an analyst or somebody to look at the depths of this team right now and say, oh, that right there, that's a contender right there. That team's going to the Super Bowl. No doubt about it. In fact, Vegas odds should be slanted their way. Absolutely their way. Like over the top of the Rams, definitely. Nobody's saying that. So I thought today would be a little bit of a funner topic as I start to build that case. And I'm going to start with my pillar today, one of my pillars towards getting here. And that is, of course, we're moving back towards a 2013 type blueprint model, at least as far as, let's go away from the quarterback position for just a second, around what's going to be asked of the quarterback, around what's asked of the rest of the team, on how the team is going to try to win football games. Specifically, you're still going to see them run at a very high rate, top 5 in the league, I'd imagine, if not even higher than that. Trying to play defense, trying to play good special teams, trying to shorten football games with time of possession, trying to move the chains. This is going to be a little bit of a different brand of football in the past, which I'm going to get to with this. But there is a mark within this as we become skeptical and pessimistic about this upcoming season of there being a brighter approach here, a happier outlook. The NFL, as I long say on this channel, is the most unpredictable sport. Saying year to year, who's going to be the top team and who's going to be the bottom team for sure. You have a good chance of being accurately marginally, but what do we see every year? 4 to 6 teams come in and out of the playoffs. And no one saw the Cincinnati Bengals reaching the Super Bowl. Nobody. Maybe one guy out there was taking a shot in the dark, but no one saw that one coming. And we saw a couple years ago the Rams go from the worst team in the league, the number 1 overall pick in the draft. This was after Harbaugh had left, and they were just looking like they were in shambles, and yet back the very next year into the Super Bowl. So while you're not intellectually incorrect by saying that your outlook for our Seattle Seahawks is one that doesn't find them winning a lot of football games or winning just as many football games as they lose, there is a rosier outlook here. There is a possibility for something greater. And that pillar I'm talking about, of course, don't have to tell you guys, you can see it in the thumbnail, will begin with that running game. But we'll begin with the running game. Defense is also an offshoot of this, but I'm going to get into this a little bit, and we're getting to the depths as I always do here at the top with this, so bear with me in the chat. I do appreciate you guys on over there. You're going to attempt to run the ball, but you're going to do it differently than you've done in the past. And this is where we're going to get to the room for optimism here. Because in the past, when you have attempted to run the football, much like your offensive play style as far as passing goes, right? A lot of we're going to go take shot city, bombs away, all or nothing kind of stuff. The running game had kind of a similar component to that didn't get talked about as much. That being that there was this heavy prevalence of running inside constantly. We're just going to hammer you. We're going to come downhill at you. And it's fun. It is certainly a bully ball style way of playing. Marshawn Lynch, 2 of his biggest runs ever, Beastquake 1, Beastquake 2, all came out of running right up over the top of that back end A gap. But the issue comes into play here of where we get to the same issue with the Russell Wilson and the deep balls last year, where there was this diminishing return coming forth, where it's like, well, he can still throw the deep ball. He's got guys on the outside who can still make the catches, but it's being stopped. It's being stymied. Why? And the why has to do with the fact that defensive coordinators have caught on to you and what you're trying to do. And they're countering that. That's what an NFL coordinator does. He doesn't just go, oh, they like to run in the middle? Yeah. All right, well, we're just going to do what we're going to do. No, coach, but they like to run in the middle. I mean, that's all they do. And when I say they like to run in the middle on this, we've been a team very hesitant in this age of the fly sweep to truly embrace the fly sweep game as a consistent part of the rushing attack. We don't go to the outside zone very often. You rarely see pitch plays. You'll rarely see a counter going one side and then back to the other far side. I'm sure many of you are watching Kenneth Walker tape here recently, and you're seeing him do a lot of these runs where they'll run a counter where he starts going to the strong side of the offensive formation, bends in and around up under the quarterback who's just handed the ball off and cooks out to the left side. And so we don't do a lot of that. And so your running game became very condensed. And what happens in that condension is you get the defensive linemen all crumbling inside, everybody getting hammer here, and it makes it harder for the offensive linemen to generate open spaces for the running back. Because the defensive coaches know that, look, even if they do get a 7-yard run on a fly sweep, they're not going to go right back to it. They won't run it back-to-back plays. They won't run it until we force them to stop it. They'll just try to kind of show it to us. And so what you're having now is the difference in the past in the commitment to your running game is two things. Not only now is this offensive scheme built to run more outside. This is the bread and butter of McVay's scheme. At least it was with Gurley there when they had a running back who had those kind of wheels to get to that outside. It was press to the edges, get outside. Get a numbers game to one side of the field with your blockers, remove one less guy my running back has to break as far as a tackle in the open field, and there are going to be holes for days. There's going to be lanes for days. And so you have this in the offense. It's there. It is part of everything built in. It's already there. But we didn't run it very much last season. Why? What was the reason? Well, I'm sure many of you can already guess a little bit of this, but I'm not going to blame it wholly on it being a Russell Wilson problem. It was more of the team as a whole, including Carroll on this, offensively would fall back into their old machinations. And the other part of this that comes into play is that you didn't have the personnel up front, specifically the offensive linemen, to execute the scheme to the outside edges. We saw it definitely in the screen game, but you also saw it in the outside zone game where your tackles couldn't get to a space block. They couldn't hit that reach block like you needed them to. You didn't have a center that could move out in space and actually had the wheels to get to the block and lay the block and cement that numbers game to one side of the football field. So now you've done that with not only the draft, and Austin Blythe is as potentially limited as he might be as a center, he has the mobility element to him. So he will help to execute that aspect of the running game. So now you've gotten Carroll just by bringing Waldron in alone, embracing he could have just stuck with same old offensive coordinator types that were just going to hammer the power run off the deep play action stuff and call it a day. He could have stayed in that lane. He didn't. He brought in Waldron, so at least he has him. We're seeing this on the defensive side of the ball too, which we'll get into future shows. But he is showing a willingness here to start to change the old ways, those old, rigid, stodgy, I won't move off this is what we do, this is how we do it type ways. And Waldron is in that he will now be able to start to operate and pushing those edges. Abraham Lucas moves really well in short spaces. So does Charles Cross. They're going to be able to hit those reach blocks, I believe, at least at a good enough rate to make the outside run game stop being less something that you're just sort of showing like some, like those, can girls in the 20s where they'd show just a little, there's a little leg. There's a little leg. I'm going to show you the whole thing. Just here's a little leg. There it goes. It's gone now. No, now you're actually going to go in whole hog here. We're going full way on. We can keep pressing those edges. Oh, you're not going to take it away from us? We'll keep attacking. And then again, you have this is the building front with the lineman able to do it, the scheme to be able to do it, and now it's the running backs within that. because you have two guys, not one, but two guys with the type of speed to press those edges, to press it in a way of not just doing it robotically, where you hand the guy the ball off, get out to that edge, or you tell him, here's where it's going to be. You might have to find your way and sift through some trash a little bit, especially in Kenneth Walker's skill set. Penny's got a little bit of that too. He's more of a glider and sort of just wants to read it, and he'll just use his patience with it because he knows he's got that burst in his back pocket at any point in time. But having the running backs paired to the scheme, paired to the linemen that can move in space, and now have that mobility element that this offense requires. Because again, this is not an offense within its schematic designs that requires your offensive linemen to be 6'6", 365 pounds, and can't move out of a phone booth. You need guys that can get in space to a linebacker, pull across the scheme, hit the reach block out of their stance. That's as I've been saying, when people get caught up on this stuff with Lucas and Cross not being good run blockers, you're missing the boat completely. Number one, the data doesn't back up that they're bad run blockers, so people have got to quantify that if they're going to say that. Number two, you're thinking more, I believe, if you're making that judgment in the old school offensive line approach of what you were requiring out of an offensive lineman, even what we were requiring out of an offensive lineman 7 years ago. But that's not this scheme. That's not how this offense is now going to operate. And I think that's going to provide a measure of success on a couple of different levels. Number one, this is how you create an optimized rushing attack in the NFL. We're not just one note. The inside zone stuff will always be there. They know what they can do with that. That's sitting there anytime they want to take advantage of it. But now you start to work in that aspect of it, of absolutely being able to get to the edges. Now you start to work in the fly sweep as well. If, God willing, Eskridge can stay healthy for some games, or they get at least a backup option there to run it consistently then and make it a threat. Because again, now that's where you're starting to, this is where you throw these defenses off. Because now they can't just jam up the middle. They can't just turn it into a garbage pile over the top of the A gap. Right? You've removed that away from them. Now they're having to start to think about the edges. Now you move that man pre-snap, and now you have the linebacker bouncing in and out of his pre-snap responsibility as far as his gap responsibility goes, and you've got him thinking about that. And now you're putting players in a pickle of having to think just literally on the running game alone, two different things at once. Man in motion, my gap responsibility. Wait, what if they still go back to outside? Verse, up the middle, up the middle, up the middle. Up the middle, up the middle. Which is harder, do you think, to defend? And it's, again, not to say that it was all A-gap runs. They would at times go towards the tackles. But, boy, you could see throughout this last few years when I would watch it, especially with Penny on the field, as it became aware with me with Penny, he's had great production, and he doesn't get talked enough about the fact that his production has come almost wholly on the back of inside runs, because that's what they're asking him to do at about a 90% clip since he's been here, which, in what I'm describing to you folks now and understanding, Penny and Walker are the type of backs that are built to get to the outside. They're made to get out to those edges and let them work in space. These guys can't run with them to those edges. They won't have that burst to stay with them. And yet you've been just up the middle, up the middle, up the middle. And again, this isn't to turn over the old and what was going bad before. It's to take those clouds and pull apart and allow a little bit of sunshine to come down in on this scenario. Because this is how you create the dominant rushing attack that becomes, I'm not going to say it's here yet. Again, this is the optimism train, folks, okay? I'm in the optimism train. I'm not in that negative, cynical stuff today. So we're going to be here today on this one. Ride with me or not, that's where I'm at on this. And I'm asking you to look through that lens. As I said, you can wear multiple hats. You can wear the hat of looking at the team going, I think that's a 6-11 team. I don't think they get more than 5 wins maybe. You can be that person. Then also look at that. Well, how would they get to a place of being contending? How would they get to a place of being competitive? And this is the path. Because now you have a running game that's nigh unstoppable. Inside, outside, fly, sweep. The passing game starts to not matter as much. The passing game starts to become much easier for whoever you're asking to execute it underneath center. You're more varied in your approach. You're attacking in a manner really in a commitment level that you haven't in the last 10 years. As I've been saying since Waldron's hiring, updating fully to a modernized offense. It's been a slow going to get there, but that's what it will look like when it gets there. And once you have a modernized offense, now you're not as easy to prepare for, which is something defensive players have said about the Seattle Seahawks offense in recent years. They know what's coming. That was their whole same thing they did on defense. Yeah, you'll know what's coming. Sure, that's great. You know what's coming. We're just going to be better than you. Yeah, that sounds great on paper. You need to also move people on the chessboard as well at times. That's also required. It's a bit of both. A bit of both. But in Penny and Walker, they both have that 4.4 speed. And as I say in my thumbnails, the speed that kills. It is not often you get the 4.4 range of guys like this. And not only 4.4, but these guys are fast on the field. Walker's not quite, in my opinion, to where Penny is, as far as Penny's got a wicked extra gear. A wicked extra gear, and he gets to it really fast when he gets some space, when he's healthy. But Walker has an ability to break tackles in space that Penny doesn't. So this is also a little bit about, running backs being different types of flavors and come in different types of ways. And, you can't get locked in on your one. I like my Marshawn Lynch mold type. That's the only, no, there's those types that exist otherwise that can be just as effective. There's a variety of different ways for a running back to get his yards. It's as long as he's getting his yards. And again, running backs doing what they're doing, it builds to the base of this offense, which is moving the chains, not looking as much for the big plays. Again, this is the schematic designs here, right? This is the Bill Walsh building blocks of the West Coast offense. We're going to work the ball up the field. We're often going to work off the pass rather than the run. Seattle's going to do that a little differently here, obviously. Maybe not, but that's what's within it, is that you embrace getting into third downs, because you're going to be very good at converting the third downs, and you're going to get in a lot of third and shorts. And because you're already, mixing in a lot of the short passing element of the game, it's going to be something that's not foreign to you, but now easier to execute. And you're less 3 and outs, less off the field, less stress than on the defense. And that's why I say this is the beginning point, because from here, you launch over into the defense, who's now a little bit more well rested on the field for just a few less snaps. And that all tallies up over the course of a full season. That can add up to, as we saw this last year. I mean, what did the defense play out there? 2, 3 extra games as far as their total number of snaps. And some of that was their responsibility, that's to be sure. But they're taking steps supposedly to try to fix that. Some of that was also the offense's stifledness, inability to just get anything generated at times. Just get me a first down or 2 at least. Get the defense an extra 8 minutes there on the sideline to get a blow. And they couldn't do it. So this is something that is the beginning point for me. I am really excited about this dynamic duo. I looked and researched a little bit about where has there been recent teams that have utilized the duo as their instrument to become a dominant team. And you've got little spots in here that you can kind of point to, but in all actuality, there are not many examples. Obviously, the Ravens with Lamar Jackson and whatever running back they've got going at the moment is kind of that duo, but we're talking about pure running back duos, of course. There's not anybody that you have like 2 real tandems of recent 1,000-yard runners each on a team. There is kind of throughout NFL history of those guys throughout it. So if we're looking to more of a longer back period than, let's say, the recent 10 years, you can find it. And certainly recently the Browns have had success with Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb there as their tandem. But that's also where maybe some of the naysayers would come back and say, but look, that only got them so far. They still needed the quarterback. It only took them to a certain place. And I'd say to that, fair point. But again, this is a little bit of the optimism here in my heart that, hey, if things can twist right on the defensive side of the ball, and if you can make this your bedrock offensively, where we're going up against Seattle this week. Oh, dude, they're doing they're going all over with their running game. We can't just key in on one spot anymore. I know, it sucks, man. I used to be able to just live in the A gap. I just, pre-snap, I'd stand a little yard back and make them think I was going to attack, and I'd attack it every time, and there wasn't anything they could do. The lineman would just be shaking his head like, I don't know, man. I can't. This is what we do now. I guess this is our only play we got. Not anymore. I'm hoping that this is going to widen out this year, and you've got 2 running backs who can get it done here. I don't know if it's as much in Carson's bag if he does remain here, but these 2 guys can get this done. They can get to that outside edge and really take advantage of this offense, and go look back at some of that Gurley tape. He's running through these monstrous sized holes when the Rams were at their best, when that blocking scheme was just working beautifully. So if it can get back in that lane, again, it's the requirement of all the parts. First, the scheme, get the players, got the elite running backs behind it. It all works together in synergistic energy to provide us maybe a playoff run. And I'm not going to say Super Bowl run, okay? I'm not being greedy here, okay? I'm not being greedy. And again, I'm not saying that I'm going to change anything off of my prognostication about where this team is going to go this upcoming season. It does remain one where I think that they're probably in sort of that middling sort of state. But I do think that this door is cracked open. And I think that it's one that can swing even more wider open as we go through into the season. The NFC is by far the weaker conference. You've got 3 quarterbacks who are sitting at far ahead of the class of any of the other quarterbacks behind them, right? And the teams with them. And those teams are driven by those quarterbacks. But all of those quarterbacks are kind of older than dirt. And all of those quarterbacks could potentially suffer some kind of injury, or a couple of them could suffer some kind of injury, and it wouldn't be a surprise. And suddenly now you've got these elite of elite that there's no chance we can knock them off with Drew Lock or Geno Smith, to where it now gets all sort of muddled up and dirtied up, Sort of like dirty boxing, or the field gets sort of leveled with the elbows and the, ear biting and gotta do what you gotta do in a street fight. But see what you guys think about it. I hope you guys are hyped up for this potential. It seems like people are starting to come around here on Kenneth Walker, which is very encouraging to see, because there was a sort of that day or two after the draft where there was a lot of the, oh man, running back positional value, and, you can't take a running back that high. I once again will just, kind of mutter here is a guy that I can't believe I have to say this, is I've been one of those people that have been banging this banging this drum and saying, banging this drum and saying, you can't take a running back in the first round. You can't pay a running back. But I never thought I got all the way into the second round where I said it absolutely can't take a running back in the second round either. I think this has become kind of a new fad thing, because there is value to the second round approach of it. And you're getting one of the top 2 talented running backs in this draft. And if you can't walk away from that and find a useful purpose for that for your team to help you go actually win football games, as opposed to saying, yeah, but this other stuff on the team, it should at least be a high benefit to you. Whether it's going to be the reason for you winning or losing football games, or whether or not but quarterback, yeah, I get all that. But there wasn't a good quarterback in this draft. And Seattle made the smart decision here, going with a player that's going to help them get an edge, not just this next year, but in the upcoming years. And paired with Penny, we might just have one of the best, most dynamic running back duos we've had in Seahawks history. And we've had Fenner and Warner. I'm trying to go through the other names I got. Alexander and Waters. I'm not going to say Marshawn and Robert Turbin. That's too far. We haven't had a lot of dynamic duos, so the competition's not fierce here on this one. But they could turn in this season. It wouldn't surprise me in the least, especially with the extra game in this NFL season, if we have two 1,000-yard rushers on this football team this upcoming year. And if we do have that, you'll have a team that will be pushing towards the playoffs, because that means you're controlling the clock. That means you're protecting your defense. I already am pretty certain we're going to play good special teams. You put those components together, you're usually going to win more football games than you're going to lose. Are you going to be an elite team at that point? Not necessarily. But you're going to win more games than you're going to lose. And if we know one thing about the playoffs, especially with them adding the extra playoff game, is if you win more games than you lose, pretty good chance that you're probably going to be in the playoffs. So let's see what our Seahawks do. Let's see what you guys think. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate all of the kind support and new subscribers that have hopped aboard here in the last couple weeks. I cannot even believe the growth. That's just amazing. We're just shooting to the moon. So thank you to all of you who've come aboard on that and hit those like buttons like you guys have. Please do hit the like button today if you do like what you're hearing. Let's see what you guys feel about this dynamic duo and what you think here about this upcoming season. We can talk a little bit about the schedule release, which is coming tomorrow. Me and Brendan Nelson, Seahawks Brendan Nelson, are going to be doing a show on the schedule release tomorrow. So we'll be getting a little bit into more of the depths of that as far as team by team and all that goes. But if you guys want to discuss it, we can talk a little bit about that. We can also talk about all the miles that this team's going to have to fly. It's not a surprise to me. I think this is a little bit of a horse that gets beaten dead too often. We are up in the Pacific Northwest. If anything, what this is more of an indication to me that the NFL needs to expand when they next expand the NFL, they need to expand out west and not out east. We need more teams out here in the west so that there is a little bit of that less travel strain on the west coasters, especially if they're going to make us to go, tonight, Germany. You come to Germany, you play some football, yeah? You hit him very hard, yeah? Yeah. All right, let's get into it, folks. Thank you for everybody for jumping on in here. Chase Durham, what's up? Young Video Game, how you doing, man? Let's go. Appreciate you. DJ Owen, hello. Megan Gott Roger with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, starting us off right. I appreciate you, my lady from down under. Hope you're doing well. She says, greetings, 12s. My favorite time of the week is here. Any news on what's happening with DK and Tyler? I haven't heard anything much on DK or Tyler at this point. I know with DK, he's rehabbing that foot surgery that he had. So I think last I heard from Coach Carroll is he's just going to be starting getting up to running here soon. But I think that they are expecting to have him, Megan, back fully ready to go by the start of training camp. Reens Palmer, what's up? Good to see you. Randall McDaniel, hello. Megan says excited to be extending the trip to include Munich. Yeah, that's going to be fun, Megan. That's going to be a lot of fun. I'd love to see that city at some point. Seems kind of like a cool one. Matthew Smith says, trade DK. Matthew, I think the day of trading DK is definitely past at this point. If they were going to do it, they were probably going to do it before the draft. And that it didn't happen is more of an indication, especially with what Coach Carroll's saying now, because he's being a little more affirming in his, we're going to sign DK, DK is going to remain kind of speak. I would, if I was a gambling man, gamble on DK remaining at this point. Mark Habercorn with my Mazda. Hello, Mark. Good to see you, buddy. Says, do you think we will sign any other free agents? And if so, which one? I hope a linebacker. But yeah, hit that like button, sub button for this hard-working man. Thank you, Mark. I really do appreciate you saying that. And reminding me on that, too. I think that they're going to, if anything at this point, sort of just sit back and try to grab a depressed asset along the path, and they're not really going to be pushed to do so. And I think if you're jumping on a guy who's either a free agent right now who remains on the board, or trying to hop for a guy that just gets released really quickly unless it's really a desperate need, I think they're going to be paying a little bit higher prices than they want to pay to do that. I think that they will strike at some point. I don't think that they have a position necessarily at the front of their mind that they're like, that's the one we're going to go get if it's there. There's probably a couple in the bag. You know, if they could upgrade, I'm sure their left guard position at this point, move Damian Lewis back to right guard, cut Gabe Jackson, save $3 million, they would love to do that. I'm sure they would. But I don't know if that really exists. The left guards are getting harder and harder to find. So something along those lines, getting another receiver if a receiver popped up. But I don't think there's just that one move they're looking for, that one guy. Linebacker depth would be helpful. I don't know what really their plan is at the middle linebacker. I guess they're going to run with Cody Barton as the guy next to Jordan. But I don't know if that's going to work really well. Admittedly, Cody played okay last year as he filled in at the end of the year, but it's going to be a tough task. He's going to have to hold the line, and you have no depth behind him because I don't think Ben Kervin can roll with it. So, not too sure, Mark. I don't have a guy that I'm locked in on at this point. I don't. I do think a middle linebacker is the position you want to look at, and maybe, like I said, like a left guard thing if they can find the upgrade there. Michael Crowhorse Chavez, good evening. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Reens Palmer says Maffe's more for a pass rush. Indeed, Reens. Indeed. One of the things that I was very encouraged by in watching the tape just after he signed of Owusu is I thought originally in looking at a signing, he was such a high pressure rate guy. I figured, okay, this is a rotational guy that comes in to, on non-running downs to just rush the passer. But in actuality, he had a lot of snaps where he was setting the edge. So Owusu's going to be your early down guy there. But Mafe gets to come out and develop at his own rate. He doesn't have to come out there and perform instantaneously, which is so much better as opposed to what you were going to require out of LJ Collier, who you were counting on producing right from the jump, or Darrell Taylor, who you were counting on producing right from the jump, and how that then bit you in the behind when those guys were unable to do so. Now you're relying more on a veteran, more of a certain thing, while a guy who's still only 25 years old, who's still just kind of coming along into this league, maybe just tapping into his prime, in fact. So it's a good role for him. Cowboys are number one. What's up? Good to see you, my guy. Says, what's going on, Brandon? Great show, bro. Thank you. Cowboys are number one. Appreciate you, man. Michael says, I'm so excited for the blueprint for the road to the Super Bowl. Run, pass, 1, 2, 3, out, boom X. Out, boom, plan, boom X. That's the plan. Perfect. Hey, that's the plan. It worked once before. This has worked. This has worked once before. And I will say this, is many people who might roll their eyes at the fact that there is a bit of this, we're going run heavy, great. That's going to work in this modern NFL. Well, it's maybe, maybe not. I certainly would say being a passing team is great. Being a passing team in the outdoor inclement weather is not always the greatest thing in the world, I'd say. You probably want to be, we probably want to have a dome on our stadium right now if we really wanted to be a pass-heavy team. I might say that. That's another argument for another time. But in running the ball alone doesn't mean that can't be successful, and it can be successful, especially if you're committed to it and if you brought in the parts to make it work. My problem in the past has been they've tried to commit to the run, and they've tried to do it while being unimaginative in their approach to how they attack, while not building enough depth for the position, and then not having sometimes this, for instance, speed to challenge those defenses to the edges. So they could defenses will key in. They see you do something over even a small rate of time, and they'll take it away from you and prove that you can't do that thing, that's not your only thing you got. Washington Visquest with a $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Visquest. Says, finally, a video on big play Penny Hart. Nice. I love it. Appreciate you. Not for sale with a $5 donation. Thank you for not for sale. Says, offensive linemen aren't bad run blockers. They all live to run block. That's where they get their pancakes. That's right. That's where they all they got syrup without the run blocking, right, man? And you're right. Yeah, the offensive linemen want to go after, because you get to go downhill, right? It's the difference between you taking it to a defensive lineman and a defensive lineman taking it to you. It sucks getting whacked first thing. It sucks absorbing contact as opposed to taking the contact to somebody else, especially on a football field. And it's not for sale. It's more of just that you've heard a little bit of a narrative out there with Cross and Abraham Lucas of, though, they can't run block. Oh, they're going to struggle with run blocking. And it's one of those narratives that kind of gets, just to me, overplayed, and I don't understand where people are deriving that. It seems to be all built on kind of surfacey stuff, as in Cross's case saying, well, he pass protected 63% of the time. That's a ridiculous amount of time to be pass protecting. An NFL team's going to be 50-50 and he's 63. I mean, he's basically not run blocking. And then when he is, the team's, he's doing what's called of him in the scheme. How did he do when he did run block? Well, he's pretty good, I guess. Yeah, he did good when same thing for Lucas. So it's, these guys can run block. It's been way oversold that they can't. And, get ready to get excited. Wait till you watch what these guys do, especially the reach blocks. With you guys watch our tackles this year. It could be an outside 3-4 defense with guys running wide 9 as the outside linebackers, meaning they're on the outside shoulder of the tackle, meaning that they're at the toughest alignment for an edge player, for the tackle to hit that block in motion, stay on that block in motion, mirror block around so that when that running back's coming around, they're keeping their body between man and block. And it's all at that point really into technique. So much. You need power, you need strength, you need some explosion there, certainly. But it's the technique of getting there. And they've got those prerequisite explosion scores. They've got the length. They'll get there as far as thing. If Dickerson can teach them how to the technique to getting there and landing those blocks, you will watch big run after big run after big run. But it's keyed up on them getting these guys, to block it right. But when you watch, you get excited about those blocks this year, folks. It ain't going to be the one block you see the offensive lineman take a guy and take him on a ride. It's going to be when you see offensive lineman go laterally 2.5 yards to his left shoulder, take an outside linebacker and put his damn ass on the sideline. That's when you're going to get excited. That's what you're going to get to see this year with these guys. And then what happens when that guy's gone? What happens when he just cleared that man out that lane? It's wide open. All those open spaces for all these fast running backs. Danger, Will Robinson. Washington Fish Quest, I'm all for the Pollyanna talk. That's where I live. Well, you guys know, I keep it real here, and I will definitely, when I need to, I will definitely call it what it is. But I also don't want to stay in too negative a spot either. I don't want to, land in an area where I'm just, harping on something over and over again because that's just what I think I know. We don't know what's going to happen for sure. Nobody does. Again, this is the beauty of this sport. This is why we tune in. This is why you lift all those weights. This is why you play this game. It's because you don't know what's going to happen. It's the excitement of it. And I'm not just talking about the season itself or your team, but week to week. It can just go up and down. It's always funny to me every year. You get the people in the first 5 weeks of the season that are like, oh, this team's definitely the team that's going to the Super Bowl, and they're definitely going to get it done. This is unstoppable. You just can't get it stopped. And then week 12, they've fallen flat, lost all their momentum. A couple guys have gotten injured. That's the fun of this, man. That's the fun of this. Some sports it's easier to predict. Basketball, we know who's going to be in it at the end. Start of the year, for the most part. I'm gonna piss off my basketball heads in the chat, but for the most part, football is just a little bit more so to me. Megan Gock Roger with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, I'm firmly back in Pete and John I trust. Well, as I say, Megan, if they do more of this kind of work, they put in more of this kind of good hard work in these drafts, they start kind of spending the money a little bit smarter, I'm gonna be all on board with this. I'll dive in with 2 feet and say I'm right back doing John P. I trust, because again, it's you can't control if you've made a smart decision if that smart decision doesn't work, but you can control making the smart decision in the first place. And there are decisions, as much as football is randomized, that you can look back in retrospect to and go, okay, that wasn't really smart at the time, and it really doesn't feel very smart 3 years later. And I don't think in this draft we walk away from going, oh, that wasn't smart at the time. All those picks are going, no, that was smart at the time. You went for need, you went for upside, you went for floor, you went for best player available on the board. What is there to nitpick? I mean, indeed, the naysayers, the deepest they can go, Megan, is to say, well, positional running back value in the second round. I mean, it's an amazing draft. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, there's this, positional value second round does dictate the henceforth that the Indomitable Q rating of a 0.8 metric tone should not allow for that to be implemented at that given state. Third round is the given analytical value to composition. And no. We're not going to do that. We're going to love this draft, and we're going to be hopeful for this future. I'm glad to hear, though, you're back on, Megan. Jackson Shore, what's up? Jackson Shore says, hey, Brandon, apologies as I can't stay. I've been super busy with college. Good news is I'm almost finished with this semester and will be able to join the streams soon. Can't wait to watch this later. Well, thank you, Jackson. Appreciate that, man. And you keep going strong on school. You're almost to the end there of this year. So just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. It's going to go by like that. Like that. Pretty nice and back behind on the chat. It's good to see. Michael says, that's true. Brandon didn't have a lot of wall to stand for. A quarterback now filling in the blanks. Waldron baby and back baby field strategical speed schemes. That's it, Michael. Again, we're going to get back to moving fast. And there was also, I don't want to tear into them too much as far as this insides. There was a reason they ran inside as much as they did. I mean, as I said before, you got Beastquake 1 and 2 off just hammering the middle of the defense. As Marshawn said himself, it's why I like power. I just take it, I go up in the middle of it, and it's, it's coming, we know it's coming, and you got to stop us. And that's fun. That's football, right? That's football at its most base level. But like I said, there is a point, just like with the bomb city approach to, our vertical passing game, that there does come a point of diminishing returns to it, and you got to attack in other areas of it. And I think that the other thing they worked off of with that inside zone too, folks, as I've thought about this, is I think it also built in well to what Russell wanted to do with the mobility stuff, because you could now lean back into the play action, and those linebackers are now understanding you're going to come hit that hole really fast, so they don't have the time to diagnose pre-snap. They know just basically they got to start kind of coming downhill already post-snap to make sure that they arrive in the hole at time, or it could get really, really ugly really quick. Now what that's going to definitely help is your play action game as you sink those linebackers in so fast. But again, I think that there's just it's a little bit, it still gets a little bit cluttered up to me, because the defensive tackles can now help out some of those linebackers by, again, getting it sort of, trashy up front, getting it to where it's just all muddled up like a traffic jam. Everybody's just shooting gaps to close it up, because again, they know you're not going to go outside. 12's forever. Hey, did anyone do any research on Levi Lewis? I think he's going to be a surprise. Check him out. Go Hawks. I looked at him a little bit. 12's forever. In both cases with these two quarterbacks, neither of them that we got as the undrafted rookie free agents, I think, are going to be much to speak of. They may be fine in preseason. Maybe they're good practice squad guys. I'm not seeing enough there to say that those are guys that we're going to be able to rely in the long term on, they're with what they got going. If Levi came in, you're having him run a one read offense, and it's for a couple of games, and maybe he can get you through. And for that, I'd be excited. But I don't think any of them have necessarily what I'd say scream, this is the franchise guy of the future, or they're going to push out, for instance, even Eason, who I'm not super high on, but I think Eason's going to probably have, in the case of both of these two guys we're bringing in, at least a better arm. Chewy Suarez. Seahawks are going to run the ball down the throat of each team and go 10-7. Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Chewy. That would be the outlook of where I would say with this as far as the upside goes. Where I sit and I go, okay, I could see this team basically probably going 7-10. But if you get to a dominant rushing attack, to me it is the difference of at least a 3-game swing there. And then if you're at 10-7, you're in the playoffs. And guess what, folks? You get in the playoffs, and you're a running football team that leans on its defense and plays great special teams. That plays in the playoffs. That type of team that wins that way wins in the playoffs, historically speaking. It's those passing teams. It's those glitz and glamour teams that suddenly go silent when the weather turns down to -10 and the winds blow. And everything gets just a little bit tighter. River Brown says the boys are going to run the ball. Oh, they are going to run it. You better believe it. Get ready for Ground Carol. Ground Carol is coming into effect this next year. Believe it. Joe Man, Geno Smith will be fine this year. Hand the ball off and play action. If the defense does the job, I think we can win 8. Not for Sale says, I say we go 8-9 or 9-8. I think you guys are right on the path here. I mean, this is the swing of where I would see it, for sure. Remembering, too, that we are playing, I know it's only a 3-game difference from the rest of your schedule, but you are playing a last play schedule. You do have 3 kind of lesser foes there that you could probably take advantage of. And people will, I know this is, again, where people, I already can hear people carrying the chat going, yeah, Brandon, but, this is they're going to say that about us. Are we in a position anymore to think, well, I mean, we said this about teams last year like Houston and Detroit, and now maybe Chicago got us, but I still feel pretty good that we're going to take care of these guys that we're taking on the last place teams at the very least. I'm hoping maybe that's misplaced, but whether it's Geno or Locke, they're going to be put up if this is again going around to what helps other things, and having a dominant rushing attack, a 2-headed rushing attack that can attack in a variety of ways, making it that much harder to defend, now opens everything up for the quarterback and makes it easier for him, just like it's going to make it easier on the defense in the time of possession game and how much they're keeping them off the field to keep them fresh as not only the game goes along, but the year goes along. And like we talked about, how that adds up or detracts. You remove the potential of how much extra snaps are on the football field. And that's that many less injured players with that. There's a whole bunch of cascading good effect if you go that route with it. But I could see them in this spot in between this range, 10-7 to 7-10, even down to six wins if things don't go right. But these quarterbacks are going to be given the opportunity to you give your ultimate to succeed. You'll have a running game. You'll have at times that strong safety coming down in the box to play the game, or at times now the free safeties come in the box with these split safety looks. The point is you're going to get the 8th man in the box. You're going to get that opportunity to then attack deep. There's going to be a lot of open spaces in that secondary, a lot less closed windows. Those tight windows now go to wide open windows, right? They go to skyscraper windows. They go from those little 1932 house, kitchen windows. You guys have seen them like in the Midwest that are like about a bread box size because everybody was tiny back then, to their skyscraper windows as far as holes. And for any NFL quarterback, they'll tell you, if I've got the difference of that to throw to, it's requiring a lot less of me to be brilliant and great in my throwing at that point. I got a little bit more room for air to get that ball in there. So it can make everything work good on down the approach from that running game. And certainly Geno and Locke, I think at the very least, if they've got a dominant rushing attack and they're getting good pass protection when they're dropping back on top of that, because this is where people will knock the Locke thing, for instance, and they'll go, well, Locke's been death guard. He's had a good running attack. Melvin Gordon's there and Javonte Williams is there, so he's had a good running attack. So how is this going to work with him here now? Well, the point though is the good pass protection as well, and this is the beauty. This is the beauty of the Abraham Lucas and the cross pick. The main 2 positions that could give you potential problem with as being far as edge rushers go. You've not only got 2 guys that are well suited to run block, you've also got 2 guys that are well suited to pass protect. In fact, that's their first and foremost skill set. So now You have the dominant rushing attack working in tandem with the passing attack, which is not only set up from a strategic advantage of drawing that defense in, drawing that safety up into the box, and being able to attack from that manner, but now you're able to just make few throws, and when you make those throws, they're buck naked wide open. That can put even a marginal quarterback in a position to look very good. NFL quarterbacks can at least make those kind of throws, even if you're way down on a Lock or way down on a Geno Smith. And Lock did not have this up until this point. This was part of what I was doing about a couple months ago when I was looking at the research of, again, another narrative that was out there of, the Broncos are going to be the AFC runner. They're going to run that division next year, right? That was the narrative after the trade. Oh, Russell and them are going to come run this trade. And I was looking into it not because I was caring about what necessarily Russ does to the Browns, just that first round and second round pick we have next year I'm interested in and where that position will be. And the thing that jumped out to me is that the last 2 years, the Denver Broncos have been in the back end into the deep 20s as far as their pass blocking efficiency goes. And I not only did wonder with that on that, it made two things come to mind. First off, how's Russ going to do with that, being a guy who already likes to hold on to the ball a little bit extra time, now not being given that extra time because these guys aren't even giving it to Teddy Bridgewater and Locke. That was the first thing on my mind. But then the other thing was, what if you gave Locke good pass protection? What if there's less of him having to make those throws into the tight windows that he's known for where his decision-making is brought into question? What if instead, again, those windows aren't the tight 1930 window, but instead the skyscraper window? What if that maybe would make a little bit of a difference? It could. You may call me a dreamer, but damn it, I'm not the only one. Jay Brunfield, we had inability to do screens, and stop screens really hurt us the past few years. Very true, Jay. It was funny. You lost your screen whisperer in KJ Wright. And the second that happened, you lost your ability to stop screens. No doubt there. It is two different issues that plague you, I think, with that a little bit, Jay. So it's kind of two things to address. Number one, on the front side of that, the offensive wise, all of the reasons I'm telling you here on this about how having these mobile offensive linemen is going to help you in the reach block game that's required of this run blocking scheme. Apply those same things to the traditional running back screen game. I'm not talking about the shock screen where you have a quarterback in shotgun and the running back leaks to the left and the lineman pulling space and he throws it. I'm talking under center, drops back to pass. Linemen have got to run a good 7 to 8 yards to clear into space and reach their man. And there's multiple linemen that got to get to multiple men. And all of them have got to hit their block or the play's dead in the water. And you weren't able to run it because you don't have linemen that can get to that spot. You had an old left tackle. You had a not very mobile right tackle. Gabe Jackson and Damian Lewis were okay, and Posick was okay, but you had no plus mobility across the board there. You've at least added 3 plus mobility points along your offensive line in this one off season alone. Say nothing of whatever potential move they make, down the road if they want to add to it. So they're moving it in the right direction at the very least. At the very least. But that's going to help that side of it, Jay. You're going to see the screen game improve this year. Watch it suddenly improve. Because go back and watch the screen game fail last year. I mean, every single game, there was probably at least one failure of them trying to run the traditional screen game. And what you'll notice each and every single time is Russell drop back or the quarterback drop. He's waiting that 1 beat, 2 beat, right? Let the lineman get upfield. And then he goes to throw it. And you'll see the running back in his appropriate spot, but the linemen are still about 1.5 yards behind where the running back is. And all of the defensive guys are coming up unblocked. And they will finally get to the blocks, but they're just that. In football, everything's a fraction of an inch, right? It's just that 1.5 yards that they're behind on that play, that 1.5 yards that they can't get out of their stance quick enough and get downhill to get to that block, caused the whole play to die. Die just to rot on the vine. And the reason that we've had trouble with the screen game is not just KJ Wright's loss, of course. That impacted it and that he was really good. But what's really been the problem here is that you slid back into wanting to rush your front four last year. You drifted away from running the blitz packages with Jamal Adams from the year before. And so what this meant is that you were really needing those front four guys to generate pressure. Not like kinda it would be nice, like, dear God, our defense is not doing well right now. You guys need to buck up and find a way to get this done. So every one of those guys in that defensive line was like ears pinned back every time. Every time I'm pinning my ears back and I'm just getting upfield and I'm just going to get that quarterback. I'm going to get to that quarterback. And that's all well and good, but you have 4 guys all going upfield like that with their hair on fire. What happens? You leave the back door open, don't you? And the back door is left open with that running back drifting up underneath, and the linebackers are tending to then drop deep into space, and now the linemen are getting up on the blocks that I just talked about on the other side of the ball with our linemen because they have the time to get there, and it's just, this is why we've been crushed on the defensive side of it. But it's 2 different reasons necessarily why one's gone good and one's gone bad and the other one's gone bad. But I think at least on the screen game offensively, I feel confident we'll at least clean that up this year. That you'll see some good functional screens this year for the first time in maybe 10 years. Tribe says, Hawks Nest, are you doing a live stream tomorrow for the schedule release? I will be doing a live stream with Brendan Nelson tomorrow for the schedule release. So we will be on at 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and we will do some discussion. We'll get into it as far as we're going to break down the schedule. We'll first kind of do a quick glance of it and what our first kind of overview thoughts on it, and then we'll try to go kind of blow by blow through the games on it of all right, where we could see this team going, maybe paired up with some of the off-field, off-season adjustments that some of these teams that we're going to be playing have undertaken, and how that will match up against us. Because of course, football is a game of matchups as much as it's a game of how many dominant players have you stacked? How smart is your coach? Sometimes it's just a matter of one team being a bad matchup for another team, right? We've all seen this with the paper, rock, scissors meme as far as the Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers, right? Seahawks beat 49ers, 49ers beat Rams, Rams beat Seahawks. There's just bad matchups sometimes in the sport. So we're going to describe a little bit of that, but yes, I will be on at 6 o'clock tomorrow as well. And we'll be going pretty late tonight, I think. So I'm locked in. We're locked in here. Not for sales is the 49ers had a tandem recently. They did. They've had some. They always have a kind of a couple guys, it seems like. Last year was the first time with Elijah Mitchell, and it seemed like that was as much because they had the injury with, I think it was Mostert, and then Trey Sermon somehow got in that Shanahan doghouse from hell. That's the worst place in the known world. You do not want to enter a Shanahan doghouse because that door swings shut and the lock drops, and you're going to be lucky to get any water fed to you through a spoon while he decides what he's going to do with you because you disappointed him. Nobody disappoints the Shaney. Nobody. But, yeah, they've been okay. I saw a couple ones that have been decent. You know, you had the Panthers back 15 years ago. They had kind of a couple guys running at the same time. And there is those moments in NFL history. The Redskins, in some of their good run there in the late 80s to 90s, I think they had a triumphant of running backs there. Giants had that one Super Bowl they won that was like that. There's not a lot in NFL history as far as greatness where you go, oh, this team that won this Super Bowl on the back of these 2 elite runners. But hey, history. That's how you make history. Ryan Ball, this is a good point about the running game last year, Brandon. I think it was a team issue. I think the main reason they didn't run outside much was Penny not taking what they gave him. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm unsure on it, Ryan, with that one. I mean, with Penny on the not using him outside, and if you were watching me when I was doing the live play-by-play of the game at the end of the year, and Penny was getting those carries, it was a funny thing. Is I go, hand off to Penny, where up the middle, why? Because that's how you use him. And it was like, I was doing it to be funny, but it's like, dude, it illustrates a point when I'm saying over and over again on a live where it's like, how am I predicting he's going to go up the right middle every single time? And it's. If you get to that point where me as an idiot here just, pontificating away can predict where you're going to go with the guy on a running play over and over again to the point that I'm making a joke about it. It's like, maybe we need to include the outside a little bit more. Maybe we'll work that one in a little bit. It's getting that obvious to the guy up in the 300 section who's drunk off his ass and just told his buddy to go get another one. It's like, this is going to be a running. Shoot me a running play out middle. Watch. This is what they do with him. Trevor McGuire, add our new tackles to that run game equation. That's right, Trevor. This is the part of it. It's never about you add the running back. It's the great debate I have on this channel. It's why I have sympathy for the folks who do look at the positional value argument. I can't wholly throw out the baby with the bathwater on this one and say, don't bring up positional value. Positional value does matter. We do need to have this discussion. We do need to talk about where is the right place to draft a safety. Should you take a safety in the first round? Should you take a running back in the first round? Let's have these arguments. That's okay. I do get that. But when you pair everything together and you've got to look at you can't look at just the Kenneth Walker pick to me as far as just looking at it on its own. You took this running back and the running back was a need because Penny wasn't going to be here and you're probably going to release Carson. But then you look at it with also adding Cross and Abraham Lucas, throwing away the narrative of those guys can't run block when they actually can, and they most especially can for this given scheme, and even Blythe in there in his ability to be mobile, because at those times when Todd Gurley was running at his best, when those lanes were being created at their widest, it was Austin Blythe in there at the center position for the Rams creating those holes. It's a good point. Ryan Ball says, I saw a video on when Earl Thomas was traded to the Ravens, how he complained to the coaches how the defensive scheme was way too complicated. I think the offense may be simplified to let the running backs run. It's possible, Ryan, but it doesn't indicate that's why you hired Waldron in here. And again, if we're talking about running a simplified running attack, that's what you've been doing for the last 7 years to an inconsistent running game. There are times our running game's good. There are times our running game is just inconsistent. There's times our running game's been bad, but you can't say it's been really dominant for any stretches. And I think that there's a reason for that, and it's in the simplicity and in the one-note attack in which they've gone about how they've gone about it. And you're right, the same thing is applied to the defensive side of the ball. But again, Ryan, this is where I would counter with you. This is the same thing they've now undertaken on the defensive side of the ball, because they're bringing in Vic Fangio's defense. Coach Carroll himself says this offseason, we've been a little bit too arrogant, a little too stuck in our ways, a little bit too, we're just going to keep doing this same thing and expect different results. And I think that he's acknowledging there, along with the Waldron hire last year, which was a hiring that's outside of what Carroll would normally, outside of being a young coach that he can kind of control, I think, that's outside of what he would look for schematically in a coach. A guy that's offense is based upon hitting the outside zone run and the short passing attack. That alone, Ryan, would have normally have X'd him off Carroll's list of an offensive coaching candidate. Wait, what? He wants to predominantly try to hit the outside zone and short. It's just they didn't have the personnel to do it last year, so they had to lean back into the old, let's go up the middle and do it that way. And I don't think it's more complicated for those running backs to run outside. They're especially in the zone scheme. I mean, the zone scheme really, Ryan, removes the thinking aspect of things. That's the thing running backs complain about, is that they say this makes me too robotic, because they're just literally reading a block and going off that block, like off of one block in space and saying, okay, is he on the inside shoulder, outside shoulder? And then they're just making the cut up off of that. So it really is, zone schemes for running backs are always going to be, by their general nature, simpler than the man-on-man blocking scheme, where the running back's got more of the freedom to utilize his vision and flow back across space, cut back across the field, choose a hole that may not have been the pre-diagrammed hole to go through. Sean says, you're amazing, man. Great job as always. Thank you, Sean. Very kind of you to say. Appreciate that. DJ Jimenez Jr. says, TJ Duckett and Julius Jones is the most underrated duo no one ever talks about. It was all right for a hot minute. TJ is a big boy, wasn't he? He was a big boy running back. That's like a defensive tackle running the ball a little bit. He had a couple of runs. You can still go find a few of them, though. Julius Jones was one of those guys. I'm sure Cowboy number one in here would talk about it. He was always a guy that's just highly overrated as a running back. Highly overrated. Those were the days. Charles Riley's in the house. What's up, Charles? Good to see my guy. Oh, jeez. Sorry, guys. That was great, I bet. Sorry. I don't know what the hell. Crazy. So Sorry if I just blew out eardrums there. Don't know what my phone was just doing. B-Boy, Loretto, what's up? 12s, we really need to replace Wagner's spot like ASAP. B-Boy, we're going to have Jordan Brooks. He's the main replacement. That's his natural given position. So he's just going to slide into where he's most comfortable, and that is where he's most comfortable. So he'll be good in that space. I think there's still going to be some coverage issues, especially in zone. Barton's the one to be a little bit concerned of, B-Boy, because you got 2 middle linebackers now on the football field. David Pugh says, I donated a week ago, but thank you for the in-depth, passionate Seahawks content. Don't spend all this in one place, buddy. David Pugh, thank you for your donation, man. I really do appreciate it, and very kind of you. Sorry if I might have missed your donation last week. Sometimes they'll fly through, and I'll get going on my tangents, and yeah, I can get lost in that. But I appreciate your support in the channel. Very kind of you to do so, and go Hawks, man. I'm loving what I'm doing. This is just awesome to watch the growth on this channel. We've gotten, I mean, geez, we had to give you guys a perspective on this like a week ago. We had, I think, 1 million total views on this channel's history, and I think we had like over about an 8-day span over the draft. We pulled in like 60,000 views over all the videos. So 500 subs, 6,000. It was great. I had such a good time too doing the draft. It's a win-win for me. I get to enjoy the draft as my second Christmas and then have a great channel growth too. So it was good times. DJ Jimenez says, what are the chances Damian Lewis gets a position change again, like move to the center position? I don't think it's very likely for a couple of different reasons. Number one, Gabe Jackson's older player who's not long for this world. Number two, you don't have a left guard, maybe outside of Phil Haynes, if he's ready to really take hold of the position to take over for Lewis to move him to center. And then the third reason on this would be that Damian Lewis doesn't fit the mobility profile I just talked about that they're going to look for, most especially on the interior linemen. They'd like to have it on the outside, but indeed the Rams have at times with guys like Whitworth and Havenstein have gotten a little bit away with not necessarily having the most mobile guys there on the edges, a little bit more of the tower type tackles. But on the inside, in the Sean McVay, Shane Waldron type scheme, you do need to have those mobile guys. And I know you're going to say, well, he's not mobile then for a left guard. You're right, he's not. Technically speaking, he should be back at right guard, where his maybe slight lack of mobility will be a little bit depressed because he's not asked to pull in space as much. He's running more strong side runs. We can kind of get into the geeky aspect of why that's better there. But yeah, the point would still stand. You guys got to like it when I do your own arguments for you. I start arguing, you guys. I didn't even say that, Brandon. I know I'm arguing for you. I'm arguing your argument. Cowboys are number one. Okay, Brandon, non-football, new girlfriend. Hate it when she looks at other guys, even by accident. Best way to get over that. Well, that's a tough one here because I can give you some surfacey advice about just get over it type stuff, but if it's bothering you for a reason. And, I'm a gut instinct guy on this type of stuff. So if your gut instinct is you're feeling something that you're feeling an energy that is being given off there, maybe that energy is being given off. I wouldn't maybe as cleanly throw it away as saying, well, I'm just being jealous. Like maybe you're noticing something. And sometimes there's I've dated flirtatious girls before, and it's, and not flirtatious like being like, hey, just just smiling. And maybe she's smiley, maybe she's just really nice, maybe she could be just really buoyant, and I don't know. I'd have to see her, I guess. Cowboys are number one, but I don't know. If it bothers you, it's going to bother you, and if she's that way, she's that way, So if you try to be like, I'm going to get over it, you can do that, but that's that old, I'm just going to stuff this down here, and I'm not going to think about it, and it's going to sit down there forever. So it's like 10 years later, you're in a marriage with her, and you shatter a plate, and you don't know why, and you're like, that's why I shouldn't have done it. You look at other men. What? What does this have to do with you not picking up the kids? Shut up! I don't want to talk. Leave me alone. I don't know. I'm the worst guy, as everyone will tell you in the chat. Cowboys are number one. If you're looking anything relationship advice / in that component of things, I'm certainly probably the far off last person you want to be going to as far as for that type of help. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, Brando, they tracked down Vicky and Casey White. Your thoughts on their attempt on the Lamb and what you would do in that scenario? I do not know anything about Vicky and Casey White. So I am completely in the dark on that one, Charles. Completely. I'll have to look it up. Did they do some crazy stuff? I'll have to check it out. What is it? Vicky White, you said? Vicky White. Oh. Tell you what, there's some crazy couples. We're back in the crazy couple era now. We're back in that like weird like natural born killers, crazy energy stuff going on. I don't know too much about it though. I'm definitely bad sometimes in the news. I get my head down, Charles, and stuff flies past me at times. But thank you for the donation. Randall with a $5 donation says, update on cap space, potential cap casualties, and which free agents we could still add. Any cuts on other teams you could see? Can we get better still? Well, let's go. There's a bunch there on that one. Thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. Update on cap space. So we are sitting right now. You're sitting right now, I believe, with Gino's contract on the books at about $3.5 million in functional cap space. Now, as you know, Randall, Gino's deal is not fully guaranteed, but when you have incentive-based deals like he does, then it counts against the books. You might get the money back, but it does count against the books. So his $7 million salary counts on the books. You do have a couple guys you can clear space. You save $1 million with LJ Collier. You save $4 million with Jason Myers if you released him, and you save $3.5 million if you move off from Chris Carson. That is about it. That's really, though, if you made those moves, there's a danger within that by going for a big free agent, Randall, and I would offer that I don't think they're going to look at a big free agent type at this point. There's not going to be any major deals signed, because when you even look at that amount of money that's then sitting there, you compile all that together, you're at about $10 million, which, you can maybe sign one kind of middle deal there, but you're also going to want to leave some of that space for injury into the season. Not to mention, God forbid, we might actually try to roll some cash over into next year. This is where I come back to Randall believing that what they're really going to try to do is maintain some flexibility and let the situation play out. So you go into next year and maybe you have this cap space and ability to create this cap space, and you kind of see where the team's at in training camp and feel them out through the first couple of preseason games and go, okay, we know what we got here. We actually feel good about this team. Let's go for it. Or let's sit more conservatively and remain in kind of a wait and hold type situation. So I don't think that there's a real big free agent that they go out there and get. I think that there's teams at this point that are not going to do as well, Randall, very many cuts at this point. Any cuts would come fairly close after the post-draft range of things, like we've seen with Bradbury, where Giants are able to lock down something, the position as good as they feel they need to, so they feel comfortable moving off from Bradbury at that point. You're not going to get a team that goes into early June usually and are like, okay, we're releasing this guy now, outside of, until they get him into training camp or something like that and see him out of shape, or there's some injury thing, there's some outside weird thing. And I'm not aware of there any guys that are sitting on sort of a bubble area that I've seen on, that are rumored out there, not really at this point. So, maybe as we get later on in the process, once we get to maybe training camp, but I would think that outside of maybe a deal or two or a guy being released here or there, you're not really going to see much. And kind of for the reason of what you've seen happen with the Giants who released Bradbury, where it looks bad on you as an organization with other NFL players because you have a guy in Bradbury who you could have released at the beginning of free agency, who could have went out there and got his money if that's what you intend to do. Instead, you held on to him all the way through the end of free agency to where now there's no money for him to go get. He's going to have to probably go to get a 1-year proven deal. And it's a little bit of that you did them dirty thing. So there's less teams now doing it, I think, than they used to do Randall, where it became, especially that June 1st period, became way more of an active spot. I don't think it's as much brought into play as it used to be in the past. Thank you for the donation. Charles, the $5 donation says, Brando, do you remember which subscriber gave you your first super chat 3 years ago? My God. Might have been Randall. I mean, I think it was probably Randall or Barry Toro. One of those two out there was probably one of the two, I think. Charles, you're testing my old brain. That's deep in the reservoir on that one. But yeah, probably Randall or Barry. Maybe Leland was in there. I don't know. Leland, were you my first? I can't remember. 3 years is a long time ago. It's a long time ago. Megan with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says B. A Saints fan was trying to tell me that Russell Wilson was the Seahawks GOAT. You know where my heart lies. He's only 19, so I am willing to forgive. Yes. That'll be a common refrain you'd hear if you're going to hear that he's absolutely 100% the GOAT, is you're hearing it from a young fan. And I can't hate on that. A young fan comes up today and says that they think LeBron James is the best basketball player because they didn't get to see Jordan and they didn't get to see Wilt and they didn't get to see Kareem and they didn't get to see Magic or Larry. Like, they didn't get to see any of the other real greats who might be in contention with that. So all they've got to go off is like a highlight tape. And, to their eyes, like, that guy looks old. That guy looks slow to this guy. He's way better. So I get where they're coming from. You know where my heart lies on this one too, Megan. I do think that there is one Seahawks GOAT, and I'm sorry, I don't think Russell Wilson is it. It's going to be Largent for me. Some would say maybe Walter. Some might say Tez. I'm just a Largent guy. If that jersey behind you didn't tell you what's up, then I don't know what will. But thank you for the donations. Very kind of you guys. Jansen Merced, thank you for subscribing. Very kind of you to come aboard. Welcome aboard, the Hawks Nest. Austin Delacruz is also subscribed as well. Welcome aboard, Austin. Thank you for coming aboard. Subscriber base just going up. Loving it. Midnight Sun says our O-line should be stout this year. Finally got some help this year. Finally did, Midnight. And I believe it does begin with the offensive line before you get the running back. But when you get your bookend tackles, when you set the stage in that way, and that's coming on the heels within of 2 years of grabbing a guard in the third round who's turned into a pretty good player, you're starting to kind of put the pieces in there. Is it a finalized state? No. Is there more work to be done? Yes, absolutely there is. But you're only going to get so much done in one offseason when you have to do a wholesale rebuild almost from stem to stern, which they kind of had to do, especially at least as far as the tackles are concerned. That you walk away with two tackles this talented who are this ready to play right from the jump as you were walking into the draft, into this offseason with that desperate need at those positions is, again, amazing. One of the reasons that we should look at this draft in a little bit of awe. And we should applaud, and we should stand up and applaud, and we should pump our fists, because that's the killing of the multiple birds with one stone. Positional value, need, upside, immediate ability to play. Like, toom, 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 toom. Birds just knocking off the line as that rock goes through them. Sean says, what's the cat's name? This cat's name is Pumpkin. She didn't. She's sleeping deep now. Sleeping? She's going to cry out when I first touch her. Watch. Oh, she's out. Oh, she's out. It's the soothing tone of my voice. Just puts him right out. You know what I mean? She's sleeping. She's like, I'm awesome. I'm gonna go see. Trent Cybots, but this is Pumpkin, Sean. This one here is a pumpkin. Trent Cybots says, hopefully Hawks get a bunch of cold weather games. Hawks will dominate the cold weather games in the playoffs with how the team is building. Hopefully we can survive to get there. That's the approach here. And again, why I would say that whether you're a person that's a Carroll guy long-term or not, the thought process on, I was willing to do this when you had a Hall of Fame capable throwing quarterback, and this seemed the best way to go given all that was at play. But as we move forward, whatever direction this team takes next year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the road, running the ball still is a smart thing to do in this stadium. You're open air. We've seen more and more games, it seems like, in recent winters where the inclement weather is impacting the games. And you have certain games to me that just stand out, especially as you get in the playoffs, especially then the playoffs as the weather gets worse, right? You're getting deeper into the trenches of late December, January. You're getting into now where the weather is not just like, okay, this is a little tough to play. And it's like, geez, this is horrible. And it's wet and it's windy. And you'll see these teams that'll come out and have to play in your stadium at that time that happen to play down maybe in the south where it's nice and warm, like the Panthers got to in 2005 when they came into Seattle and got the doors beat off them. Or the Saints, they had 2 different times they had to come up here in the play. 2-3 times in the last 10 years that they've had to come up in the playoffs in the Pacific Northwest? And I think in every one of those games, there was, with the exception of the Beastquake game, there was a little bit of an inclement weather. And Saints were the ultimate dome team, where if you get them out in inclement weather and the wind's blowing, the rain's raining, it's a wholly different offense versus the conditions being stagnant. So you do got to take advantage. It's a built-in advantage, and you got to take advantage of it in how you comprise your team. You would be silly not to do so. And I do always go back to, again, we tried to run the real short passing, high volume, short passing approach of the West Coast offense with Holmgren here, a guy that could run that offense as well as anybody in the book, especially the passing aspect of that offense. And receivers kind of struggled at times on some of those short routes here. It was a little bit harder at times when the weather was cold, wet, windy to be as consistent in that element of things. Megan says, look at Pumpkin sitting there. I'm charged here and let the human do the work. She is. That's her overwatching her. That's her watching over her kingdom here. Charles says, Pumpkin's getting a lot of FaceTime as a co-host of late. Well, she's the true star here. I know what's up. She knows what's up. Look at that. Look at that. That's star power right there. Can't deny it. You know, look at that face and not subscribe. She's telling you to subscribe with her face. Megan says, let's be honest though, B, I was never really off the Pete Carroll, John Snyder train. You know how much I love them both. I know, Megan. You're loyal, and I love that about you. It's a good trait. It's a good trait. And look, your loyalty's being rewarded. You know, they made decisions I didn't know that they still necessarily had in their bag to make this offseason, especially as it pertains to the draft. Jordan Kraft, Brandon, what's ready for Kenneth Walker? What's up? Ready for Kenneth Walker? Oh, get ready for him, Jordan. Get ready to get hyped up on him. I'm the guy that I was slow on the process early on when looking at the running backs in this draft. I didn't hate him. I didn't. I saw he was one of the better running backs in this draft, but truly as a separated 1-2 punch with Breece Hall in this draft. Breece was my number 1 guy. Walker was the number 2. But this is a little bit of where we get back to that positional argument and where these people that do the positional argument have got to not always look at everything through the vacuum. You have to also incorporate the level of running back talent in this particular draft. And what you had in this draft was first, second round, and then a drop into like third, fourth round territory. There wasn't this easing process, right? The waters went from super hot, bubbling and boiling, to if you took a step to your right, it went instantaneously cold, like frostbitten cold. And these backs are okay. They'll be functional backs in the NFL, but I don't think that any of the backs taken beyond, really these top 2 guys are going to be anything outside of role guys. But Walker can be a bell cow guy. He can be a guy that ends up at the end of the season with 230 carries and 1,400 yards and 14 touchdowns. He can be that dude long term. And the good news is having Penny in here is that he doesn't have to come in and be that dude instantaneously. They'll just get to mix him in. And even though they both are speed guys, they do their speed thing differently. So you could use them as counterpunch runners because both have the ability to run inside. Penny's got a little bit more of that prerequisite size to him where guys naturally slide off of him and he doesn't have to force the tackles. He also has got the vision and the glide thing where he's really going to pick his hole. Walker's really going to press the action in his speed. You know, he's pressing the hole and then he's moving off and he's pressing the next hole and he's moving off that one. And so there is this little bit of this jab, hook. Oh, here comes the undercut kind of thing, even though they are both kind of speed guys. Ethan Techworld says, hey, I just did one of the worst exams ever, 3 hours and 55 minutes. I'm sorry, dude, that's a brutal long time. My brain is numb. Can you briefly sum up what you said and what you said at the start of the stream? Thanks. Yeah, it comes down to the running game is going to be a potential building block for us to be dominant next year. And that's being allowed to happen because 3 parts have been incorporated here that have not been there prior. So it's now not just about, well, we have Geno Smith running quarterback and we're going to do the same old thing we've done running the ball. Why are we going to get different results? Instead of that, you've added personnel that are more built towards the new scheme that you've also just recently incorporated within the last year to make you more diverse from an offensive standpoint, built in with the running back that you've also drafted to pair with Penny to give you elite talent at that position, and that should bear out results to where you're an upper-level running team with a slight chance of dominance, with a slight chance of dominance. And if they're dominant, Ethan, then that's where we start talking about getting back into the playoff picture. Charles says Orange Cat is in deep meditation trying to fix the Mariners. I know. People are getting wily with the Mariners right now. We got to be patient. Be patient. We're 30 games in, long season. You got no Haniger, no you're missing Alex. Spacing on the name right now. You're missing a couple guys, a variety of different guys in this team, and it's a young team still kind of coming along. I still think Kenneth will eventually start hitting, so we just got to be patient with him. Trent Sybots, Penny got the short end of the stick last season. Guy balled out of his mind, but nobody cared because we weren't going to the playoffs. I think Pete saw that and said, we can do that plus 500 with that. I think you did too. I mean, how can you not, Trent? If you have a guy that can average a 6 yards a carry type run and brings that kind of capability to bear, you don't need a Hall of Fame quarterback back there to be still effective as an offense. You don't. I mean, that's the benefit of having that. And he's, you finally got to see why he was taken in the first round this last year. Enough people, I think there was a lot of people for a long time who have been like, why was he even considered, ever even thought of that you would take him there? And at least now you have a good sizable chunk of folks who go, okay, I don't like the pick, but I at least now understand why you got him there. At least that part at least kind of adds up to me a little bit. Megan Gock-Roger with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, B, yesterday was Jim Zorn's birthday too. Oh, okay. Happy birthday, Jim Zorn. Thank you for all you did for the team, including as a coach. Charles Riley with a $5 donation says, Brando, I give you and a girlfriend $60K and a 3-hour jump on authorities. Your starting point is Alabama. What is your plan and possible final destination? My starting point is Alabama. I got $60K and a 3-hour jump on authorities. Well, first things first, you got to go backwoods. You can't be driving on the highways or the freeways at that point. You're backwoods. And you're looking to you want to find one of these backwoods folks. You're looking for like the right backwoods folk. I would traverse by foot as far as I could get. I'd probably pay somebody you know what I'd do, Charles? I would go find myself a homeless person. I'd give him $100 and give him my car and tell him to drive my car as far as they possibly can go. And then I start going into the woods. And then the plan is to try to find a way to Mexico. And I got to bribe somebody with a boat to get me to Mexico at that point. Or a mule to get me into Mexico, one of the two. But I'm not doing the freeway thing. I'm not going to trust. They'll catch you on that. They'll find you if you're on the freeways. It's too many cameras. Way too many cameras. Dana Steppa. Sorry, Dane. How you doing, man? Thank you for subscribing. Very kind of you. I'll find one of those coastal Cajun folks, Charles. Throw him 5,000 and be like, get me into Mexico. This 5K is yours. I could pull it off. I'd get away. I'd totally get away. No one would ever stop me on that. People panic. And they always make themselves easy to track. Not that I would ever break the law or do anything bad to, PJ Young G says Bryce Young will be next year's quarterback 1 for Seattle. Maybe. I think Bryce is definitely a name to be said, and I think he's in that potential range that they might look at him there. But he does have another year of tape that I think he's got to put out on there to show he can build on what he did last year. I think he does got to get a little bit thicker in build, add a little bit more weight to his frame. But you're not off, PJ or Pi Young. He will be one of the guys in that discussion. Chase says, I've heard a lot of good things about, but can't find tape on Anthony Richardson. The reason you can't find tape on Anthony Richardson, Chase, is he had like 64 attempts last year. So nobody's got any tape on Anthony Richardson at this point. Good tools guy, but we've got to wait. It's again where we're going to have to wait for the seasons of tape to really get a feel for any of these guys to a great degree. I've got my early front runners. I like my Strouds and Young in there too. This Van Dyke guy, I think from Miami, is a guy that's kind of the latest on the scene. I am hearing folks, don't get surprised. Those folks that are worried that we're not going to be able to quarterback next year. The early talent evaluators and looking at next year's draft have like the over-under on first-round quarterbacks at like 5 for next year's draft right now. So it could have a couple different choices here at our disposal. Maxwell Stern says stacked defense and rookie quarterback next year looks familiar, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. With an upper level running game, Maxwell. Don't forget that part too, to the trifecta. That's good, Hoodie. You finally got to 1,000K subs, Megan. I've been trying to go in there and give him a little dono love, and it's not been showing up on the deal. I thought, man, he looks like he was over 1,000. Maxwell says, I think I'm going to be going to the Broncos game at home. It's going to be wild in Lumen. Yeah, my schedule prediction is I think the NFL is going to probably put Russell in Lumen Field on opening day. I've heard rumors we might get the Sunday night game on Sunday Night Football opening week, which would be pretty cray-cray. And be pretty crazy. Right out the chute, Russell comes right back. Superior Records, the speed to the bottom of the league is fastest by far. I mean, we'll see. We weren't bottom of the league last year, Superior. So, first year we've had that was, we haven't won more games than we've lost in 10 years. Slow down. Slow down. Pug91 says, did you all see the Russ and Sierra name their new doggy Bronco? So cringy it hurts. Yeah, I did see that. I'm trying to not be come off bitter towards Russ. So God bless him and Bronco, and let's ride Broncos, which you don't want to ride because they would buck you off and hurt you. But, I ain't going to stop his flow. He can do all as good as he wants to do except for next year where he needs to suck for me. Sorry. It's got to happen. It's got to be what happens with Russ. Rocky Mountain Hawks fan, thank you for subscribing, buddy. I appreciate you. Breeze says, I think the Broncos are going to take a huge leap next year. IMO. They could. They could, Breeze. I mean, they've got some talent. I don't think that they've made a ton of moves like I thought they needed to this offseason. In my opinion, I thought the Broncos could have positioned themselves this offseason to be that head lead dog out the AFC West. At least on paper, if they had done a couple of more moves. Specifically, I thought they needed to reinforce that offensive line for the reasons I talked about just recently, that they've been bad in pass protection. They're going to want to throw the ball more with Russ there now. They still will run the ball. They'll remain balanced, but Russ is going to want to get his shine on there, and that means throwing the ball. And if the offensive line can't pass protect like they haven't been able to do the past 2 years, I do think that does neuter a little bit of their upside. They still will be a good team. They still will be a dangerous team. But when you're talking about that division, being the toughest division in football next year, I could see them still being a better team than they were the previous year and still finding themselves at the bottom of the division. Randall says the Panthers had a real nice tandem in Williams and Stewart. That's a great example, Randall. You got that's the Cam Newton year, of course, where he's got the MVP, and you had a little bit of the lightning and thunder approach there with the Williams and Stewart. You also kind of had the third aspect, Randall, with that, of course, being Cam's ability to run, because he was the third kind of wheel on that a little bit. But yeah, they were good with that too. So that was another one that worked fairly well in their approach there. Breeze, Russell Wilson just needed an offensive line and new scenery for him to be good again, because his attributes haven't decreased. It's just his bad mistakes in turnovers. His attributes haven't decreased. I would say, Breeze, he's definitely lost some athleticism and speed. He may have arm strength at the same place, maybe on that. I might argue with you, too, that there's maybe an RPM or two that's been lost on the arm strength. But he's definitely, at the very least, lost a step. He's not as fleet of foot. He's still fleet of foot for a quarterback. He's still mobile for a quarterback, but he's not prime Russell Wilson anymore. Jeffrey Nicholson says, I can appreciate Dangerous. His play is some of the best, but that dude is so fake. He's the authentic factor is definitely maybe potentially a little bit low on that. And yeah, I don't know. It's like a little bit of what I wonder with the Tom Brady news. Tom Brady's going to sign this Fox deal where he's going to be this analyst type and talk about it. It's like he doesn't have that Peyton Manning kind of charisma with it, where it's like you just see with those kind of guys, and Russ is this way, where it's like in their brain you're just seeing them processing what is the perfect right statement to make in this moment that will not cause any controversy. Here's the statement. I'm just doing the best I can. It's I don't know how Tom's going to be with that. I think Tom's going to be pretty dry on that. He's going to have to open up quite a bit, loosen the tie, comb his hair back or something. I don't know. Something. Tristan Miles says, I still follow Russ because Sierra is simply too hot. Brian Ball says, did you get caught up on a sleep, Brandon? The last live stream with Brendan, you looked really tired. Yeah, that was the brutal one. So we did I think that was the one. Oh no, I had another one after that one, Ryan. I had another stream after that. I did the draft class one, but the draft wrap up night, oh my God, I was toe up on that night. That was like 5 straight days of streaming, and I did the 12-hour day on day 3, and that was, I think, that was the day after that 12-hour stream. So I was still just like, Delikey, did anyone who was on the tryout list get signed after rookie camp? Not that I saw. I didn't see any news break on that. DJ Jimenez says, well said on the Damian Lewis question. I do think he needs to be a right guard. He does. You guys know it's one of my things that just bothers the hell out of me that people will ascribe, We can look at a right tackle and we can look at a left tackle and we can say, oh, there's definitely a difference there. People can love Abraham Lucas, but they go, but he's got to just stay at right tackle. He's not a left tackle. There's sometimes a position the guy should just be at and remain. And Damian Lewis should have just remained at right guard. It got the best out of his strengths. It minimized his weaknesses in his game. They didn't take that approach to it. I think they got, I'm sure just that they ran into probably the issue of they couldn't find a left guard that was going to work, so they just tried to, retrofit. But it doesn't work. He needs to go back to right guard. Motok, Kyle 96, how you doing, man? Good to see you in here. Cowboys are number 1. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Laughing out loud. What Jerry Jones advice for me? I'm going to tell you something, Cowboys number 1, okay? I'm going to tell you something. You're a Cowboy fan, all right? You're a Cowboy fan. I need you to stick your head up. I need you to put your chest back. I need you to realize you're from Texas. You are a Texan, all right? When you're Texan, you don't worry about your woman. Your woman worry about you, okay? Worry about you. So when you tell me that this girl's out, wayward eye looking around, all right? I ain't trying to hear that. I ain't trying to hear none of that. You are a Cowboy fan. This is America's team. It's America's state. And you better realize that. You grab that woman by her behind, okay? You get that behind her, beat that. Daddy, he can't do that. I told you we got sued for that last time. Shut up, boy. If I want to grab some ass, I'm going to grab some ass. I'm going to tell you now. Get in there, you get a good grip. And you say, you do what I want, woman. Daddy, we can't do that no more. It cost us millions of dollars last time. I can't hire no more secretaries. Shut up, boy. Give me Deshaun Watson. Dad, we can't do that. Not with your past criminal history on that and his. It wouldn't.
Shut up. Why do we even have you here? What's your name? What is your title here? What do you do? Piss me off? Is that your title? CEO of Piss Me Off?
That's all I got. That's all I got. Young video game. Laughing my ass off. Brandon is the man with the woman advice. Effing love it. I probably shouldn't. I should probably be biting my tongue. But, I don't know. That doesn't stop me in other respects, so why should it stop me here? Megan says, wow, B, that advice sounds like it's come from a real place, laughing out loud. Well, I'm just saying, if Cowboys, everyone's got a gut instinct on something, I always will defer to a gut instinct, It's that 5-second rule, right? Or whatever. Holy Lord. In Duck World, Randall says, TJ Duckett was a Michigan State kid too. I think Atlanta drafted him. That's right. He was originally part of he was a dual-headed attack there with the kid out of Florida State. It's kind of like a poor man's Barry Sanders type there. Work done. So it was Duckett and Dunn. Duck and Dunn. And then Vic. Chrono says, how did Google not catch that bot name? I don't know. I have the thing turned up high, but they get in. They get in. They get in. Alexander Matthews says, I'm at work. I'm jealous of Brandon's cat. Well, you should be. She's amazing. Look at this. Look at that face she gives me. Look at that. Look at that. That's cuteness on demand. You're having a bad day. That's like done. Done. It's impossible. It's impossible. Mark for Death, love and respect Penny, but let's be honest, it's K9 Kenny Skywalker time by week 3. That is assuming he's not made of glass like Penny. We'll see. I think Penny's over his ACL stuff, Mark for Death, and I think that was more of what was causing the issue even after the ACL was technically, quote unquote, healed. I don't think it was fully healed. And I think he's just took him kind of to the end of last season to start to feel right. He's also indicated as much. Don't sell short on Penny. Don't sell short. I'm telling you, we might have something in Penny that people are going to end up looking back at them, saying he should never have been a first-round pick, and where there's been a few people starting to come over going, well, okay, I can understand at least now why. That's special burst on a guy that weighs 225 pounds, 6 feet tall. Watch what happens if he can really put it all together this year. And I think we do more want Walker in that rotational role as a rookie, Mark for Death. Give him a year to get his body into a NFL weight training program and to be able to take on the punishment, and where he doesn't have to do it all from the jump, in just my opinion. But I think you're going to get a steady dose of both of them too at the end of the day. Charles says Brando's orange cat has a life. She does. It's a tough one for her. Yeah, don't bother me. I'm sleeping. Okay, I'll let you sleep. You got it. Megan says the Hawks Nest, large and all the way from me too, dude. Although the others you mentioned would be goats as well. Yeah, I can get, if somebody had a different preference as far as, you'd have a harder sell with me with Tez. You could make a strong argument with Walter, because you could go to Walter and say that's the best left tackle of all time and is large and the far, you start to get a little bit of a more interesting argument, I think, there. But Russell's been a fantastic player, best quarterback in Seahawks history. But again, this comes down to Seahawks history just didn't begin in 2012 when Russell Wilson arrived. There was decades of time that preceded that probably should be given its share of weight as well, or at least consideration. And thank you for the mods for clearing the trash out the house. They come in here, got to get them out sometimes. Motive. I didn't get to see Largent play. For me, will be Cortez. That guy was amazing, and so was Walter Jones. Great players. Understandable. That's why I say I can understand if you make the argument on both. Like I said, I'm a little more on Walter, where Cortez is Is Cortez better than Joe Green? Is Cortez better than Aaron Donald? Is Cortez better than... God, I'm trying to think of... I hate when I can't think of guys' names. I know the name and I can't think of it. I know it. It's there. Just can't bring it to my mind. The Vikings defensive tackle. He's definitely up there in the top all time. He's definitely in the discussion. But that's where with him, I'd go more to the Walter, where you can go, okay, Walter's certainly... He's in that discussion. You've got to have him in that part because he brought it all together. But it's fun. It's part of what's fun is the debate. It's nice motive. The nice thing about it at the end of the day, the motive is that we have so many great players that have played here. There is a tradition in Fort. There's it adds more to the mystique and the lore of the team itself having this many great players as we have. Kronos, my dad talks about the Largent and Zorn days, but I am too new of a fan to have watched them when they played. Yeah, so it's hard to compare eras. The thing that I think just for younger folks trying to understand why people with Largent, this is a guy taken in the 8th round of a draft, traded from his first team in training camp to a fledgling franchise in Seattle that had not a lot going for it. And Zorn really helped to a degree at the quarterback position there, but it's, look, Zorn wasn't, Warren Moon, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't, and Largent did what he did on a team that was run-centric throughout the course of his entire career, wasn't putting him in a position to shine. He had, he was going to get a limited amount of, throws within that given scheme, especially with ground knocks. But he still flourished and he was still great. And there was no reason he should have won like he won. He was undersized. He wasn't fast enough. He wasn't big enough. He didn't have long enough arms. He couldn't jump high enough. Yet he just went out there and completely dominated teams, and a lot of times dominated even double team coverage. You get a chance, go back and I'm working on a Largent video I'll eventually publish to the channel. It's kind of a pet project for me where I just can't quite get the tone of it right. Like I have the cuts together and the script together, but I just can't quite get there's always that thing where you're like, okay, I've got my line on how to get this made right. When I'm doing one of these documentary style things, and on this one, I just can't quite get I don't know what it is. I can't find my spine on it. I got to find the spine of the story, how to tell the story, because it's a Largent story has been told in a variety of ways. You got to find the original way to kind of present it in the way that I want to present it. Deron Everest, what's up, man? It's good to see you. It says, if the offensive line holds up against top-tier defensive units like the Rams, we might actually win a few games. Well, and that's where the step comes into play of building your offensive line. You don't get there through commitment to a running game. We're going to run on everybody. That's how we'll be a good offensive line. No. You will build the offensive line with good talent and then commit to the running game, and then that's how you can start to become a good offensive line. One begets the other. But you don't get the chicken before the egg. You don't get the cart before the horse. You don't, you crawl before you run. Whatever you want to use here as a euphemism, that's what we got to apply here. And they started to put themselves in that shape to be able to do that, Deron. I think especially the Rams, when it comes to their defensive line, when I talk about these teams that are creating a trash heap up in the middle of the offensive line post-snap on these running plays, I think the Rams stand at the head of that with some of that gap and a half stuff that they've done and just bringing up the extra defender at times in the box and how they do stuff post-snap, especially with the split safety stuff, where sometimes it's cover two, sometimes he's coming up in the box, but it's all really well disguised, so you can't tell pre to post what he's doing. But just closing up that middle, I think they've been one of the bigger offenders of that for the same reason that you see with McVay taking the same kind of schematic advantages on our defense, right? Because McVay's been the guy at the head of the table as far as any other coaches in how to attack the Carroll cover 3 defense. He's basically the breaker of the cover 3 defense of Carroll, being that he just found these Seahawks beater routes like the crossers that would just destroy our defense, and basically utilizing flood zone concepts. We still haven't found an answer for it, frankly. The defense we're applying should provide some of those answers, but it's the same thing. It's a little bit of like what somebody spoke about above there, Deron, about the simplicity of the offense and the way teams solve things on one side of the ball. It worked to both sides of the ball. It was a little bit purposeful, so it wasn't just that Carroll was being you know, I don't want to paint this all as it was just them being completely stupid in their approach, and that they were like, you know, trying to do that like typical 1970s type coach of, we're going to be stronger and we're going to be better and we're going to be meaner. And you're like, yeah, okay, sure we are. Okay. We're just, yeah. What about the talent though thing? We need the talent thing too. I don't think it was just that. There's a reason here, the circle of toughness thing, all that stuff that you can apply. There is a more well-founded philosophy within this, but it doesn't remove the problems that were caused by not having a little more diversity. Joe, man, I saw Largent play Motive. It was great. He made many special catches. He did. And Motive, he'd lay out for catches. He'd go Superman for catches in a way the receivers don't in this day and age. You might see a receiver once every 4 weeks on a highlight film dive like he would dive, and he would do it on a weekly basis. Alexander Matthews, I would be really hopeful for our Hawks this season, but damn, quarterback, I guess I'll call it a problem. That's an issue, and it might end up being the thing that limits us. As I said, there's been even teams that have had some dual running back stuff going on where they've been kind of sub-dominant, utilizing two running backs like that and running really hard on the running game, leaning hard on the running game, and passing very minimal amount. But we've seen like even teams like the Titans that have done this recently with one running back, or the Browns, or it does seem to top you out to a certain point if you don't have that quarterback to get it done. If you don't have the difference maker at the position of, we're down by 5 in the fourth quarter, we need a drive, we need you to get the football field, what do you got? And if you don't have that guy and your game manager's looking at you then with big, huge saucer eyes at that point going, I'll try. I'm going to give it a shot, coach. Whew. I don't know. We'll see. Wow, we've got the mods are being put to work today, huh? Holy goodness. What is going on? I haven't seen it like this before recent times. Somebody's motivated. YouTube does have a bot issue. They need to get this thing figured out. If I showed you guys, I could show you guys a screenshot right now of all the Orin accounts that I've got blocked on the channel, and it's like it would be like, 5,000 characters of just offshoot names. They create new accounts, Breeze. Yeah. Daryl Bradshaw. K9's contact balance reminds me a lot of Shady McCoy. Did he have any bad weather tape? No. I mean, there's snow tape that you can find of him. I'm putting together right now my breakdown on Seahawks scouting on the Kenneth Walker pick. And there's a snow game that he's running in on a couple of the carries where he looks like he's unperturbed at all by the snow, by the slick surface. He's operating well within it. He's not only still being elusive in space, there's one he's got to get on the goal line where it's a complete will play for him, where he hits up into the middle of the hole at the goal line. He's got no good grip there with his feet. You can tell it. But he's doing what running backs are supposed to do in that case, which they always tell running backs, just keep your feet moving. Even if you're not getting forward, even if you're not feeling like you are, just don't stop moving your feet. That's how you'll be taken off. And he keeps moving, and he's battling this one guy who's got him just completely horse-collared up around the neck. And he just fights in and pushes through enough to get in. But I saw nothing in the stuff as I've been doing some research on him just that sees he looks well suited to be able to handle running out in the elements. And you're right. The contact balance is the thing that stands out to me. It's a little bit of the thing with me, Daryl, that took me, part of the reason that took me the time to figure out with him why he was so good is it took me, I wasn't understanding that balance as much of, he's taking contact normal running backs would take, and that would take him down. And he's still finding somehow to stay up on his feet. And he's doing it over and over and over again consistently. And he can be elusive in space, and he can be fast. He pairs all of those things together. Shady McCoy is a good, I think that's a really good comparison. I think there's a little bit of Kimura in there too, where it's that lower hip hula hoop ability where a guy's coming in and around your waist, and it's not always you doing a move. I mean, he's got a dead leg and he can juke, but I can slide you off with just offshooting and twisting my balance a little bit, twisting my lower half in a certain way to get the momentum going against you. He's got that a little bit to him too. He's got like little parts, Daryl, to him on a couple of different things. I see a little of the Le'Veon Bell stuff with the bouncing and behind the line of scrimmage, pressing the hole and then bouncing to another hole and then bouncing back over to this hole. He's got a little bit of that to him too. So you kind of put them all together a little bit. Dane Estada says Largen's hit on Atwater was unbelievable. It was, Dane. It was. And not to take any, it was Mike Harden, of course. Atwater was the other safety. But it was a phenomenal moment. Probably one of the best moments in Seahawks history. Sorry, Megan, they're putting you to work today. I don't know what's going on. I got to maybe see if I can find some more anti-porn setting stuff, or I don't know what the hell. Let me see here. And there's something we can do. This is crazy today. What's gotten into them? They're always usually pretty lively, but yeah. See, I've got the hold comments that are supposed to be. They've got a setting here. You're supposed to be able to put hold comments that are Let's do the ins. All right, we're going to increase strictness. There's a new experimental setting. We're going to give it a shot. They're going to wear your finger out there, Megan. They're going to wear your clicker out. Midnight Sun says, I love watching your stream on the draft this year. Your excitement got me all jacked up for this year's prospects and our potential. I love it, Midnight Sun. I'm glad to hear it, man. And it wasn't fake excitement. I was truly enthused because I was shocked to see them do so many things so smartly and all the way down the board, all the way through the draft, when I just don't feel like recent history it's been that way. And to see that this year and to be able to just be effusive in my praise and it be well-earned and well-deserved on the part of our front office, it made me very happy. Made me very happy. Yeah, someone's committed to the hate today on the chat with the spam. Yeah, I block them out on the thing. I've also there's this little experimental increased strictness thing on the comments, so we'll see if this pushes them out too. Hopefully that gets them out. They are on it though. Don't let's trust you, Megan. Oh, wait, Richards, was it a bunch of bots saying that? Yeah, it's just a bunch of bots coming in the channel. We get this a lot with the porn stuff, but this is different today. I don't know what they're trying to get done. We'll keep it to football. Just ignore them. Motive said, and Russ still and always has held the ball too long and doesn't hit receivers in stride. Watching that used to drive me insane, but then he would make a crazy play and I would love him again, laughing out loud. It's a little bit of what you got with Russell Wilson at times. A little the good, a little the bad. You certainly got more good than bad by far. But that's, it does remain the open question mark with Russ where it stands on his career going forward. Does he need to run in more of a specialized offense to his skill set? Power-based running game that draws the safety into the box, which clears away the cover two defense, and then he can just hit deep shots all day? Or can he really truly operate within a West Coast offense and be functional within that type of offense? It still does remain a question. It's one Russ will be able to potentially answer this year, but it does remain out there. Cowboys are number one says Romo's a star, though, because he will say controversial things like his Giselle comment. Thought he was going to get cut for that one, but he gets away with it. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one to be. I mean, it's hard to be super colorful in it, and maybe it builds because you got to be so kind of vanilla with it because you can't, you don't want to offend anybody. Maybe that's going to make him more suit to what Brady will be with it. But he was not the guy that I would have most thought. Like, I would have really thought Manning would have taken on something like that. But Brady's not the first guy in my mind once he was done with plane to go and do that. Megan says the day 3 stream where I was up from 11 p.m. the night before to 7 p.m. that night had me seeing dancing pink elephants and seeing through time. Yeah, that was a pretty crazy run there on that one. Oh my goodness. Oh, we'll have to do it again next year, Megan. See if I can top the 12-hour mark next year. Whew. That day 3 was, I got through it though. I was having fun. The chat was popping, keeping me going. Charles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, Brando, what's your prediction on carries per game for Penny, K9, and Carson individually? I think Penny gives you probably 13 to 14 carries a game. K9 gives you about 8 carries a game. And I think Chris Carson is cut. I don't think Chris Carson ends up on the active roster when it's all said and done. It's not completely out of bounds, but I think the second they had the Walker pick, you kind of started to hear a little bit more of the walking back the Carson talk. It felt like a little bit. Sean B. Brandon, do you teach? If not, you'd make a great teacher. Also, love the impressions, laughing out loud. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that, man. I do not teach. I never have taught. I've never thought to teach. I don't know what I would teach. Maybe football. I certainly would. I wouldn't turn it down. I wouldn't mind it. DJ Jimenez Jr., oh my God, your Jerry Jones impression got me dying over here. Cowboys are number 1. He knows I love doing my Jerry Jones. I can't help it. If he calls on Jerry, I got Jerry. I'm gonna tell you something, guy. Cowboys. I'm gonna tell you about Cowboys. Okay? Cowboys are coming back next year. All right, Cowboys. See, that's when he gets into that wispy edge. That's when he's really excited with Jerry West. There's a little bit of that right at the end of it. We're going to get that. We're going to get to the Cowboys. All right? We're going to win this game. All right? NFC East. That's our East. Not your East. I know we're in the Midwest, but it's in the East, and we own. Shut up. Steven, stop looking at me, boy. Don't you look at. I didn't say nothing, Daddy. Why you always got to do this with me? I haven't even brought Jerry Jr. in. Jerry Jr.'s he's the true live wire of the crew. Sean says the German accent needs a little work. It's no fun to do a German accent, though. It's like, I'm sorry to my German people, but it's very dry. You know, it's very dry. You're right. I do need to work on that one. May says the 5-second rule is for the food getting the ground down here. Not sure what you're thinking of, B. Oh, glad you like the impression. Cowboys number 1. May says, sorry, I couldn't catch all the bots. Oh, don't worry about it. No worries. I appreciate you doing what you're doing over there. You're doing God's good work over there, Megan. Charles says, Brando, your escape plan in Mexico totally freaked me out. We are truly in a surveillance state. Yeah, you got to get off. You got to get in the forest. You got to get in the woods. You got the only place that there's not a camera. Is this going to get me in trouble? Is this advice going to get me into trouble? And that was at this point in the stream, sir, that you said, you've got to get into the woods. You got to get away from those cops. Do you understand that you were actually telling an active fugitive at that time to leave and run in a sail to the woods? I was just trying to do some good content. Just trying to. Yeah, that's great, sir. They went on to murder 12 people on the back of your advice in Mexico. They're right now on the run and continue to murder people, including a couple of children. How do you do you think, what do you think we're going to do with you now, sir? I guess I'm not going to get a subscription. Oh, Lordy. Sunit Gujala, I come here for the cats and stay for the Seahawks talk. Well, I know I rope you in with the cuteness here and hopefully keep you with the voice. That's the plan in action here. That's what I'm trying to make happen. Corda says, you make me miss my dog. She's the snuggliest 60-pound dog. Oh, I know. That's brutal, too, losing pups. So I know how that goes. And yeah, my girl, especially this one here, she's she's talkative and very cuddly. She'd really like to be on my lap right now, but she needs too much attention when she's on my lap. Yeah, you're a good kitty. Megan says, my father used to say education is wasted on the young. B. Yeah, that's very true. It's very true. Why do I? Brando, I'm late. I'll have to go back and watch. One stat I found for K9, for those worried about him catching the ball. In high school, he had more yards and catches than Breece Hall in the NCAA. He'll be fine. Everything I've seen with him on the catching of stuff, and this includes, even I think with him in this recent practice that he had with Seattle where it was mentioned. I've heard it a couple of times. When he's been pressed into action and told to catch the ball more, he does it fine. Part of the consideration of this has to go back to the Michigan State offense. The Michigan State offense, to the benefit of Walker, to the benefit of us, runs a pro style or a traditional pro style offense. They're not as much in the let's run the everything bubble screen and spread concept approach to things. So what that does mean, though, on the other offset of that, of course, is that then there might be a little bit less of you throwing to the running back if you're running more of that traditional type offense like they are. So I don't knock him on it at all. You're right. It shouldn't worry people. He's going to catch the ball fine. I'm more worried if we're talking about him in the passing game and pass protection. He looks a little bit too much for ankles when it comes to taking on blitzers. And that's probably, from my standpoint, the biggest part of Kenneth Walker's game that he's got to clean up is in pass pro. Moda says, Russ better than Dave Craig. Laughing out loud. I watched him get sacked 7 times by Derek Thomas. What an amazing day. Yeah, I'd still say Russ is better. I would put Russ better than Dave Craig. I'm not going to short sell Dave. I'm not short selling Russ. I'm not going to give him the number one, but I'm not going to. He definitely did a little bit more than Dave. But Dave had a great career. Dave put up a lot of production, no doubt about it. Go look at Dave's stats. It'll open your eyes if you look at where he's ranked in the all-time list. Like, wait, he's 17th in total yards thrown in the NFL history. In NFL history? Well, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Why do I says I'm waiting for the cat cam? Cat cam's coming. I just got to set it up. Just got to find a way to set it up. I like how she faces you guys, so that, like, you can see her clean herself. she's a ham. She's a ham like me. Alexander said, I have a roommate that has 3 cats. I told her to get rid of them. Now 2 of them sleep with me. That's how it is. You try to start out as a cat hater. I've known many people have been like anti-cat, and the second that they get a cat with them in the house, the cat becomes suction cup to them. It's the way. HB says, Christopher Walken explaining what Seattle needs to go to the Super Bowl. Well, let me tell you, HB, it's a beautiful name. Is Italian? HB. Sounds Italian. Something I want to eat. It's like a biscotti I have. I'm going to tell you right now, here's how Seahawks win this year, 2022. Tough schedule. Last place. AFC West. You're not going to win. It's not going to happen unless you got magic. Somehow, some way, it comes through. You get it. They go out, they run on everyone all the time, everywhere, all the time. Beat up some people here, there, everywhere. Now that they have it in the bag, 2,000-yard rushes, they continue to win all day. And they win, get to the playoffs, and it's topped out. But it's a beautiful year. That's all I got on Christopher right now. It's bad right now, my Christopher Walken, because I'm not doing it well. They're going to win. Take my word for it. It's going to happen. Just got to wait. Wait long. Patient. 2 years. Super Bowl. Body. Trophy. You have. That was weak. More cowbell. I need that more cowbell. I need that more running back. I need more Penny. I need more Walker. On the ball, it's how you win in the NFL. Everyone wants to throw. Everyone likes to pass. Bright lights, glimmer, glam, what you get. I'm going to go too deep on this, folks. You give me this, I'm going to do it all. I'm going to do a whole stream on it. You guys won't be able to get out. Like, Brandon, come back to us. Come back to us. What do you want? This is what you asked for. Now I'm not going to leave. Here, forever. Here, now. Delicate, does Locke make less mistakes with a solid offensive line and running game? Yeah. I mean, that's what's that's the sort of the component I'm trying to build in my case for, leading to this team being a team that can maybe win next year. A lot of things got to go right, obviously, but they're also setting the stage for those things to go right because of the components that they're building to the running game. You have a modernized rushing attack that attacks both laterally along with vertically. You have the offensive line pieces you're putting into place now to start to maybe to be able to do what you want to do when you want to be a running team, which is inflict your will on everybody else. We're going to run this ball. You don't know where we're going to run it. We're going to run it, and there's not a lot you can do to stop it. A little bit like what the 49ers do in their attack to a degree. But then he's got all of that as his building block in front of him, and then as a solid kind of final piece to that, Dell, he's got his bookend tackles, whose first and foremost skill set is in pass protection, which should help him stay marginally clean, at least on the outside, which should give him a little bit more time to survey the field and be a little more successful in his passing attempts, on top of the final factor here being the fewer and fewer passing attempts you're going to be asking him to make. He's not going to throw the ball 30, 35 times a game. You're going to ask him to throw the ball 24 to 28 times a game. Jeffrey says we need Charles Riley, Cam, dude, dividends. Much respect. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we got him out of here. Maybe. Jeffrey Nicholson says Drew Lock has potential and will be unlocked in Seattle is the real question. Well, I think he's going to be given a lot of factors this year to be successful. And if you go through 2 stops and you can't make it work, you start to get the less of that point of he's got potential and more of a, he's probably not going to realize it. So he's going to get his shot here. Hopefully the sense of urgency is underneath him. That fire's lit underneath him. Not that it wasn't before, but it certainly should be now if it isn't. Because you don't get a lot of chances at the starting job in the NFL. There's 32 opportunities. Guys get pretty embedded in the ones that they have. And if you don't dance early, you're not going to get another shot most of the time. Why do I even? Oh, let me get up here. Why do I says one odds maker gave Seattle a 20% chance to make the playoffs, higher than I have, with expectation of Seattle going 7 to 10ish for 2022. Makes all the possibilities great. That sounds about right to me. 20% sounds about right. Why do I? I mean that sounds that's a 1 in 5 chance. Yeah, I'd put it there. Why do I says even barely missing the playoffs and getting the top 15 pick would be a fun ride. I'm hoping for a top 5 pick. How about we just get the top 15 pick and then we'll have Denver get our top 5 pick for us? They'll lose and they'll take care of all that business. All that other dirty business for us will be handled by them. Delicate says, I want to give Locke a chance. He seems more humble than Baker Mayfield. I'm kind of with you on this. Mayfield's probably better, but I'm also just, and I probably shouldn't hold against Baker. I probably should just he's maybe been given a raw deal there by Cleveland, and maybe I need to give a little more rope to him on it. I'm just telling you guys what I feel though, as far as Baker's such a tough sell for me. Locke could maybe be better than Hasselbeck. More natural talent than Matt had, but he's also missing the thing that was one of Matt Hasselbeck's greatest gifts, was his ability to process on a football field for the most part. And so it's hard to compare those two guys. Very different. Mark Habercorn, does Steve Largent still have the longest consecutive record? He was the Iron Man of the time. He was not a big guy either. I do believe that Rice broke the record mark, being Rice played for 23 seasons. So I think he got a catch in every single game, at least pretty deep into his career before maybe he didn't. But that would be the only guy, Mark, I think. And I think he's number 2 on the list, if I'm not mistaken. For it's a consecutive game with a catch. That was one of the many Steve Largent records that he owned at the time. Meow Hawks won a Super Bowl with a quarterback still in his game manager years. Just need to lock to play smart and feed the ball to Penny Walker. Yeah, you can win a Super Bowl with a game manager. It's not, again, it's a little bit of a tougher path. It's not as well traveled the road. These roads are not paved. They've got potholes. It's all dirt. There's rocks. There's parts of the road that might give out fully if you lean on them too hard. But it doesn't close the door of a possibility. And when you have a whole league that is moving in this direction of finesse, defenses that are being set up and they're getting increasingly lighter and lighter and lighter so that they can deal with the passing attack on the back end, so they can be more mobile in space to deal with these lethal passing attacks that exist in the NFL. Why can't there be an offshoot of that? That then the defenses that become so light and so driven by what is done with the in the passing attack that then start to ignore more of the running game, as they have done in recent years. It's teams now, there are defenses out there that exist that are just not all that really worried about what you do running the ball. They'll do what they can to stop you. They're not just going to leave everything wide open and go, yeah, just take whatever you want. But they're also going to still keep the onus upon stopping the pass first and foremost. And maybe in a league that's everyone's going that direction, turning into their weakness a little bit on that might be kind of smart. Might bear out some results, some returns. Yeah. Jeff Fornell, I hope they can figure it out and our offensive line gets early and becomes one of the best in the league. Go Hawks. Hey, me too, Jeff. These two guys can get out and start playing well from the jump. I'm not talking about dominating. Just get Cross and Abraham Lucas out there playing pretty well from the jump. If that happens, a lot of things come together for this team very quickly. It just helps everything down from it, one to the other. Hold on, guys. Let me get a little more coffee. Did I wake you up? Sorry. Very kitty. Sorry. Yeah? What? Really? Oh, you don't say. Okay. You let me know. Delicate says, remember Wilson was much better when handing off to Marshawn and passing 15 to 20 times a game. A little bit, Del. I mean, Russell had a prime of a good 3-4 year period there where he was playing as good at the quarterback position of anybody in the NFL. And that wasn't at the time they were going to Super Bowls necessarily, but he was at a given time there, and be it when you want to talk 16, 17, 18, maybe 19. He was kind of in that realm of being that guy. But look, you can definitely do this. If they do this right, if they build up the team appropriately around the game manager, it's just all then becomes more about how well you've rounded that team off in totality, both from a star standpoint and depth standpoint, to make it so that they can carry that load so that the quarterback doesn't have to do as much as normal quarterbacks kind of usually have to do in this modern era. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, Brando, give me some Pauly Shore praising K9 and Abe Lucas, buddy. All right, I'm going to try. This one might be bad, but we'll give it a shot here. Let me tell you about squeezing the draft juice, buddy. You get up in the draft and you get to squeeze the weezer poo, and you put it up in the poo, buddy. And you get yourself out a little bit of a canine, all right? I'm not talking about a dog here, all right? Get the tutti in the poochie, okay? It's a puppy dog, but it ain't that type of puppy. I can't do Polly right now. I'm sucking Polly, Charles. It's been a while for Polly, me. It's been a while. I got to go back and watch him Polly to remind myself. It's like a rock artist that forgets his song, and he's got to go back and look at his old. What was my lyric there? Down in a hole. Been here a while. Okay, I got it on it. I got to go back and watch Paul. It's been a while, buddy, since I've seen him squeezing the juice. Charles said with another $5 donation says, I want the chat to know that after I joined the TheSeahawksNest membership club, I hit a $50 scratcher at the mini mart and the whiskey I like was on sale. That's how it works, Charles. You join the membership, you instantly get the returns back to life. It's the reverse secret, Charles. It's the reverse secret. Help out the Hawks Nest and then just get those returns come right back. It's a universal certainty, basically. Sorry about I can't get my poly right tonight. I don't know. I'm up and down on the impressions tonight. It's kind of up and down a little bit. Chrono says maybe try subscriber mode, like 30 minutes in. Well, I just checked. They've actually got, now that I noticed it here, they've just added a new deal where you can hold potentially appropriate comments for review, but they've got now a new experimental increased strictness checkbox. So let's see if the increased strictness of potentially inappropriate comments kicks in here. I do wonder what those folks get from that, though. Like, what is it you get? My goodness. Herbicide says, it's Gino's team right now. It's his to lose. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being the starter, none doubt. What's nice here, Herbicide, is I think it's going to be a competition. Let the best man win. Alexander, who's the hotshot quarterback coming out next season from college? I have no idea. I don't like college football. For me, it's Will Levis, Alexander. For some others, it'll be Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud of Ohio State, Van Dyke, Anthony Richardson. There's going to be, I think, a good amount of quarterbacks that are going to get taken in that first round. But for me, it's Will Levis out of Kentucky. He's my early front runner. I think I'm kind of on the early tape when I watch between him and just the three guys we're talking at the head of this being Stroud and Bryce Young. It's like you watch those three tapes back to back. It's really hard not to be like, Levis is a far and away separator from these guys. He's got the size, the mobility, the arm strength, the easy delivery, the accuracy, the sense of time, the sense of anticipation. He moves well within the pocket. He's got a great play fake game. The other guys are good, but he's just, to me, this is what a top 5 quarterback should look like. Merck, we've already seen how our offense is kind of going to work this year. Look at all the games with Gino and just add in Noah Fant and a better offensive line. We saw some kind of flashes of it. I think that they're going to put it more into effect now that you have better offensive linemen to work the whole scheme. But yeah, we saw little bits of it here and there, Merck. And Carroll said that in the running game at the end of the year with Rashaad Penny, he said specifically that the things that were going right with Penny at the end in the running game, not just with Penny himself, but what they were doing blocking up front, that the success of that stuff was coming from Dickerson and Waldron, that they were the guys that had supplied that to the given scheme there at the end of the year. And if that's the case, it's more of an indication that maybe they can continue to, earn that good grace with Carroll, where he's like, okay, I gave you a little slice at the end of the year. We really were kind of holding on to the reins for most of the year that we kind of let up, and then we really got some returns off of it. What if I just don't hold on to the reins this year at all? What if I just let you guys run free? And I wonder if Carroll has that going through his mind a little bit, if what he was saying was the truth, being that offensive explosion at the end of the year in the running game was coming from those two guys, and specifically from that old Rams offensive scheme. Jeffrey Nicholson says, do I want drunk driving Gino? Not exactly, but he can at least make plays. It's good. It's true. It's very true. Why do I? The other quarterback I like for 2023 with a good season is Van Dyke. He is his first chance to starting. He did very well. Big kid with a big arm. You'll have to look past the scheme 2023. It does not fit him. I'll take a look at him. He's my next guy on my list as far as these guys to look at for the upcoming draft because he's getting some heat now. But I haven't checked him out yet, admittedly speaking. Merkany, hopefully better running game. Delikey says, I wish Bryce Young was Drew Lock's size. Yeah, I do as well. That's the problem. When I watch Bryce Young, man, I like him, but Woo! Chase Stern. Oh my goodness, my man. I salute you, brother. You're coming in hot tonight. And I dig that about you, brother. Thank you so much. Chase Stern coming in with a fat $50 donation off the top. Hit me with the top rope elbow of donation, Chase. Thank you so much, my guy. Very kind of you. He says, wouldn't it be a dream to get Will Levis with our first pick and a top interior offensive lineman with the Denver pick? Ooh, oh yeah. Well, let's dream, man. For $50, let's dream big and let's dream deep on this one. Let's say you go sign DK Metcalf to a contract extension. You get through the next year. You end up with two very high picks. You're ending up with Levis by somehow hook or crook by bad season or trading up or whatever, and you're still left with that extra first round pick, and you put it to a left guard. You take the best left guard in a given draft to then pair that up with the two tackles you brought in, and then now you move Damian Lewis back to right guard. Now you're talking about putting that rookie quarterback behind this awesome offensive line, a fantastic, diverse running game that can attack laterally and vertically, that can incorporate fly sweep elements, an offense that's just going to move the chains and protect the defense. It's not going to ask that rookie quarterback like Levis to come in and have to be an MVP from the jump. Again, this is why, Chase, I build the argument up so hard on get the offensive line. This is why I'm saying, no, first take care of that. Because when you do that, everything else can function off of that well. The running backs and the quarterbacks and the receivers, it all works off of that at the base. And Seattle learned that lesson this offseason to go in this direction. And they added two of the harder parts to add on the offensive line, which is two tackles who can move in space, who can pass protect with the first and foremost skill set, but who also give you something in the running game. They might take a little bit of time to get there, Chase, but even if they take the 2 years to get there into Will Levis's rookie year, so be it. You've given now Will Levis all the things you could ask to give a young quarterback to be successful. He's got DK going into his prime. He's got a young Kenneth Walker still not with a lot of tread left on those tires. Probably Lockett still here with Eskridge, so at least three receivers probably deep at that point. And then 4/5 of an offensive line that's built with upper-level players, both in, if not pass protection, run blocking, and some of them in pass protection as well. I don't think that Levis could ask for anything better, Chase. If we're going for the hopeful road for our Seahawks into the future to get to the Lombardi or to get to the close, that would be for me the hopeful road. If not for Levis, insert first round quarterback here. If it's not him, if it's Stroud, if it's Bryce Allen, if it's Anthony Richardson, if it's Van Dyke, whoever it may be at that point, insert him. It also becomes less important that it's Levis or somebody else at that point. Levis is a difference maker at the position, but quite frankly, if you went and got the best left guard in next year's draft with one of those first round picks, the necessity to have that game-changing, game-breaking talent at the quarterback position is so much more lessened. It's nice to have. It'd be beautiful to have. But do you have to sell the moon, the stars, and the sun to go get it at that point? Do you have to feel like, oh, this is the missing piece we have to have, or it's all going to go? No, you don't. You haven't built your team that way. That's the beauty of building a team this way. It's not a way that's been utilized often. Most NFL teams are going for the quarterback-driven approach. It's the easy, lazy kind of approach and way to do it. Seattle's definitely fitting up against type here, Chase. But look, they've taken huge steps with this last draft. Huge steps by bringing in the bookend tackles and even giving a guy like Walker in the backfield to a quarterback. These things are all going to help out. It all works together to help him. It all works together to make his job easier. And again, not to mention, you got a running game that's built like this. You don't have to have the guy pass 35, 40 times a game. You don't have to rookie quarterback throwing into danger over and over. You limit his pass protection, limit his pass attempts. You put him in positions to be highly successful in those times he does throw the ball. I'm telling you, we can get back to a successful state, an elite state, because they put the right building blocks here. Our foundation is not on sand. It's on absolute hardened titanium concrete because you're going with the offensive line there first and foremost with those two of those first four picks in this draft, especially coming away with, in my opinion, the best right tackle in this draft, bar none. Bar none, in my opinion, when it comes to Lucas. HB, and thank you, Doe Chase. Thank you so much for all your donations to the channel, man. You're very kind, as always, with that. Amazing, brother. Amazing. HB, I don't think it's Seattle's style to draft a quarterback early, and honestly, I don't think we need that great caliber of a quarterback to win Super Bowls. Maybe Pete's arrogance is rubbing off on me. Well, look, they're going to try to go this opposite route. I do think HB, when we talk about Levis being a guy who might be taken number 1, number 2 overall in next year's draft, if he can continue to build off of last year, and you maybe be in a position as a team picking 13th and 21st with Denver's pick, they may just be like, look, we'll just wait for whatever first round quarterback hits and lands on us at, 12th, 13th, wherever we're picking with that first selection. And if we have to watch the top 3 quarterbacks go off the board for that to happen, so be it. We'll do that. But I do think that if they have a guy they think is a difference maker at the position, as we know with Schneider, he did go to Josh Allen's pro day. He did go to Patrick Mahomes' pro day. He does maybe have a little bit of an eye of, hey, I know when I see an elite quarterback talent and I'll jump on them. When it comes to the little comment you made in their style to draft a quarterback early, HB, I think they don't draft a quarterback early for the last 10 years, mainly because you've had Russell Wilson at the quarterback position and you've been in go for it mode. And you already saw with Green Bay what happened when they took Jordan Love high and how that pissed him off. Why wouldn't it have done the same thing with Russell Wilson? I mean, we hear him, he got up into a dither just with John Schneider at Josh Allen's pro day and Mahomes' pro day. That irritated Russell Wilson's camp reportedly. So you really couldn't draft a guy high through the majority of that time. And if we're talking about prior to Russell Wilson, was there really a game-changing talent that they those felt like weak drafts when they were first drafting and building the team. It didn't feel like the guy was there. And as well as I think they were taking the approach of building up the offensive line first before they went and got their franchise quarterback in place. But that's the nice thing with taking these tackles in this draft and Damian Lewis, and potentially if they can make another move or two, is now you've taken those same steps to equate out the same type of success, hopefully. Honest Jerry says, how do you think Boy Mafi does in year 1? Do you think he'll play a huge role or more rotational special teams? I think he will be a rotational role on Honest Jerry. He'll be on passing downs only. You are going to see him, I believe, rushing predominantly from the blind side edge. They'll be having him stand up as an outside linebacker probably for the majority of that time. I see him as a 4 to 5 sack guy this year, in my opinion, but that's on rotation basis. And I think he'll give you a reasonable amount of efficiency as far as his pass rush win rate. Meaning, he's on the football field, and though he's on a limited number of snaps, he's getting a lot done with those limited number of snaps. I do think if they try to put him out there on early downs in the run game, there's some elements of his play where it currently stands that is going to be a little bit exposed if they do that. But this is the nice thing of having Uchuna, I can't pronounce his name, Owusu. This is the nice part of having him here is that you don't have that expectation level on Mafe's shoulders. But 4 or 5 sacks, and he'll look really good. He'll look really twitchy. They'll really be like splash sacks, where you're like, oh my God, that wasn't a cheap sack. That wasn't a coverage sack. He just jumped off the line of scrimmage and the tackle had no chance to even get his hands on him. Why do I says Brady's boring and bland? He is. Delikey says, who will have more sacks, Boy Mafe or Darrell Taylor? Darrell Taylor will have a 10-plus sack year next year. Mafe will be about 4 or 5 sacks. Jeffrey says, if the Seattle can force their next quarterback to throw to DK 75% of his passes, we're in like Flynn. I saw what you did there, Jeffrey. DK is just built different. Brady begs his wife. Alexander says they better sign DK. I think they will do it this summer. I'm a lot more confident after Carroll's recent comments. Prior to right around before the draft, it was very much seemingly kind of a hedge. We want to have this happen. We definitely would like to see that occur. It seems like after the draft, it's been more now, we'll get a deal done, is how he's saying. Can you hear the different way I said that? So when you're getting Coach Carroll parsing on the first side of it, and he's saying, you saw this with Russell. We love Russell. Russell's amazing. Russell's been our quarterback here for years. We couldn't think of any, it's hard to imagine any other quarterback being in here. The plan is for him to be here into the future. He's under contract. Like, you start saying these words that are like, yeah, but you're not actually saying, I want him as our quarterback. You're trying to find every word to say that's a fact, that's technically a truth, but it's not really the truth, is it? I do think here when you're starting to hear Carroll talk about DK more in the manner of we are going to get this done, this will happen, it more leads me to believe that This has been, as I've long suspected in the situation, this is not about DK asking for exorbitant amount that they're not willing to reach. It's about the Seattle Seahawks getting the rest of their offseason put into place, all the pieces handled and settled out, and then they were going to get to DK Metcalf. That's usually the pecking order on guys going through the third year of their rookie deal if they deserve to be paid and are going to be paid. It happens later in the offseason after that third year rather than early on in the offseason after that third year. Brotsman Sachs says, glad we kept Lockett to keep the coverage off DK. Kind of. Both of those guys were double teamed at a very high rate, to your point on that. And you do, I'm okay with it. I mean, he's still not exactly a fit for what we want in this offense from the receiver position, but they were going to kind of be stuck with him because they signed him to the contract extension. Can't hurt. It's going to be interesting to see what his production level looks like with Russell Wilson no longer here. And does it remain the same? Does it go down a little bit? Is it, was he getting a lot of that production just off the extended play stuff and them just being on the same page? I don't know on that, actually. It'll be just interesting to see how it plays out. Delikey says German accents are great and pitch perfect too. Yeah, very good. Very good accents. A smart man. I can't do the German accent right now. It's horrible. It's awful. Why do I says people aren't real? We were all replaced by robots in the 1980s. Always compete. Hey, Brandon. What's up, Always Compete? Haven't been in since the draft. Great job on it. Future is bright. Thank you so much. Walker reminds me of Cam Akers. A little twitchier. I'm liking the pick, even though I really like the Dameon Pierce. Dameon wasn't a bad player, Always Compete, so nothing wrong with Dameon, man. I mean, he just obviously doesn't have that speed that you do have with Walker. I think your comparison is pretty apropos. I like it. Cam Akers had a lot to me when he was coming out of sort of the poor man's Marshall Faulk. I'd kind of wondered when they're making that pick if there weren't some like remnants of like, far deep in the front office, somebody that was there when Faulk was there, like this guy kind of looks like him. That's probably too far back on that one, but very, very similar guys. They like to bounce behind the hole. They press the hole first, so they use their quickness to get to the hole and force the defense to pick what it's doing. So if it's trying to two gap, it's got to go take one of those gaps down and close it off. And then they can then bounce to the gap that's then been left open by a defensive tackle, leaving his two gap responsibility because he feels he has to, because it's the running back's getting that close. So they just it does a really good job of first pressing the hole, then utilizing vision to kind of bounce away along with his that twitchy bounciness they got to find daylight. And that's something Akers did a really good job on his college tape. This guy does it too. To your point on this, Akers didn't have this guy's speed. Akers on tape, you'd watch him bust off a run, and it's like 30-yard run and he's getting tackled. This guy will bust off a run and he'll house it. So there is a little bit more, in my opinion. I want to double check this, but I want to say that Akers was like a 4.53 guy. Let's take a look. I don't want to speak out of school. I don't want to speak out of school on this one. 4.47. So you got the difference between what a 4.3. Yeah. What was Walker? 4.39 or something? 4.39 versus a 4.47. It's a little difference, but I think it does show on tape to me. Walker's just a little bit faster in the open field. But Akers certainly helped out the Rams last year when he came back in that playoff run. Herbert says you missed Cameron Ward from Washington. It's my show, humans. You're lucky I allow you to be part of it. Motive Brando, I was joking about Dave Craig. I did like him, but not on Russ's level. But I did see that game where he took a DT beating. Used to be such a good rivalry with KC. Motive, I did that as I do that Seahawks great moments video every once in a while. It's been a while since I've done one, but the first one I did on the channel was the Dave Craig 7-sack game. So if you get a chance, go back and check it out. That was my first docu great Seahawks moment vid that I did. So I appreciate that game. It was amazing, and Craig took an absolute beating that day on the AstroTurf, and then still was able to come away at the end where he was able to not only throw the Hail Mary pass, but he got out of the clutches of Derek Thomas on the final play, where Derek Thomas should have had another sack. It would have been very easy for Dave Craig to just roll up into a ball and start whimpering, and instead he just shrugged him off with his little 5'6" frame and his little tiny little baby arms, and flung it. And what a play. What a great moment. Megan says we need some Cosell too. Subject, what he feels about Pete Carroll and John Schneider in the draft. Well, I'll tell you, Megan, Gak, Roger, they were saying they were dead. People were looking at John Schneider and Coach Carroll, and they were taking the dirt in gobfuls, burying and backing it up on their casket. And they came out indubitably into this preceding draft and found a switch not yet unguided in their approach. I have not been this exacerbated in my awe in years. There has not been a team that has handled the draft with this type of acumen or approach. I can only sit back and wonder. It's as good as I got. As good as I got right now. I don't know why my impressions are right there today, Megan. So I don't know. I'm trying to get there, but. Greg, can you do a Scarface impression? Everybody say hello to the bad guy. Say hello to the bad guy. Now the Coelho. Lana Cole should be good. Should be good in the morning. You need me to be the bad guy. You need me to be the bad guy, the Hawksnest. You need me to be the bad guy. I can do a little bit of Scarface. He's tough. Say hello to my little friend. Let me tell you about this. Let me tell you. First you get the offensive line. Okay? First you get the offensive line. Then you get the running back. Then you get the quarterback. Then you get the Lombardi. Okay? Then you get the Lombardi trophy. That's America. Okay? That's America. Okay? You just want to say, Chula? Just want to say? Every once in a while I can do Scarface. I got to be in the mood for Scarface. And Megan, yes, Pumpkin is a daddy's girl. You better believe it. Better believe it. Sean says Watkins very good. It's okay today. Sometimes I can do it when I can get my walking right. I can get it really good, but sometimes it's a little. Sometimes you can't get it all the time. You gotta have the whispers. Walking whispers. He talks all the time. And he's back up here talking high, and he goes back down. You listen to me. I'm gonna tell you everything. You tell him when you see him. You saw evil personified. The devil himself was sending fear. It's going to become an impression channel, folks. Less talks, more impressions. Sorry, we're going this route. Brock Pritchard. I'd like this team to give Levi Lewis a chance at quarterback one. Well, Brock, I think that one thing that Carroll has proven in his past history and his approach to the quarterback position is that he's willing to let the best man win. And I think if he's not married to having his guy that they've paid $40 million a year to, I think that he's more open to letting that happen. They had Tavares Jackson here. They went out then that offseason, paid a startling $26 million, I believe it was, to Matt Flynn to bring him in as basically a de facto starter to push Tavares Jackson. And then they still drafted Russell Wilson. And it would have been very easy to say, okay, ride with the veteran that can be the game manager rather than the rookie who's going to be bumpy and is going to go through his rookie mistakes and he's going to take some time to develop. And they chose that path instead with Russell because he was the one who had won it. He's the one who in that competition looked the best. You heard this from reporters who were watching the action on the scene as it was going down. He had separated himself. So if Levi comes out there, Brock, and he separates himself from these other quarterbacks on this roster, and being that they're not exactly entrenched in their positions outside of being backups, he can certainly take that job. But he's going to have to, it's going to have to be something, it's going to have to be kind of as eye-opening as Russ was coming in, where he just takes control of the team and he's acting like a veteran already, and he's got the components certainly to his game that are a little bit different than the other quarterbacks on the roster. I'll give him that. Specifically the mobility element to what he can do. That's the little bit of maybe a place that can give him an advantage where you have more of your traditional throwing kind of guys in Eason and Locke. Locke's got some mobility, but he's really more of a thrower, right? Geno Smith's more of a thrower. So he's got maybe a bit of a chance with that, Brock, but he's going to have to earn it. Joe Mann says, Chris Walken voice, we need a quarterback that can see above those linemen. We need a quarterback that can see above the linemen. He's too short. I see his back of his shoulder pads. It's just too small. You can't see over the top. What's he going to do? He's going to throw it in the back of the helmet of the lineman. What's that going to do? Catch his own ball, run. Touchdown, Russ. Great play. You could have just thrown it over the top, but you can't see. We need a bigger quarterback. Skyscraper. Moto says, Craig is also why teams don't like drafting quarterbacks with small hands. Lots of fumbles. 153 fumbles for Mr. Craig. Third, only to Brett Favre and Warren Moon. Yeah. He certainly was the poster boy for that, to your point on that motive, and that was his bugaboo. That was the place where he could never kind of get around it, and especially if he got blindsided, it was over with Dave. If he got blindsided and he didn't have a chance to feel it coming and kind of brace, that ball was, you're going to watch the sad bounce the ball would take on the AstroTurf, where when a football hits the AstroTurf, it would always do that wonky thing where it hits first and then it goes up higher on the bounce than its initial point of hitting, which just makes it seem like it's sitting there spinning that much longer in air as everybody's trying to go and recover the ball. And you got poor Craig on the ground with some lineman on him, his shoulder pads up into his ear, just looking at the thing, looking at the ball wistfully. Vagabond says, I absolutely love the Walker pick. I took a nap during the draft and woke up just after they had made the selection. Did a fist pump and then pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Oh, you weren't dreaming, Vagabond, and there were a lot of people that had Walker. I didn't have him as my number one, number two back for me, but a lot of people, I'm sure you maybe included, had him as your number one running back. And to come with the best running back in an entire draft into the second round is tremendous value, even for a devalued position like the running back position. And I think that it's very hard to hate on this pick. We were speaking about in the last show we had, Vagabond, about you look at the recent history of the last 4 years and the top running backs on the top 20 running backs in the NFL for a 4-year period. If you look at those running backs and you go, okay, who was taken in the top 3 rounds? You're sitting at somewhere in the neighborhood of 88% of those running backs from on that list were taken in the first 3 rounds, and probably beyond that in the first 2 rounds you're looking at like 70%. You've got to give up the value to get back. You've got to give up the draft value to get the returns back on the running back. I think you can't just do that alone. You've got to take care of the line as well and almost do that first and foremost. But the Seahawks did that, so they took care of both aspects. And you should get excited, Vagabond. Second in college football last year in broken tackles. Zone scheme fit runner who's played in a pro style offense, who's going to be ready day one to go. He will be. Charles Riley says, subscribe, and I dare people to better themselves by becoming a Hawks Nest member for a nominal fee. Well, thank you for mentioning that, Charles. Please do hit that like button if you could for me, please. It does help me out tremendously and helps me grow. As well as if you want to become a member of the channel, we are continuing to expand the memberships of the benefits of the membership package. We're doing some film breakdowns right now, the quick and dirty kind of film breakdowns on some of the recent prospects we took in this draft. So we're going to be doing some more specialized content for the members and folks like that as I can. But thank you for mentioning that. I really do appreciate it. And thanks for hitting that like button, Motive. Hawks or the Aces, I'm not sure this team is going to be as bad as most y'all guys are thinking. I feel Drew Lock or Gino will do just fine. Many doubters, just saying. I agree with you, Hawks or the Ace. I'm on board with you, and they very well could surprise us. Kind of the whole conceptual basis of this particular show today is me trying to present a little bit of the beginning argument. It's not today's full show. This one's coming in a couple weeks because we're going to have to also discuss within this the special teams and defense because it all comes together. But there is certainly a plot that exists, a feasible plot that exists to this upcoming season where the Seattle Seahawks do find a way to get into the playoffs. Is it the likely one? Maybe not. But is it a feasible one? Yeah, it's not completely outlandish just because we lost Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner that there's now no chance and no opportunity that we get the playoffs or Geno Smith or Locke as your quarterback. Because of the fact you're not asking them to run the whole show like a starting quarterback. You're asking them to be a game manager. Jeffrey Nicholson says, I can see Rashaad Penny and K9 looking like a Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt type combo. K9 breaks tackles like Nick Chubb. I could see a little bit there. I mean, I could see them in their productivity. Penny's a little different than both those two guys. I think K9's got a little more Kareem to me on his game than necessarily Chubb. But I can kind of see the tackle breaking element makes sense. Kind of the effortless way that Chubb breaks tackles. K9 does the same thing with the way he does. He goes about his business. He's not a hard guy in breaking his tackles. He makes it look very simple and easy at times where guys are just sort of sliding off of him. Why says we might have the best set of skill players in the NFL, average line play. I believe it will be at least that in average quarterback play, and this is a top 10, 15 offense. It's possible. It's possible. I don't know if we've got the best skill position players in the NFL. That might be a little bit over. But I mean, depends, I guess, on how good the running backs are, I suppose. Joe Mann says Kenneth was worse than Craig, though. Was he? Was Kenneth? I didn't remember Kenneth being. I know Kenneth had his share of the turnover thing too, but I didn't remember him being that bad with the fumbles. With Craig, it was like a couple times a game that ball was coming out. What did somebody say? 153. That's a lot of fumbles. It's a lot of spicy meatball. SFY, what's up, man? How you doing? Sfi, SFY. How you doing, man? Polly's up skimming the juice, Sean. I'm just up doing the wicked do. I think Polly took over his mom's comedy club. So I think he's running the comedy club down there. I forget what it's called, but I forget. Sean Proper, I really hope one of the quarterbacks for the 2022 is the answer. We'll have to pay him a mid-level salary in 23, but that means we'd be able to use the 23 draft capital on young, cheap, talented position players. Well, it'd be awesome. I mean, hell, you got him on a cheap, like you said, you got him on a cheap salary for the most part. Yeah, the salary would go up a little bit if you have him play a lot. But Sean, if you're able to get your quarterback from one of what's on the roster right now, that is, to your point on that much more an able approach for you to be able to build out the rest of the team. And the approach of this as it stands is to build the super team, is to build the team that can go out there and dominate without the reliance on the quarterback being the main driver of that. So yeah, it just helps you. It helps you reaffirm your team building philosophy to not have to go take that quarterback. I would reckon to say though, Sean, I do think that when this is all said and done, we're going to be watching them take a first round quarterback in next year's draft. I don't think they're going to wait another year. I think they had the stones to wait this year. I just my gut feeling and instinct on this is they wouldn't wait another one. Moto says that is another quarterback story that I liked and it was better than advertised. It was sad when he left Washington to go coach high school football in Texas. Must have missed. Oh, Parkey. Rick Mang says, once Walker gets going, Penny will be an afterthought. Carson, injury prone. Self should be cut already. Rick Mang, the last part of the thing, 100%. I think there's no reason to have Chris Carson on the roster at this point. I'm not trying to be cold to Chris, but $3.5 million is a lot of money to save, and he's just too injured. Just too injured over the course of his career. I just can't. I don't want to pay running backs already, and this guy just can't stay healthy. I wouldn't be as certain that Penny is overtaken by Walker as quickly as you might think. It's possible. I think that they're going to share the carries, at least to some degree. But I think Penny's going to truly get an opportunity this year to be the bell cow back. He's going to get 10-plus carries a game if he stays healthy, in my opinion, probably in every single game he plays in. And if he does that, good news is, in the course of his career, when he's been given 10 carries or more to run a football game, I think I had this stat put together a couple weeks ago. I think he's averaging something like 6.3 yards per carry or something like that in his career when he's had games of 10 or more carries. The Seahawks are very aware of that stat at this point, and it's more than sample size data here. I'm talking about an 11-game stretch where he had well over 1,000 yards. So we'll see. We'll see on that, Rick Mang, but don't be surprised if Penny ends up kind of continuing to break out next year. Good to have you back in your mark. HB, Uncle Will is essentially a sixth O lineman on the field. If he stays healthy, I'm okay with the contract. Other teams were offering him the same money. I'm not going to get as turned up on, or turned out on the problem with Will or be as angry on that signing. It's more of how they spent the money in totality for me, HB. When I look at, you have $53 million to spend, what did you get for your money? And when I look at what they got there for their money in free agency this offseason, much like in 2020 offseason, it's the same way, where I feel like you should have gotten more for what you spent out. I wouldn't be mad with Will if it was Will and this and that and something with the use, but at the end of the day, it's also understandable because they took the contractual approach of 1, 2, 3 year deals that weren't going to, where they could get out of them in a year or two very easily. So there was, even though they spent up their money quickly on short-term deals, it was in the name of flexibility and more cap space into the future, which, yay, more cap space into the future when we're truly in a position to compete at that time. Sean Proper, all this talk of college quarterbacks in 23. Gardner Minshew is an unrestricted free agent next year. Solid, less expensive option at quarterback if the Hawks aren't in a position to draft a rookie they like. I've said that it's another position we could look at too with this as far as how they look at the quarterback position. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the draft. I think they're going to address the quarterback somewhere, and I think it's likely to be the draft because you have 2 first-round picks, and you're potentially going to have 2 high first-round picks. Minshew's an option there, Sean. Maybe a Lamar Jackson's out there and available at that point. Maybe there's a guy available that we're not even thinking about that, right now everybody's certain is going to be on that team and is there for the long future, and then suddenly something happens in the offseason and he becomes available. I would tend to think that the team would not be closed to any possibility when it comes to this. They'll just look to where they can upgrade the position moving forward. So it's possible with Minshew. I do wonder, what is he going to be paid on with his next contract? What is this, less expensive option at that point? Are we talking $30 million for Minshew? Is it $25 million a year for Minshew in that mid-tier quarterback area? And is that worthwhile at that point? Jeffrey Nicholson says Chase Stern coming in with a big dono. Chase Stern always coming in with the sport of the channel. He's come in with big donos before, and he knows I appreciate him for it. So Chase is awesome. Sean says, I'm a Bryce Young believer. Haven't bought into Will Levis as of yet. Understandable, man. We all got when it comes to quarterbacks, I've learned this doing this a couple of years and looking at the quarterbacks in the draft. We all have our kind that we lean towards and becomes kind of our guy with it. And I'm just excited, Sean, to be able to have another year of tape with these guys to look through where we get to see more refinement and more of they built on. And that will inform us that much more on the potential that's there for all of them. Herzad says, I'm telling you, Cameron Ward from Washington State, and he's Quandre's cousin. All right. We'll see. Ryan says, and to think all the rookies will have a year under their belts in 2023. Yep. Exactly why when you're setting the stage right for the quarterback, right? Because you've got guys that aren't just super green across the board. Now he's got some guys with some seasoning in there, guys that'll be ready to help him out, to allow him to be in a position to succeed. And this is what, when we looked at the blueprint of not only 2012, but the blueprint of those teams that have gotten to the Super Bowl and done it on the back of, I've got a quarterback on his rookie contract, I've got a great team around him, and a real solid offensive line in front of him. They got all of those components in place before they got the quarterback. And then they put the quarterback in. And Seattle is replicating that right down the line right now in how they're setting the stage for this. Jaron Sund says, we got 2 firsts and 2 seconds next year. That Wilson trade looking pretty good at the moment. Yeah, not bad, huh, Jaron? Not bad. One reason people were saying at the time we should have taken, still some people say we should have taken Chicago Bears 3 first-round picks the previous year. And I still say no, we got more value this year from the Denver Broncos than we would have gotten last year from Chicago's pick. Because let's not forget, Chicago's pick was 20th overall in the first round last year. And if they have Russell Wilson, that might be the highest that pick ever gets. And at 20, you weren't getting your quarterback of the future, and you weren't getting anywhere near as good a player as Charles Cross is at number 9 this year. And then you look at the Fant and Locke and Shelby Harris, and then you've got the extra first and second next year too on top of it, Jaron. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Not to mention the fact, again, the Denver Broncos are probably going to be playing in the toughest division in football. They'll be a good team, no doubt. Russell will help them, no doubt. Still playing in the toughest division in football, and as we've learned, iron can sharpen iron sometimes, and sometimes it can just bend the iron back the other way. Sometimes iron on iron just destroys both pieces of iron. Bud Inlet's in the house. What's up, Bud? Cliff Ewell says, you might remember Dilfer got that ring with a great defense, a good running game, and a forgotten solid line that was built in the draft. I did forget that one a little bit on that one, Cliff. That's a great example of another one where, Dilfer was being asked to make a throw or two a game sometimes, or some games just literally just don't intercept the ball, don't throw a turnover, don't put the defense on a short field, make them earn everything. But you can do, there's some examples in NFL history of game managers making it work. And it's, if you're doing things properly, it's a sort of a step-by-step process and how you have to build the team out to get that quarterback in to make that work then. But there certainly is a model in place for making that happen. And it's one that I can kind of get behind the more I think about. I know that it's not as much a road that's been traveled, but it's a road that even this team traveled not 10 years ago. So not only is it one that, you're having to try to replicate from the, you mentioned like the 04 Ravens, or we're going to look at the, 99 Tampa Bay Buccaneers or whatever, the 2000 Buccaneers, or, the, 90 Giants team, right? We're going to some of these teams that were really driven by their running back. They had the rest of the line, they had the rest of the team in place. All the rest of the team. They didn't any other parts that were questionable, no real weak links. But offensive line also sits within that, and that's the blueprint, Cliff. And they're fitting to it right now, which is awesome. 13th man, what's up, man? Good to see you in here. Jaron Son says, you're drinking whiskey, Brandon? No, I'm drinking coffee. It's a Wednesday night, Jaron. It's a Wednesday night, man. Herbicide says the Chargers guys were saying Uchenna is good with the run. Can't wait to see him play. He is. I watched, I think, three or four games of the Chargers when we first signed him, just to take a look at his play. It was the part that I was most impressed of when I was watching him. The two things that most impressed me with Uchenna is, number one, his ability to set the edge in the run game and be a factor there, where you're not only is he setting the edge in the run game, but if the flow of traffic comes back on the inside part of his shoulder, he'll be able to make that tackle. So he can kind of do both of the different parts in the run game. And then just his assembly of moves. He's not a one-trick pony guy. He has a couple of different things that he can throw at an offensive lineman. He can set an offensive lineman up to the inside and get him to the outside and vice versa. A little bit of my first move doesn't work, I don't have a second move to go to. So I think a little bit of his pass rush got overstated at the jump herbicide when we signed him, but a little bit of his run stuffing ability also got understated. So adjust that as you will. Uchenna with 8+ sacks. I think he'll get 8+ sacks. I think they're going to put Darrell Taylor on the strong side of the formation, which will put Uchenna on the blind side. And I think that's going to put him more in a position to get to the 8-sack point. Agreed. I can see him there. Moto says Kenneth Walker runs a 4.38 dash at the 22 combine. Okay. So you had Akers at 4.46 and him at 4.38. So, I mean, almost a second faster and you see that on tape between them. Akers was more quick than he was fast. Short area quickness was more Akers' game. Polly Hickman, are you still anti-Schneider Carroll, or has the successful offseason changed your mind? Well, I would say, Paulie, I'll go with a couple answers here on this, because nothing's ever really simply for me on black or white. I usually am pretty in shades of gray, and it might be a little darker shade or a little lighter shade of gray. I look at the offseason in general, and the two main things that stand out that I really like are the changes on the defensive side of the ball and the draft. But it's not been a complete home run of an offseason for me. As I was speaking about a moment ago, you had $53 million to spend this offseason, and you took the same approach you took in 2020, which did not bear out very good results from that free agent spending. Now, I understand maybe they took this approach conservative-wise because they didn't want to put a lot of money out there for a team that was not ready to compete, and that they were looking at more a couple years down the line. But yes, I had to finally get around to answering your question on this. There is a softening from my standpoint. At the heart of my criticism of Coach Carroll and Schneider, it was one in the same thing, and that there are a variety of issues right now with this team and ball club, and those issues stem from schematics to philosophy to drafting to spending of money. But really, those issues all come out of one place at the end of the day. And that is not learning your lessons. Making the same mistake over and over and over again. Because we're going to make mistakes, but do you correct them or not? Well, what the Seattle Seahawks have done, at least as it concerns the draft, for instance, Paulie, in my opinion, this offseason, is they've corrected their process and how they've drafted. They went more best player available on the board. They built to the offensive line stronger, in my opinion, than they have in recent years past. They didn't reach on a quarterback just because they needed one, or because the public was telling them they got to go get one. They said, no, these guys aren't worth it. We got to get the rest of the team in place before we get that. The defensive change is much in the same line, Paulie, right? Where you heard Paulie, Coach Carroll at the combine, literally, I'm taking him verbatim. I'm not overstating this when I say this. We had gotten a little arrogant in our approach. And what he was talking about was exactly the things I had been talking about. Things that people would flame me in the chat for speaking about over the past year. Where I would say they're running this cover 3 approach with zone-based principles, and they've got no adjustments to make, no changes. It's just the same thing they're trotting out. And once again, we get back to my base issue there, which is learn your lessons. Make your mistake. We all make our mistakes, but learn the lesson from the mistake and correct it. And so what they've done with both the draft and the change in defensive philosophy this offseason is start to correct those mistakes. So, Paulie, they can win me back, but they got to win me back by fixing what they've had as a problem, and then what they've been so, I'm not going to use the word arrogant here, but just so, stubborn in their approach not to change and not to find a different pathway and approach to it. So they can bring me back to it. I've long said, though, Paul, it's them, showing me in action, not words, that you've learned your lessons and that you're going to try different things. Doesn't mean these things will necessarily 100% work. This offensive line this year probably might come out and maybe Cross underperforms and Lucas underperforms, but the process will have been smart. Their approach will have been intelligent, and I'm not going to knock that. That's the only thing I end up knocking, is when you're doing stuff that's kind of obviously dumb and stupid. And there were some, it was sort of reaching that point. When Carroll uses the words like arrogant, it's because you kind of reach to that point of, this is taking a little bit too long for you guys to come to this realization. It shouldn't have taken us to get all the way to this point where you burned out a Hall of Fame quarterback and you're sitting on $46 million of dead money now, and it shouldn't have taken that. But it's all good. We move on. Got some Top Gun love. Top Gun coming out soon. Hell yeah. How does anyone pay Pete Prisco for his opinion? He said K9 is a between the tackles power back that does not make many big plays or show any speed. Comped him to Frank Gore. Frank Gore? Oh, shoot. Yeah, Pete Prisco, he pissed me off 10 years ago when I was like, why does he hate us so much? What's this guy's problem with us? But then I learned about the sex shop. There was a sex shop incident where he had a something about Mary zipper incident that occurred in a sex shop. I will say no more. I'll say no more. But, there was bleeding, running up and down the streets of Seattle, calling for an ambulance. It was just not Pete's best day. So I understand now at this point, I understand. I get it. He's got his beans over his Frank. Megan says, thank you, B. Been missing the Cosell. Anytime, Megan. I wish it a little better. Joshua Old School says, tuned in the middle of the Cosell bit. Took me a minute to remember what decade we're in. Well, I'll tell you, Joshua Old School. We're always got Cosell on the mind here. As I'm waiting for this pugnacious Seattle Seahawk Emerald City crew to once again prove their rampacious nature and their undulating formations that are impossible to be stowed upon. David Casey says, Portland tapping in right back at you, Portland. What's up, David? Deadly, yes, nice impression. I try, guys. If I'm feeling it, they ain't feeling as quite good tonight, but they're kind of right in there. Alexander Matthews says, do Arnold Schwarzenegger from Total Recall, the scene where he pulls that big bug out of his brain through his nose reaction of Russell Wilson leaving. That's very specific. Why are you leaving me, Russell? Why are you leaving me? Or no, it'd be like, how do you... This is a scene in Total Recall where he's got to pull out the thing and... That's my Arnold impression of pulling out the tracker out of his nose. Have I watched Severance? I haven't. Have I watched Severance? No, I don't think I've watched Severance. It's Hoof says, I thought I was watching the Hawks Nest, not Christopher Walken. I'm telling you, it's Hoofs. It sometimes becomes my show. Brandon's got to sit in the back and wait for me to talk on my Hawks. Joshua says, yep, that's the one and only reason I got hope for this team. That through competition, the best man will be QB1, not their draft order or incumbency. Yeah, I think there's more in general, Joshua, too. I think that this is where the team is moving overall, is into the state of being more about now competition ruling the day across the board. Less about we've got our guys in their spots, we paid the money to. You're not paying your money to a lot of guys. You got a few here and there, but it's fewer and fewer and far between, for good or bad in that respect. But certainly when it comes to the quarterback position, because they had the stones at one time to go with a rookie Russ, after you just paid $25 million or Matt Flynn. I mean, you would have thought at that time if they had to pull towards it, especially the quarterback position, to have to pay their guy, they would want to, even just for the show of it, to throw Matt out there for one game, and then if he fails, it's like, Well, he wasn't what we thought he was, but they didn't even give him one start. They just went, it's Russ. He's won this job. And I think they will. I think that they will lean into that. Why do I says, love some of the new guys' nicknames: Cross, Sweet Feet, Walker, K9. In your consideration, the Boye Mafia. That's a tongue twister there. I like that. The Boye Mafia. Okay. Deadly says, who was your number 1 and number 2 running back? I was a little more of a Breece Hall guy. The gap narrowed the closer we got to the draft, like at the start of the early evaluation process, because I do try to go back and rewatch some tape on certain guys I've already evaluated, especially if I'm maybe hearing some stuff that is differing a little bit of what I saw on my initial viewing. And that was the case with Walker, where I was really feeling like I'm missing, I liked him a lot, but I felt like I should have been liking him a little bit more. And this is prior to the draft. And then you go back and you watch it, and it's more of now the subtle stuff you're watching at the running back position that isn't as easy to see, that I didn't give as much weight to. For instance, his balance on contact. It was there, it was on the tape, but I didn't kind of appreciate it as much as just how easily guys slide off of him. The speed that is legit, and it is there, and he does use it to his benefit. And you put some of the things together now on his game, and that's where it starts to be more of a special element to him as a runner, where it's not just his shiftiness, not just the speed, not just the quickness, not just the vision, not just the contact balance. It all kind of comes together to make the player and separate himself from what you get as your everyday normal running back. I still lean at the end of the day, Deadly, to saying he's my number 2 in this last draft. But Penny's my number 1 back for the upcoming season, if that's what your question was. Daniel Bailey says, I'm curious about Caleb Ellaby. His highlights were much better than I thought it'd be. Can make a lot of throws. Has intangibles too. Good leader character. Yeah, I was okay with what I saw on tape from him. I mean, I didn't see a lot of restricted throws from his game. A little bit of a lack of velocity maybe, but he gets the ball gets there eventually. And not bad. He's not like a weak arm, noodle arm guy necessarily. I'm interested to see what he can do. It's going to be hard for these undrafted rookie free agent quarterbacks to come in here, because you have 3 guys that are all going to be chomping at the bit in front of them to try to get that number 1, to get out, to make the team, and to be, even the number 1 quarterback. And I think that's going to mean probably less reps for those undrafted rookie free agents, because you've got only so many reps in camp, right? No more 2-a-days. And so you're going to have to divvy it up as you can divvy it up. So while there will be competition as king here, those undrafted free agents are going to have to make a lot of hay while the sun's shining. They're going to have to be very efficient with their reps in camp if they're going to really truly get into that discussion in their rookie year on the team, and not just be a practice squad guy. Ryan Ball says Russell Wilson is the 12th quarterback for the Broncos since Peyton Manning retired. Haha. The number 12 is always going to be with Wilson. It will. Everywhere he looks. It'll be like that movie, what was the number 23 with Jim Carrey? Just everywhere he looks, he's seen the number 23. It's magical. It's magical. Oh, it's magical, I'll tell you. It's real magical. Yeah, it is. Adler Parmley says, Hawks Nation, I'm ready for the schedule release. You better believe I am too. I'm stoked for the schedule release. It's going to be interesting to see how it divvies up too. Do we get Russell opening night? Opening day? Ugh. That'd be a crazy way to open up the season. It'd be cool. I'm here for it. Mark Cardigan, NFC get is garbage. It's a real possibility. It is, Mark. And you got to factor in a conference strength into this. And then factoring in not only conference strength, but having 3 quarterbacks, Rams, Tampa Bay. I can't remember the other team. Who am I forgetting? Oh, Rodgers. He's so easy to forget. So easy to forget that guy. That MVP. You got 3 guys there. One's, I think, 45. One's heading into 40s. And the other guy in Stafford was playing through, I think, a variety of injuries last year, and he's been fairly beat up in his career. A lot of tire taken off that tread. Wouldn't shock me in the least you get a couple injuries, a weakened NFC already. And then it suddenly becomes kind of like I said, it's an any man's game at that point. Then that's that Michael Singletary. This is our kind of party, baby. I'll be all day. This is my kind of party, baby. You guys ever see that clip with Singletary on the Soldier Field? This is the kind of party we like, baby. We like this kind of Potter. Makes his comedy store B. Oh. Why do I says DK Tyler fan Penny K9? There are a few teams you would argue for over Seattle's starting skill players, assuming running backs play well. San Francisco, the Bills, Los Angeles Rams, Dallas, not many in the same tier as Seattle. I think they're in the upper level tier. Don't get me wrong there, Whitey. So they're definitely in that contention. I think they're a little top heavy at receiver. And Fant is a really good talent, but he's also a guy that hasn't cracked more than 600 yards receiving in an NFL given season, I don't think. So is he in contention to say Noah Fant's a top 5 tight end in the sport right now? No, he's not. You're stronger at the running back position than other teams, so that's where maybe you counterbalance that. But yeah, I'd probably put the Rams better position. I don't know. Honestly, it's a really good question. Why do I? I'd have to kind of go team by team and think about it a little bit more from where I'm at right now. But we're certainly in that top tier. Just to say that we have the best feels like there's like 3 teams at least that if I thought about it, I'd be like, well, that team and that team and that team, for sure these guys. But then I say that, and I'm not putting my money on the table here because I can't exactly come up with examples. You might be onto something with this. Zink, since we lost Russell Wilson as our quarterback, who do you want as our quarterback besides Drew Lock and Geno Smith? Don't know how to spell Geno. No, you did it. You nailed it, man. Zink, there's a guy coming out of the draft next year. And obviously we get a nice full another season of college football to figure out who is the guy that should earn these stripes. But Will Levis for me is he's right there as far as getting me as excited as Trevor Lawrence did coming out. I liked, and he's a different quarterback than Trevor Lawrence to a certain degree, but, and they got some similarities too, but Will Levis out of Kentucky, quarterback will be in next year's draft, is the guy that is my early front runner. I think he's got everything you want in a quarterback position in the modern era, including a little bit of that sense of something that you can't quite quantify as to it's his big arm here or he's got that stuff, but there's something else beyond it too. And I'm going to probably watch every single one of his games this upcoming season. So I'm going to be very interested to see where his development goes, but he stands out to me. Why do I says, I was thinking how Fan has a chance to show out with the right scheme, which raises the question, who is the best Seattle tight end ever? Mike Tice, Zach Miller, Jimmy G. Well, you got to knock Jimmy G out of the realm of the argument because Jimmy G can't block. And so you can't have the best tight end all time, a guy that is not just bad at blocking, but atrocious at blocking. Zach Miller and Mike Tice both could do both components of the game. In my opinion, longevity has got to matter for something at some point. And Zach Miller had a very short run here, fought through, I think, a little bit injuries while he was here. Mike Tice has got a little bit more of that longer span, in my opinion. And so Mike Tice, to me, is your best tight end in Seahawks history. Miller was a little more talented as a pass catcher and receiver. But I think Mike Tice, overall with longevity, is the better player. Robbie Grayuski says, love the Abraham Lucas third-round pickup. Huge value for the Hawks. Very well said. And oh my goodness, let me give my respect here really quick. Appreciate Eric Trench coming in with a fat $50 donation. My God, Eric Chase, you guys are coming in hot tonight. Thank you so much to you. Very kind of you to do so on that. Big dono day. Woo! He says, assuming Penny stays healthy, which is a big assumption, and Carson doesn't play this season, how much playing time do you see Walker getting his rookie season? Loved how well the draft went and really enjoyed your show. Keep it up. Well, Eric, you keep up the $50 donation. Thank you so much, my guy. You're very, very kind. I'm always a little bit in awe when we get such a big donation. I feel like thank you doesn't quite cover it. You know what I mean? So thank you so much for that, though. Very kind of you. Let's address first the injury thing with us on this, Eric, just quickly with Penny. Penny's had really 2 big injuries that have come along here. It's the broken hand when he first walks in, which is obviously something we were not going to point to as necessarily something that's liable to happen again. That's a kind of a freakish injury. Then there's the torn ACL. And he suffers the torn ACL at the end of the year, very deep into the season when it happens. And this is important because though he's able to come back deep into the realms of the next season, it's really takes at least a minimum of that year to come back from that injury. And then when he comes back, what happens with these injuries, even whether it be Achilles or a torn ACL, is that you have offshoot injuries that come out, soft tissue injuries that come out because the ligament in there that they've had to reset is now re-stretching out those muscles in there, and it's just throwing things a little bit out of whack as everything readjusts to the new, to the new positioning of things, so to speak. So even in the last year, Eric, when Penny was still having some of those soft tissue injuries, they were, in my opinion, related back to the ACL. Penny himself said this, so it's not me just necessarily pulling this out of my behind. He also pointed to that as well. And I think you got to remember with this that Rashaad Penny had this is reportedly came out from the Seahawks at the time that Penny was brought in. He had the cleanest medical evaluations of any player that they had taken a look at. So his college career, I don't think he missed a single snap. So he has a little bit of at least some ability to be out there consistently in his history. He's not like Chris Carson, I guess, Eric, and how I'm trying to say this, where you look at Chris Carson and I can go all the way back to his high school and find injury years throughout. He has not had 1 year that he's been able to be healthy during that whole time period. But it's not been that way with Penny necessarily. So I do hope he is a little bit able to get more healthy this year. I kind of harp on this on the front end of your donation with that, Eric, because I think that that's going to be a big driver to how many carries Walker ends up getting. Where if Rashaad Penny's healthy, this team's going to let him run. I did a breakdown, Eric. I wish I had the stat in front of me right now. I'd written it out, and then I've lost at the moment, I think, here. I might be able to find it here if I look into my community posts. But it's a very interesting stat in regards to when Rashaad Penny has 10 carries or more. Let me see if I can find it here really quickly. I, of course, can't seem to find it here at the point. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Because I got the stat in here, and I want to present this, guys, to you because I forgot about the stat. Well, not forgot about the stat, but it's just worth, again, mentioning and bearing repeat. Okay. I got the stat here for you guys, okay? I was looking for this. So when Rashaad Penny has had 10 or more carries in a game, he's done so in 11 games in his career, I believe is where he's at with that. So he's got 163 total carries in those games. You guys with me on this? 10 carries or more in a game, happened 11 times, has come out with 163 carries in those games over the course of his career. He's totaled 1,109 yards on those carries. That comes out, folks, and get this, Eric, that comes out to a 6.8 yard per carry average. So let me distill that down for you one more time. When Rashaad Penny gets 10 or more carries in a football game, which has happened 11 times, he averages 6.8 yards per carry in doing so. And the reason that this is important is if you talk to running backs, what they will tell you is very oftentimes, I need those extra carries to set the defense up, to get the feel for the defense, those type of things. And if you're missing that setup ability, it can hinder and reduce a little bit of your productivity. So I still fall back on Penny's going to be the guy riding for you, Eric, and then that's going to limit down Walker's touches to a degree. But it's more going to, I think, protect Walker in the first year as you get his feet wet and get him acclimated to the NFL game and what's going on. And I think he'll be very effective in those carries you do give Walker because he will be fresh. There's not going to be any hopeful rookie wall. You have to have him then hit because you're leaning on him too much. The good news is that, Eric, if Penny does go down, I think that this kid is ready to shoulder the load, and he can come in there and give you 200 carries in a season if you need him to do so at that point. So they have built in the insurance policy versus going back and again relying on Carson once again as your backup option if Penny can't run, or having them as your dual-headed attack, and now you have two guys who have had recent injury history as opposed to now just running with one who's you have a good reason to believe his injury history is behind him. But thank you for the $50 donation, Eric. Very kind of you to do so. A couple big $50 donations on the chat today. You guys are awesome. Awesome for doing so. Megan with the $5 donation says, B, not feeling the best after the trolls, getting a migraine, so I'm heading out for a bit and maybe back later. Well, thank you, Megan. I know it's tough. Heavy is the cred that wears the crown of being a mod on this channel, because we get hit sometimes from a variety of different places. Not even trolling other fans. It's all of the auto porn stuff that comes in. But I'm going to try to, Megan, set that setting. If that experimental setting that they have in place works, we're going to put that on point and see if that can't maybe lock this thing down a little bit better, a little bit more. But Robbie Grayowski, you mentioned the Abraham Lucas pick. In my opinion, Robbie, that was the best value pick in this entire draft. And that's saying something, because it was a draft full of value picks, guys that you were getting who should have gone maybe a round or two earlier than where they went. I had a late first round grade on Abraham Lucas. I considered him the best right tackle in this draft, and by far, 30 straight starts with Washington State, played in 2 different schemes. I had none of the worries about him in run blocking. He elite mover in space, tested excellent. I'm not really sure, Robbie, why he dropped to the 3rd round. In this day and age where linemen are so highly valued, how a guy like this falls all the way into the 3rd just boggles my mind, quite frankly. But he's good. He's going to be a great player for us. I have a lot of hope on his upside, but I also feel good about even where his floor is, and that he at least will be a solid guy for you kind of right from the jump. Always competes as Dave Craig had a huge heart and took a beating, but often kept us in the game. He did lose a few fumbles to his average hand size. He was a warrior when he played, just giving him some respect. Oh, and he deserved the respect to always compete. I'm not trying to throw shade at Dave at all. I crack jokes, but I got a lot of respect for Dave. And he was an absolute gamer. He didn't take any crap off anyone on the football field. He's a guy that you didn't have to question whether or not he was laying it on the line. He was laying it on the line, much like with Largent every time he played. And they were both very competitive and wanted to win. And it's a guy historically who's, not really viewed as highly as he should be. I was trying to figure out, let's see where he is here. Let's see where Dave sits. I know he's pretty high, but let's see exactly where he's at. So, make sure you don't have your ad blocker on. Don't ad block. Don't ad block. So Dave Craig's 23rd. Threw for 38,000 yards in his career. Not bad. Not bad, especially for a run-first offense that he was in for pretty much all of his career. They're gone. The bad men are gone. Deadly, was Collier a bust? I personally think so. Yep, Deadly. You can hear me calling him a bust on draft night. I've got a video on the channel of my draft reaction to Collier, and I said, draft night, the guy's a bust. Still lying on that. That's not his fault. I think he's tried pretty hard, but, sometimes you are restricted by your physical abilities, and he just didn't have the physical abilities to be a first-round pick. Perk Choppa, so you hate everyone is hating on Seahawks draft, even though it was one of the best? Perk, it'd be easier to hate if they had like some points that were actually one of those things where I'd be going, oh, solid point. Yeah, that's true. But all of their it's really weird. All of their evaluations of the people, and there are people that love the draft. PFF loved our draft. There's been some others that loved our draft. But those that have picked apart the draft, you start to look at the reasoning on it and you just shake your head and you don't take it seriously. I mean, to look at this draft in some way and go that there's not tremendous value here all across the board. I'm talking from 1st round to the 7th round. There's no reaches. Every guy is minimum drafted in what would have been the consensus appropriate place for them to be drafted. And most of the guys you're getting around later than they were supposed to go. This is looking even beyond the fact that you didn't reach for a quarterback when the entire rest of the NFL was telling you through the first 2 rounds of this draft, none of these quarterbacks were worthy. So you didn't fall in on that landmine, which in itself needs to be deserved props. You're building to the offensive line, which we know is a big harbinger for building a great offense and a great team with it. You then drafted to the edge early on, which is, again, a position that is premium like the offensive lineman. People knock the running back pick, but you got him in the 2nd round, not the 1st round. So the whole, and here's the thing too with it, Perk, again, to my criticism point on the people's criticism, their criticism is paper thin deep here. If they look at our draft, there's few of them that really are going to pick it apart. And when they pick it apart, they'll look at a pick like Walker and they'll say, well, Walker's a good player, but positional value. Well, wait, well, what are we talking about here? The positional value or the player that was picked? Is he a difference maker at the position? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess he's a division. He is kind of a difference maker at the position. Okay, then it's good value, second round. If we take Kenneth Walker 15th in the first round, if we take Kenneth Walker 25th in the first round, no, that's not good value. But number 10th overall in the second round, yeah. But I can't take him. Perk, they're silly. People are silly to criticize. They have plenty of reason to criticize recent Seahawks drafts, and I've been at the forefront of that. I've been standing on the front of that ship like Titanic, like I'm Kate Winslet with my arms out, going, I hate these drafts. I hate these drafts. But you can't do it with this one. It's an impossibility. It is impossible. It's like gravity. There's no way somebody could look at this draft and go, oh, dude, they missed that draft. That was awful. Where? Really? Bree says, did you watch Doctor Strange yet, Brandon? I'm a little depressed with the Doctor Strange stuff, okay? Because in this day and age, I'm not going to sit down and waste. My hours are too valuable at this point to be sitting down and wasting time if it's going to be rehashed, refab, redone, cookie cutter stuff. And I think what I've heard about the Doctor Strange movie is that they essentially bring in Sam Raimi like the hired gun stuff that Marvel does now, where you bring in a director who should be just given a chance to just incorporate his own personal vision to this particular movie, but everything has to be fit within the branded Marvel universe. And so you're getting like Diet Calorie Cola Sam Raimi. And as a kid that grew up on Evil Dead 2, that doesn't work for me. So I don't want to see Diet Calorie Cola Sam Raimi. I don't want to see aspartame Raimi. Okay. I want to see Raimi unbridled. And he should do, it would be cool to see Raimi do another Marvel movie like with, Spider-Man he did back in the day. But how do we let him run unencumbered rather than, we'll let him do a little bit, but not too dangerous. Kind of dangerous, but not too dangerous. No. Go in on it, man. If you're going to bring him in, let him go. It'd be like having Tim Burton come in and do a Marvel movie and then be like, yeah, don't incorporate any goth elements this time though, Tim. Could you? Keep the goth elements out. We feel like you're a little too heavy-handed with that. What's the point of bringing Tim Burton in then? Greg, how do you think Jamal Adams will do this season? Greg, I think he'll do good, but it's going to be based on one thing. And that's a thing that you couldn't always say this in recent years, Greg, because in recent years you'd say, well, I don't know if they're going to adjust the scheme to him. This year, finally, we know the scheme will be adjusted to him. Hurt spoke in his press conference about the fact that they had to do a better job of getting Jamal Adams in the right places to succeed and excel. And at the forefront of moving to this Vic Fangio defense that's going to be more unpredictable and is going to allow the safeties to play differently in their roles and be unpredictable in what role they're playing versus having a set role of I'm a free safety, so I'll play deep center field and I'll be a strong safety and I'll be playing up near the box. There's going to be a little bit of both playing both roles. But at the forefront of this, I think this move is being done partly to try to bear out some value still from this Jamal Adams situation and to try to put him in more of a position, Grug, where it's going to be similar to what he was doing with the New York Jets. Just as kind of a rover, a guy all over the board that you don't know where exactly he's going to come from, but he's just attacking wherever he is coming from. The big point here, though, is that it's not about scheme here. It's about health. And Jamal Adams right now has got a shoulder problem. He's got a shoulder problem that he had in high school. He had a shoulder problem that he had last year. He had a shoulder problem that he had this past season. So it's a major one. It's required multiple surgeries, I believe. And that along with the finger injury that I still think his fingers pop out on like half of his tackles. If you watch Jamal Adams, go back and watch Jamal Adams last year on some of his tackles. About 3/4 to half of them, he comes up and he always grabs those two fingers that got broken and he pulls them out like they've been dislocated and he's pulling them back out again. I don't know for sure if that's what's happening. That's what it looks like because then he does the grip motion after he does like, oh, God, that hurt. God, that hurt. I just pulled it back up, and I get that impression. So I do worry, Grug, about whether or not potentially his body has started to wear down just a little bit, or maybe that's a bit of the case. What's up, TJ? How you doing? This is a lock for MVP this year. Love it. Ryan Ball, I was just looking at stats. The Hawks were ranked 28th in yards allowed per game, but were 12th in points given up per game. Do you think our D will improve this year, and why? Yeah, I do think our defense will improve this year, Ryan, but I do think it improves because they've begun to change the things that were stifled within the old defense. The old defense, even up until the end and it reaching its final conclusion, was still good inside the red zone, and teams still had a hard time, even though they could move the ball between the 20s. Carroll still knew how to coach red zone defense and keep guys out of it, and maybe Norton was with them on that, so I don't want to discount Norton's ability as a red zone teacher as well. You're going now to this different defense, though, and I think it's almost going to bring about results just because you're moving off something that was stagnant for 10 years. It wasn't always stagnant through the whole 10-year period. It's just that over time, diminishing returns, teams figuring out the scheme, getting through the simplicity of it, you no longer having Hall of Fame players at those positions to overcome schematic advantages that would be built in. Those things started to fall away. And so this has driven you now to needing to build in those schematic advantages and to change to a defense that's more unpredictable. In fact, this defense, Ryan, you're going from a defense that was one of the more predictable defenses in all of football. What you showed pre-snap in coverage, for instance, was 94% of the time what you showed post-snap in coverage. That, by the way, led the entire NFL. If you look at the other end of that, right, the teams that were most varied in what they showed pre-snap to post-snap, it's essentially this Fangio style defense, Ram style defense, where you're essentially showing a look pre-snap to a quarterback, getting him to do his pre-snap read, and then post-snap changing out of it and hopefully creating confusion in the quarterback's head at that point because he's like, oh, hell, I thought I had saw this like that over there and this over there, but instead it's this. So I think that'll help improve it, Ryan. It's going to still be a work in progress. It's still going to also be heavily reliant on how well the pass rush does develop. And I'm not with a lot of confidence here, Ryan. I'm thinking it will improve, but I would love to have another pass rusher. I would have loved to have got a little bit from there. I can't though discount as well. You brought Shelby Harrison, Al Jefferson is rotational guys in there with what you already kind of have. Is it enough with the depth? Maybe you don't have the top end talent, but you got the depth. You can keep them rotated. Maybe that will be enough for them to be a better crew. So marginally better, Ryan. I don't expect a wide difference though necessarily. I still think Carroll knows how to teach red zone defense though, even changing this new defense. Alexander Matthews says, funnier said than done in real life, Brandon. My bad. Oh, I misread it. Alexander says also, Brandon, sometimes it's hard to get free agent players to come here now that we sort of have quarterback issues. It could be. I tend to, I'm starting to develop kind of a thought process when it comes to free agents anymore, and especially like we recruit, we're a place people want to come play. I think there's a little maybe of that. I don't know how much all that really, even at its height of heights, really worked in our favor. We're traveling 26,000 miles this season. Hold on. Sorry, one second. I'm hearing like another cat. It's throwing me off. So I don't have a lot of confidence, Ryan. I wish the team had a little more pass rush. I like Mafe, but I don't know how much you can expect out of him out of the jump. Owusu might be enough there with Taylor if Taylor develops And you got just enough pass rush there that can improve you a little bit from a defensive standpoint. They'll be better in the yards allowed. They'll probably rate you right around where they were in points allowed last year. And they may be where they improve the yards allowed per game, but then they actually get a little bit worse in points given up. That's also a possibility because there's going to be more of the no risk it, no biscuit approach to the defense. It's going to be a little more aggressive, a little more Jamal Adams blitzing, a little more embracing the blitz approach as opposed to dropping everything back in soft zone all the time. And I think that that's going to then open maybe the door a little bit more to the bigger plays hitting up over the top that they've had tended to protect against at all costs in prior years. Bree says, you should become an actor, man. Thank you. I like being a ham for you guys. I like acting up for you, trying to make you guys laugh if I can. Cooper Taxtol says, what do you think the starting corner group will be this upcoming season? I'm in on Kobe Bryant. I'm in on Kobe Bryant being pro ready, and he's going to come in and he's going to just take control of take the bull by the horns. I think Sidney Jones comes in and continues to look good on the other side. I think Trey Brown takes a bit of a minute to get back from his lower leg surgery this offseason, and that they probably end up taking it kind of slow with him to get him back and fully ready to roll. But I don't think those would be my two starters right now. Those are my early two predictors. But Bryant's really pro ready, and he's got familiarity with running zone and running off coverage zone and dropping into bail technique, and he's got that all in his kind of bag already. So I think his ramping up as opposed to other cornerbacks who might have to come here and kind of learn from a ground up kind of level of things, like a Tariq Woolen, for instance. It's not the same there with Kobe. Gregory Rice says, what are your thoughts on Nick Paul? I cannot find anything on him besides he's big and played offense, and Pete wants him to be a nose tackle. I don't know too much about him either, Gregory. I did a cursory kind of look over things. He's big, I think. That's the big thing, is he's really big, like huge. And with Carroll, Gregory, he loves those big. He's a size queen, as I like to joke. He likes his big boys, He likes his big boys. So they're trying to find their zero tech. It's the one thing, if you want to knock maybe what they would have been nice to come out of this draft that you weren't able to come out of with, is a good zero technique guy that can fill it up over the top of that center. I think Al Woods can do some of that. Maybe Brian Monet on a for a smidge there, but it certainly is an opening on this team. And if that guy could fill that role, that would be magnificent. I'm certainly reticent to believe he will, but that's what they're looking to try to do there. Joshua Castillo says, low key was interested in Nick Paul. Dude looked massive. I'll try to look up and see if I can find some more tape on him for you guys for the next show, if there is a little bit more depth to dig on that. I'd sort of kind of passed him over because I just thought it's Carroll back in the size queen thing, but maybe there's something to him. Brian Meyer says Cooper, Jones, Bryant, and Jay Coleman in the slot. I like it. Yeah. Cooper. Why am I spacing on Cooper, Brian? We got some pretty good depth. We got Artie Burns out there too. I do think Justin Coleman will take back over the slot. Cooper Taxtol, where do Ugo and Brown slot in then? I think Brown's a little bit, they take their time with him coming off the injury. He's in the competition there. It's more about liking where I think Kobe Bryant will be, and especially because he does fit with a little bit more of the 6 foot plus size realm versus Trey Brown. I think they love him, but I just think Kobe's going to be hard to keep off the field. And Sidney Jones really came along last year. He had his best year as a pro. Every single year of Sidney Jones's career, he's gotten better. And I think it's because he's finally getting that much further removed from that torn Achilles that he suffered on his pro day back in college when he was coming out. And so I'm as more high on those guys than I'm not trying to sound like I'm down on Brown. I do think, Cooper, that Ugo has a really good chance of being cut. I think his salary goes up a little bit this year coming into his, third, fourth season here. And he had kind of a down year last year. He's got a lot to prove right now coming into this season. So I think Ugo ends up probably released when it's all said and done. And that the Justin Coleman signing was kind of an indicator of this to me, that they're definitely looking for something better. Cooper backup fourth corner. I don't know why I'm spacing on the name right now. Corner depth. Let me look at this. What am I missing with Cooper? Oh, yikes. You must be thinking of somebody other than Cooper, because I'm not seeing any Cooper. You mean Artie Burns? Or Burns? Christmas says, I liked the tight end John Carlson, the Notre Dame guy with Maddie. He had a good couple of years. He had a pretty long career. I think he went on to the Vikings for a bit of a time, and he was solid. He was a little bit... He wasn't as good a blocker, but he's a good pass catcher. Holy $50 is right. Eric Trench bringing the love tonight. Love it. Along with Chase. Coming hard. Randall McDaniel with the $2 donations says, Rich rookie will have the highest PFF grade. Great question. The rookie with the highest PFF grade will be Abraham Lucas. Abraham Lucas will end up with the highest grade, Randall. He will come in with a 73 grade in his rookie year, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. He's pro ready, Randall. 30 straight starts at Washington State. He can do it all. Nobody's expecting anything out of him. Just come in and light up. Moda says, Pete says Nick Paul is the biggest man he's ever seen, way over 400 pounds. Thought he's listed at 385. I imagine moving space is not maybe his biggest asset to his game. Alexander Matthews, how about Christian Fourier? Again, a little bit like Zach Miller, where wasn't here for a very long time. Here for a hot minute. But when you look at him, double check on this, make sure I'm right. So we had him, I guess he was here for a few years. That's a good suggestion. It's 4, 5, 6. God, he was here 7 years. That was definitely a dark area. But not really much of a pass catcher there, right? So he 181 yards, 214 yards, 110 yards, 377 yards, 376, 237, 188. So that's not his best games, by the way, folks. That's his season totals over that time period. So 7 seasons, Fourier barely cracked 1,000 yards. You know, he was a pretty solid blocker. I'll give him that back in the day. He could block his tail off, but I don't know. I'm still leaning to the Tice man. Tice was a hell of a blocker. And good enough as a pass catcher. But I like it, Alexander. Good suggestion. Chris Smith says 3rd and short. Walker can go bowling ball as a rook. I'm happy with that. Me too. He's got in his game short area like that. He's got some power to him. He was able to push some piles on the tape I've been watching recently with him. Randall says Pellet Grills area where it's at. I have a Green Mountain. Oh, you're sorry, Charles. How do you spell Fourier? F-A-U-R-I-A. Grug, if Locke plays well this year, should we still draft a quarterback and trade Locke for some draft capital? If I'm not mistaken, if Drew Locke balls out this year, I believe is a free agent after the year. Let's double check that. I want to make sure I'm right tonight. I'm not feeling confident in my deals with this, so Drew Locke's played 3 seasons. He's going into his 4th season as a second rounder, so he's a free agent after this year. So you would have to franchise tag him and trade him, which means you need a team that was willing to then pay him to a big market deal. That would be great if you could pull that off, Grug. I think it's probably highly unlikely you're going to get a team to bite like that unless he really just had a real, like, Drew Lock just took a step forward. Oh my God, look where he's, gone now. Look what he's become. So I think that that's going to be a little bit built within the need of that. But even then, I think that that's long odds. And the likelihood of him playing good is that you end up letting him move on, call it a day, and that he's just a free agent at that point. Unless they really like him and then they just double back down on him and give him a contract themselves. If they really, I don't think they're likely to do that, but you never know. You never know. I think all possibilities exist here a little bit. Because we're talking about strange, all possible multiverses exist. And the one multiverse exists where Locke becomes the long-term future. I know, it's crazy. Christmas says, the mainstream media guys hate on our draft when they got exposed because we didn't draft a shitty quarterback. And then you're touching on the heart of this for me, Chris. It's one thing if you want to pick apart picks. Oh, you drafted this guy. That guy you drafted a round and a half, earlier than he should have gone. And then you take this guy and where's his fit on your defense? You already have a starter there. And then you grab this guy, which was 3 rounds ahead of where he should have gone. That's kind of a criticism that makes sense to me. Or to say, this player's raw. He's not going to get on the field for them for a long time. They needed production instantaneously from this position. What are they doing? That's a valid criticism. But when you look at the reason these guys are poking at our drafts, to your point on this, Chris, it's they didn't take a quarterback. Their draft sucks. And I'm saying that with the overstatement tone here, but it isn't kind of not an overstatement. They didn't take a quarterback. They're stupid for not doing so, is what they're saying. And then that they took a running back in the second round. That's horrible positional value. Their whole draft now is horrible. It's and it's why I don't take it seriously from them, because as somebody else pointed out, they're barely looking at us. They barely care to do even the most, surface level of research on the team and what they did in this draft. And so it makes their criticism to me empty and not even really worth our time to put much weight beyond it, because you don't judge a draft on the players you didn't draft. You judge the draft on the players you took. Are the players good or not? Are the players going to be above average starters? Is there star power at play on your draft class? Are you going to likely get instantaneous and long-term production from that draft class? Yes, yes, and yes. And if those are yeses, then all this other stuff is just minutia that we're talking about, as far as the positional value. And you have to have a quarterback. I mean, you have to have that quarterback. You guys don't have your quarterback. Where's you going to get your quarterback? You got to have it's not in the draft. We can't go get in there. Yeah, but you need the quarterback. Yeah, but these guys are getting overrated. They're going to get overdrafted. We don't want to reach, because then you guys are going to knock us for overreaching on a quarterback out of need, and then you'll pick us apart for that. And that's where we couldn't have won, Chris, because if we'd taken a quarterback in the first or second round, they'd be not doing nothing but crapping on us about taking a quarterback way too high versus what the talent was of the quarterback we took. Alexander Wheeler, did you see that apparently the only quarterback we were considering drafting was Sam Howell? I didn't. I don't know if I believe all that, because they had Desmond Ridder come in and meet with him, so I think they were at least considering him. And even with Sam Howell, if they're really considering Sam Howell, he went all the way to the 5th round. If they were really considering him, how seriously were they into him? If they were like, he comes up in the 5th round, they're like, nah, we'll just keep waiting. Maybe he drops to the 6th. Christmas says, we've come a long way since the year Dick had traded his whole draft for a running back. Yeah, those days are done. Those days are done. And, you did need in that time the running back to drive the offense. And most offenses, even then when Dick had made the move, though, it was already starting to move away from that. You had the West Coast implements in place across the board at various franchises. Passing was coming into vogue. It wasn't a good value even for back then. But yeah, we're beyond those days. And quite frankly, we may soon get beyond the days here very soon of a running back not going in the first round, but maybe in the late 20s at the highest as we move forward, and that being the standard. And it wouldn't surprise me in the least. Ethan Brandon, the only reason the analysts don't like our draft is because we did not take a quarterback. Facts. Blah, blah. Quarterbacks in this draft, according to quite literally every team except Pittsburgh, say quarterbacks in this draft suck. Yeah, and meanwhile, too, by the way, they're giving Pittsburgh a complete pass on taking Pickett at 20, which I know some people thought Pickett might be taken 7th, but again, they overreached on a quarterback to take Pickett, kind of as proven by the fact that no other quarterback was taken in those first 2 rounds outside of Pickett. But they get the pass for that. And then we get hammered for just taking the best player available on the board, which is what you're supposed to do in the draft. The same pundit that's knocking our draft, I guarantee, is the same pundit in some story at some point coming up to a draft who says, the worst teams fail at the draft by not going for best player available. Yeah. Andy Thomas is Sankrin Sam. I missed the reference on that, Andy. I'm sorry. I've heard that before, but I can't place it. Charles Riley, I wish Tim Burton would have directed The Last Jedi. It would have been a little more interesting, that's for sure. It would have been a lot more interesting than J.J. Crapham's. Ethan Techworld says, well, Brandon, every director who does an MCU film is under the watch of Kevin Feige. I can never say his name. I also think Kevin Feige is the best at his job in the industry. Also, Doctor Strange has so much Sam Raimi in it. It's not bland. It definitely feels like Raimi. There are a couple times you could argue R-rated, and it feels similar to the style of Superman 1 and 2. I'll definitely check it out at some point. Some of the reviews I've read on it are some of my fears with what maybe happened here. And look, Kevin Feige, up until Endgame, had me all the way with all these Marvel movies. I think that there's been a little bit of a drop once we got out of the end of Endgame. I think they're kind of trying to find their narrative feet here, and it's a little bumpy. It's a little bumpy. But I will watch it, Ethan. So don't get me wrong, I will watch it. But I've just heard a couple things on it. I'm like, I don't know. Peter Rabi, too much. What's up, Peter? Motive says, I really love the Ditka drafted first. He was so smug and didn't care about anything, though. He would smoke his cigars aggressively when he'd get asked about it. Why are you trading your whole draft? He's like, that's what I do. He's like, you sure it's a smart decision, Mike? But yeah, smug's the right word to use there. He was very much. He was so smug and didn't care. Wonder if it would have turned out better if RW didn't have injuries and a weed addiction. I don't know on that one. Hard to say. I mean, he ended up having a good career. Ricky Williams did. Christmas says, I think Adams retires 29 years old. 3 more seasons because his body, because he got a body that won't keep up. Hope I'm wrong. It's possible. It's possible. And we've seen players at different ages and different stages in their career start to break down. It's not always I'm in 32, 33 years old through my prime and now my body will start to go. Sometimes it does occur a little bit earlier, especially when you have an injury that continues to happen in the same place over and over again as has occurred in those shoulders. Ethan says, I thought the movie was great. I understand some of the criticism, but some of them I really disagree with. Check it out. I will, for sure, man. For sure. PTHV says, if you were to bet on the starting quarterback and running back, who would you put your money on? Mark your word. Laughing out loud. I would put my money on the starting quarterback being... I'll go with Locke. I think Locke wins it. And I think that Rashaad Penny is your starting running back as well. I think Locke's mobility pushes him just over the line at where Geno is. Whitey White says, the thing in every Sam Raimi film, a close-up of a screaming woman with the camera held at a 45-degree angle. Oh, he's got his signatures. Yeah, he's got his signature shots. The quick, it's not even a close-up. It's just he's taking the camera and just right up into the face. Whitey White, Shamarius Gilmore, Georgia. Seems like he has a chance to make the team. If he can learn center, he might work. Short but country strong. He's one of the more, there wasn't a lot of guys wide as far as undrafted rookie free agents in this year's undrafted rookie free agent class to Seattle that had me really very excited. Gilmore is one of those guys. He is, him and Blunt are probably my two favorite undrafted rookie free agents. You mentioned country strong. He is strong. Absolutely great functional strength. And he's got good mobility. So if he can pair those things together with the technique aspect and getting that a little more further refined and along, get his hands placement a little bit more cleaner than what I saw on tape when I watched him, he could be a player. He could be a player because usually you got a guy that's got one or the other. So he's got the strength, but not the ability to move, or he's got the ability to move, but not the strength. And Gilmore's got both, which to have that as an undrafted rookie free agent is helpful. And it can give him maybe a little bit of a pathway to finding his way on the roster. It certainly is as well. It's not like we got the center position locked down tight at this point, right? Why do I says Nick Paul's a two-gapper, as in fills two gaps at once? Dun-dun-dun. Tribe says, what's my cat's name? My cat's name is Pumpkin. So I originally got the cat with my ex back in the day, and it was supposed to be a birthday present for her. She wanted an orange kitten named Pumpkin like she had when she was a young girl. And the cat ended up choosing me. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Huh? Pumpkin for shizzle. That's right. Robbie Grayowski, you think drafting K1 indicates that the Hawks are going to cut Carson? I don't think he'll be the same player after his neck injury. I do, Robbie. I think their statements in regards to this have been a little bit more on the going from prior to the draft of, yeah, Chris is here. Chris is going to be here. He's great. Chris is awesome. Two-headed attack with Rashaad to, we were going to see where the injury's at. We're going to see how he's going to recover. It's kind of wait and see kind of, a little bit more of the difference again in how they kind of frame it a bit afterwards. Carson had spinal fusion surgery this past offseason, as I understand it, which is a scary thing to have. I've got a mom who's had this surgery. It's a very intense one to get. And then you've got all the other injuries he's already fought through over the course of his career. If I'm Seattle and I could save $3.5 million, Robbie, I don't know why you hold them on the roster at that point, knowing you're already too deep with the front stack. You still got Homer and Dallas on the roster, so it's not like after those front two guys, you're completely empty from a depth standpoint or having guys familiar with the team and the roster and the playbook. But I've long thought Carson's probably not long for the Seahawks world. I think that it's one too many injuries in my opinion. Pump kizzle for shizzle. That's how you say it in G-Funk, Jeffrey. I love it. Carson's retiring. It makes sense. It makes sense for him to do so. Nick injuries, to your point on that, Jeffrey, are not something to be messed with. Daniel W., I'm excited to see Russell Wilson play versus our 3-4 defense with Jamal blitzing, pretending to blitz. Russ going to look so confused. Also, we need more Scarface voice. That was just as great as the walk-in. Oh, you like it? Let me tell you. I'll work in some more Scarface, man. I'll get a couple more quotes. Get a few more quotes in there. I love quoting me some Scarface. That's just fun to do Pacino doing a Cuban. Jeffrey says, one wrong case of backfield whiplash. He'll re-aggravate his neck injury and possibly screwed for life. It's possible. I mean, they may say that with his fusion surgery, he's in a safer place. The doctors might. I don't know if I'd buy it as much. But it's going to be interesting if he's going to really try to give it a run. And if they're really going to spend, $3.5 million on the cap this year to give him a, let's hope. Let's wish and pray. We know it's not likely to work, but let's just hope. Especially if you're already too deep. How many carries are there for Chris Carson on the roster as is? Not too many. And that's right, Jeffrey. We've had Ricardo Lockett, Cliff Averill. I thought we had one other one too in recent history I'm trying to think of. But there's been, I think, that it can happen. Daniel, with quarterbacks playing longer since they can't be touched anymore and next year's quarterback class looks stacked, plus the year after, I expect the next 10 years to see more than 32 good starting quarterbacks in the NFL. It's a good point. It's a good point there. I think you also could see as just a general offset of that being that maybe there's a little bit of a more marginalization of the quarterback position because everybody can get a good one, and it's not as hard to find type situation because there are so many good ones, and to your point, they're playing so much longer. I'd wonder if that might not be another part of it as well. But it should elevate the product on the field. It should help. Continue to keep football looking fun and awesome and the highlights and explosion and fireworks that go on when you've got good quarterback play happening. So yeah, it's a good point, man. Good point. And you covered your second statement, should force them to lower their salaries. So that's what this should do. You're right. If I've got really truly 9 elite guys and then a bunch of guys that are kind of middle of the road and then some bad guys on the other end, that's going to drive up the salaries of those guys on the front side. If I've got 20 legit guys, that's going to push down the salaries because I can go get an alternative without having to pay you everything to keep you here. 1 second, folks. Be right back. Brian Meyer says, if you haven't hit that like button, do it now. Thank you, Brian, for mentioning that. If you do like what you're listening to now or even on replay, either or, please do hit that like button for me here at the Hawks Nest. You help the channel out. You help me grow tremendously. We've had our greatest growth here in about the last month or so. It's because you guys are hitting that like button. You're subscribing if you're not already subscribed, and I really do appreciate it. Charles Riley with the $5 donation says, if Tom Cruise ends up being Iron Man in the MCU universe, I'll lose my mind. Downey Jr. is fun, but he's a little too silly for me. I'll take the crazy. I agree. It'd be interesting to see Tom as Iron Man. And they were trying supposedly in this strange thing, I think, to try to get him in there as an offshoot Iron Man. He was originally the guy considered before they did land on Downey. I think they offered it to Cruise, the role originally. So he'd be an interesting Iron Man. He'd be fun as Iron Man. It fits Cruise. He'd have a different play on it. To your point, it'd be a little more crazy, a little more intense, a little less of the playfulness. Chase Stern, what do you think about? Do you know anything about Van Dyke? If so, what do you think? Chase, he's my next guy on the board to look at. So I meant to get to it this week. I'm sorry, I just sort of spaced it a little bit, but I'm going to definitely get to the film of him next. I need to give him a good look because he's one of those guys being put into that first round contention, and we got to look at all these guys to get an idea of what they are. And the more tape I can look, the better to get just a better understanding. But he's certainly in that frame as far as in that first round type talk for where people see him. Ryan Ball says, I'm so glad they picked Abe Lucas and not Ritter. Atlanta picked Ritter 2 picks after the Hawks. Me too, Ryan. I mean, you talk about way better selection. You get a middle-of-the-road quarterback at his best long-term versus getting an upper-level starter at the right tackle position. It shouldn't even be hard to make that type of selection. And that was what they were facing. It truly did kind of come down to these quarterbacks being not good enough. Good, and they have some tools to work with. But if you're going to be a first-round quarterback, you got to check all the boxes off. You can't leave a lot of them unmarked, and that was just the case with every one of these guys in this particular draft. But as I say, Ryan, with this particular draft for me too, I can assess the players, and I'm going to give great grades on the players they took, great value for where they selected them. But I also think you do build into this too of giving them another nod and another attaboy for the fact that they were able to avoid the quarterback pitfall, which is you have to pick one because you don't have one. No, you pick one because you're getting the right one. You're getting the one that fits to the scheme and the way you want to run it, not because you're in some desperate, cagey state and any old one will do. That's how you end up with the lesser at the position. Alexander Wheeler, I think it speaks more to their commitment to waiting for a quarterback next year and just build the team up this year. Maybe it wasn't the only quarterback they considered, but the only one that made it a realistic pick. It's a good point. And I agree with you. I think they're, at the end of the day, when they landed on this, they looked at this and said, we don't want to do this in this draft. We want to do this in next draft for the reasons you mentioned, not only because there's the better quarterbacks in next year's draft, but because you had to get some parts and pieces in place before you got to that point. Christian Joyce. What's up, Christian? Any thoughts on how many wins you think the Hawks are likely to notch up next season? Your coverage is excellent, by the way. Well, thank you, Christian. Very kind of you to say. I really do appreciate that. And also awesome to see in the chat. I do have the Hawks as it stands right now at about a 7-10 season. Part of where I am with where I've kind of gone with this show, Christian, and where I led with on this show was, because that's where I'm prognosticating that, that doesn't mean that it's out of the realm of contention that they can't be competitive or that there isn't a winning season model in place, even for this upcoming year, being that you don't have the quarterback position solidified, right? That's okay. And that's built upon, in my opinion, the back of having a dominant running game, a dominant two-headed rushing attack. So I do see him at 7 wins. If the running attack can get to a sub-dominant state, they could move that needle to a 10-7 to a 10-7 instead of a 7-10 win state. But even though we have the last place schedule, Christian, we can't forget the fact that we're still in the NFC West. That though it's not necessarily the toughest division in football anymore, it still probably remains as the second toughest division in football, and that's 6 games you got to play through that. Then you've got another 4 games that you got to go play in the AFC West. Those are 10 certifiable, really tough games on your schedule before we get to anything else on the schedule. And I think that will probably push things down just a little bit for this next upcoming year because of that. But it's, again, not outside the realm of contention where if they can get the running game going strong, that eases the pressure and burden on the quarterback. That then keeps the defense from being on the football field for too long like they were last year, playing too many snaps. Now you can play more to Pete ball where you're playing defense, running the ball, playing great special teams, keeping it close throughout, and taking advantage of other teams' mistakes when they make those mistakes and you don't make those same mistakes. So it all kind of comes together where it's a winning model, it's a winning formula. And certainly come playoff time, Christian, if you play like that, if we get in the playoffs, you could be interesting at that point because those type of teams do tend to have an ability to win the playoffs at that point when they get to that stage of things. Daniel Bailey says, a good movie I'd recommend that recently came out, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Okay. I'll check it out, Daniel. Thank you for the suggestion. Chris Smith says, yes, they wanted to crap on our picks no matter what, and they had talking points that said quarterback, and we didn't appease them and had nothing on their sheet to say on the screen. That's where I land with it, Chris. And that's where I just shake my head and I go, same old national media as it looks at the Seahawks. We don't want to look at them too deep. We'll look at them because we have to, because it's our job, but not too deep. And we will a little bit. We'll give them a little surfacey glance. Huh? Okay. All right, they need a quarterback? Okay. Did they get a quarterback in the draft? No? Okay. Piss poor draft. F. And I think that's really, the application there. Kid Gemini 206, thoughts on Kobe Bryant. I love me some Kobe Bryant, Kid Gemini. He is, first and foremost, I think the thing you need to understand about him is 2 straight years all ACC at the cornerback position. He won the Walter Thorpe Award last year in college football. And Walter Thorpe goes to the top college player in top college cornerback. I'm sorry. So when you look at that and you understand that he won that in a year when you had Ahmad Gardner and Derek Stingley in this draft, 2 guys taken in the top 10, but this guy won the Jim Thorpe Award. So you have a guy that is very much a little bit like the Abraham Lucas at the right tackle, where he's going to come in and be able to be very pro ready and know what he needs to do to get on the football field. He's got zone background, a lot of cover 3 background that Carroll's run a lot of in the past. And though this is in itself not, this is not a dead set indicator that he's going to become this. When you do look at the Walter Thorpe Award, it's a little bit like the Doak Walker Award. Are all of those guys good pros that come out of there? No. But is the hit rate really high that if you win this award, there's actually a really good chance you can go on to be a very good pro? And the answer is yes. Recent Jim Thorpe Award winners or historical award winners in the Thorpe Award have been Antoine Winfield Sr., Deion Sanders, Benny Blades, Terrell Buckley, Deion Figures, Roy Williams, Terrence Newman, Malcolm Jenkins, Eric Berry, Patrick Peterson, Desmond King, Adoree Jackson, Minka Fitzpatrick, Grant Delpit. So it's a list that's got some prestige to it, being on that list, having garnered that award. Now, as far as the player himself, he's got the 6 foot size they look for. He's got about 1.5 inches less arm length than what they would usually tend to like. That's the one deficiency physically that he brings. And while he's not a burner, he's also not incredibly slow. He's a 4.5, so he's okay, especially in a defense that's going to play as much zone as we're going to play. But he's got just a beautiful feel for the position. Okay, so just a kid Gemini, just a really good understanding for how to sit in zone and read the quarterback's eyes. He's really good as well as far as defeating the flood zone concept game that's given us so many problems. A lot of times on tape, I watched with him take a guy on zone early on, carry that guy through the zone, release him as soon as he left his zone, and then pick up the player ahead of it. There's one play you can watch on Kobe Bryant's highlight where he drops into cover 3 and he's dropping into a bail technique, keeping that clean, reading the quarterback's eyes, and then driving on a flat route to the running back. And it's not his main early responsibility on that play. It's what he transitions to as he's reading it. This stands out to me because when you look at the Rams, Gemini, the main way they've been killing us is with those flood zone concepts. I run one receiver through a given zone where you've got a defender covering that zone. That player then takes your player out of the zone. Then I run another player in behind that zone, and it's going to be wide open because your defender has left his responsibility. He can't hand off. He can't hand off the first guy to his guy on the other edge of the zone and then pick up the other guy. This guy's got that naturally in his ability to do it. So you see on tape, the years of playing, the being the All-ACC for multiple years, shows up on tape and how comfortable he looks at the position. He's got an idea of where he needs to be every play, and he's in his right spot. He's really good at the catch point, about being very aggressive there. Not the greatest hands, but he can track a ball. He can knock the ball away. He's not one of those guys going to get completely lost or his head never turned around when the ball is in the air. So he brings a lot to play with that. I love his lateral explosion as well. Though he's not a fast guy, he moves side to side really, really good, which is almost as important as your speed as a cornerback, because you're going to be tested just as much to move laterally as you're going to be to just turn and burn and try to take away a 9 route. So I like him a lot. Great value to get him in the 4th round. It also helps you with the Tariq Woolen pick, quite frankly, Kid Gemini, because now you can afford with the Tariq Woolen to say, hey, we can put you on the shelf for a year as you develop and learn your game, because we got Kobe Bryant here ready to go right from the jump and give us decent play right immediately. And then maybe a year from now, you've got your 2 bookend corners along with your 2 bookend tackles from this past draft. Eden Deckworld says, also a new movie. Sorry, I just mentioned that. Ryan Ball, should we sign Kaepernick, Brandon? No. It's I understand Kaepernick's been blackballed and there's all the problem in the league and everything occurred, but no, we got other things we got to, I think, just concentrate. We don't need that. We just need to stick with what we're doing and stay in our process. Lolo says the first half of Doctor Strange felt very Sam Raimi. Horror, cheesy bits, familiar faces, then started to take a downhill roll story-wise. The end felt way too similar to Spider-Man 2 Doc Ock. Oh, goodness. Just couldn't stick the landing then, huh? A little bit with it. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of what I've heard a bit with it too. Just a bit with it. I won't spoil it. We'll speak in general terms. Megan Gok Rogers says, I would love Carson to play again, but with that kind of injury, I find it hard to believe he will, even with the silver-headed coach that thinks he will. Yeah, Megan, that's spinal fusion, man. That's not something to be messing with. It's just not. And I don't know if it puts him in safety to where he's not just one hit away. And even if he's not, do you want the cascading of effect of now having to have fusion through one disc after another because you are taking that punishment? I think that they're trying to find a graceful exit on this particular one, Megan. Lolo says, I wonder if Carson does manage to play, we'll use him like the Browns did to Ernest Johnson. Also, Cam Chancellor is one of those guys with a career-ending neck injury, right? That's the one. Yeah, thank you. So we had Cam, Cliff, and one more. That's it. Thank you guys for reminding me on that one. Yeah. Yeah, that was the game. Cam and Sherman the same game. That damn Arizona Stadium. Damn Arizona Stadium. We're snake bit in there, I tell you, sometimes. Chris, I think Carson's done too. Why risk the rest of your life? You could just retire and teach people how to squat like a freak in the gym. He's made a couple million, Chris. I'm sure he's all right. I'm sure he'll get through okay with it. But yeah, why risk it at that point? And all the injuries, I mean, you haven't been able to get through 1 year healthy in your pro career. It's just your body's telling you something a little bit by that point. Jay says, don't forget Doug Baldwin retired early. He did. I didn't think the Doug thing was a neck thing, though. Am I wrong? Was that a neck thing with Doug? I thought he just had more of an accumulation of things. Cole, floor and ceilings for Broncos. Really hope they do bad so we can get a pick between 15 and 9. Cole, I'm one of those people that have not been as much hot to trot on the Broncos are absolutely going to just be super awesome next year because Russell Wilson is there. I think that there's some big questions on that team that are being sort of overlooked because of the addition of Russell Wilson. I think this was the year that they had to strike while the iron was hot as far as Russell Wilson's contract. They're not having him on a new contract. We swallowed all the bonus money. They're only on the hook for Russell Wilson's base money this year. I would have expected them to do more, especially on the offensive line, than they did, having that benefit just this given year, and they didn't do it. I think that that's not going to factor in well for Russell when we get to the season, and he's under as much duress as I'm expecting him to be underneath. The other problem that I think on top of this is, in addition to their pass protection, and I could be wrong on this stat, but I believe they were 26th in pass protection 2 years ago as far as pass rush efficiency. And then last year, I think they were 28th. That's not going to improve under Russell Wilson, especially with no additions to the offensive line. Then you look at their schedule, Cole. They've got to play 6 games in the toughest division in football, and then they get 4 games in the second toughest division in football. On top of playing in now the toughest conference in football. I think some of this stuff to me adds up to a little bit of the Broncos being in a bit of a middling state. I could see them winning 9 games, but I don't see them having a real high end to where their year is going to be, and I can certainly see them falling on the low end and certainly ending up in last place in that particular division. Lolo says Robert Downey Jr. shouldn't be replaced. It wouldn't feel right with the way Endgame ended. I agree. I think they were looking to do it with Tom as like a multi-universe. He'd be in for a cameo or whatever. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles, for all your donos on the channel today. Very, very kind as always. Says, I come to Brando's channel for Hawks news first. Advice on evading authorities in rural areas and border crossing second. Oh, we've all had that thought, right, Charles? You see the police chases, or you think about the people on the run. Like you go, okay, how would I do it? If I had to run, how would I get through? If I had to get to Canada right now, I'm running through the forest, man. I'll take my chances in the trees. It's in the trees. It's the cops would be saying about me. It's in the trees. If it can bleed, we can kill it. Thank you for the donation, Charles. And Charles came with another $5 donation. Thank you, brother. Says, Doug was too chicken shit to flame out without Russ like all the other loser receivers that did without him. Maybe there's something to it. I mean, Doug retiring early was a weird timing a little bit. As Chase said, Doug retired way too early. It was a little odd the timing of that, Charles. And he had these surgeries, so it made sense. Maybe the body, like we're talking about, bodies break down on different guys at different times and different places, but he was still he was still balling when he was on the field. He was still same old Doug. Consumer 114 says Marvel movies suck ass. I'm definitely getting a little Marvel lash too. I got to admit that on it, is just like, original movies are just gone now, and it's like I do like comic book movies. It's like the sugar thing where it's like sugar's good, but I don't want to dump a whole bag of sugar down the back of my throat. And yeah, it's definitely a little there. Jeffrey Nicholson said Disney ruined Marvel. I'm definitely not liking the direction it's gone recently. I'm just going to say that. They're not as, I like the older cinematic Marvel universe. Lola says they're popcorn family movies, basically, not advanced masterpieces of cinema. 10 years ago, you could argue it. Not now. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. It's become more popcorny over, I think, time and less interested in doing some interesting things at times. But it could, you're always able to, like, Marvel movies are at least watchable. It's not like they're not, putrid movies. You can always just pop in one movie and watch it. I do miss original content, though. I really do. Someday I get the animators starting to come along where you'll be able to do your own kind of movies through like animation, self-pushed animation almost. Emmett Brown, what's up, Emmett? Good to see you in the chat, man. It says Van Dyke is a redhead. I can count the NFL ginger great quarterbacks on my fist. Can't trust those redheads, Emmett. Don't trust those redheads. Fair. Jeffrey says Disney owns 20th Century Fox. They're about to ruin the Predator. Haven't they already? The last couple of Predator movies have been... I guess the one with Robert Rodriguez, where they're on the alt world, wasn't horrible, but not on the same level of the... I even like the first two Predators, really. I even like the one with Danny Glover. I'm too old for this shit. Gregory Rice, I think Will Rogers at Mississippi State is an under-the-radar quarterback. With Mississippi schedule this year, if he kills it again, his stock will rise. I've heard on him too, Gregory. I forgot about him in the moment, but I've seen his name placed up there again in one of those contention spots. I think when we're hearing some of these analysts early on say we think there could be 5-6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, I don't think it's an overstatement. I think that there's going to be more legitimate quarterbacks in this class than there were this is one year why I was saying to you guys on stay away from the quarterbacks in this class. This is just an odd year. It's more normal to have 4 or 5 guys that could be in that contention. This is the oddity this year. So just avoid this year. You can get back on that horse next year. I'll take a look at Will Rogers. I'll put him with my Van Dyke, Gregory, and try to get some better looks at those two guys' tape to give a little bit of my early evaluation on them. But I've absolutely heard his name mentioned, and you're right. He's in that place of contention of maybe this guy would make some senses as a guy in that first round territory. Under the radar is a good way to put it. Sean Maney says Gino or Drew, and why? I'm going to go with Drew, and I'm going to go with it for a couple of reasons. I think that they both will probably be pretty even Steven when it comes to them as throwers. I think that Drew will probably be a little bit more mobile than Gino, and that will help win out. We also have to remember, Sean, that Gino's got an incredible amount of incentives built into the structure of his deal. And the Seahawks management and the Seahawks coaching staff, it's in their best interest to not see Gino reach those incentives. So there is a little bit of a built-in advantage to Drew winning the job, where, again, if it's even, Drew's going to win it. And I think the competition will come down to a pretty even state. Drew will win it. And as much, I think, the mobility aspect and then the incentive stuff that you're paying to Gino, if you're having him out there, because he's paid per game incentives on his contract, and it's pretty significant, $7 million. So it can get up there a little bit. They're both, I think, very similar in their ability to process. And I think they're also both very similar in their willingness from a frustrating standpoint at times to throw into traffic, throw a ball that they should be looking at and going, nope, don't put it there, go somewhere else. So there are some similarities to their games too, which is part of why I think, Sean, it comes down to them being so even and in their where they're at with it. And yeah, Lolo, I think the last Predator movie sucked. It was one where they were just, they this is where movies are now, where it's that nobody wants to create original property, so everybody thinks that they've done all the hard work if they just ape a prior property and rebrand it and push it back up. And it's like, no, you got to create a great story still. Like, you still have to do both. It's not an either or there. Lolo says, start Geno the first 4 games, then get lock in, have him slowly ease in. Don't throw him into the Lions pit from the jump. You'll murder the dude completely. Rookie left tackle and right tackle, got to put Geno in. Maybe. I mean, you could also make the argument, though, Lolo, that Lock's more mobile and can get away from a little bit of more pressure those guys might cause. And don't forget, too, again, like I said, that incentive stuff is in there. And if you don't use the incentive money, if you don't use or have Geno cost you all $7 million, you get to roll that money into next year's cap, which I think would factor a little bit into it too, even if just a small amount. Ryan Ball says, I'm pretty sure the Hawks are going 17-0. I love it. Charles says, I couldn't bring myself to watch The Last Predator. I watched a few moments of it, Charles, and I turned it off. It was silly. It's silly and just doesn't understand. These things get so far away from understanding what it is that was drawing in the original, even though they're literally at times copying beat for beat. It's pretty amazing. You copy a story beat for beat, but then you still completely miss the boat on what it was that made that what it was. Why do I says I see that I sold you on Kobe being a day one starter. Kid might not be a potential all pro, but he can come in and be a good starter right off the bat. Yeah. And partly you might have sold me partly on it. Partly is just thinking about it too, with where he is and knowing what Carroll can do with guys when he brings them in. And I think Carroll, we've talked about what is he going to be able to do with a Tariq Woolen who's got this much natural talent to him for Carroll to mold. Well, what can Carroll also do on the other end of that to mold the guy who fits the Seattle somewhat of the Seattle prototype of what they look for in the corner, along with having so much of a rich history, and not a rich history that's him developing bad habits at the corner position that Carroll has to make him unlearn, but those habits that he's learned that will fit perfectly within the context of how Carroll asks his corners to play the position. And I think that's going to give him a little bit of a leg up and a little bit of an injection, a little Nas button press to maybe pushing him forward in that realm of things. Lolo says Kobe Bryant isn't a freak athlete. He relies on technique and smarts to complement his game, whereas Tariq Woolen is the exact opposite. Kobe was one of the most pro-ready quarterbacks in the draft. Well said. I think he's got some good bounce laterally to him. I will say, yeah, you're right on the speed and all that stuff, and he's not going to jump through the roof and all that, but his lateral movement is pretty good. It's the one thing if it's that it maybe doesn't put him into I wouldn't go for that makes him a freakish athlete to your point again. I wouldn't put him there, but that it does give him a little bit more than just he struggles to move type guy that just is relying on his smarts and his moxie, and he always has to be a step ahead to overcome his athletic limitations. Christian Joyce, Jamal wasn't applied to amplify his strengths last year. What do you think they will do differently with him? At his price tag, we really need to get this right. There was one point last year, Christian, where you were dropping Jamal Adams into a single high safety role at 40% of his snaps. So you were asking Jamal Adams at 40% of the time last year to play the Earl Thomas role in our defense. That is ridiculous, to say the least. Absolutely ridiculous. Then what you did on the other end of that for about the other half of the time is you had him playing in cover 2. And then maybe for a small 10% of the time, you might bring him up near the line of scrimmage here and there just as a smattering, as a little flicker. But playing single high and playing cover 2 is not what made Jamal Adams an all-pro with the New York Jets. What made him that was coming up near the line of scrimmage, moving him all over the line of scrimmage, never being able to get a bead on where he's coming from. And then within that, also allowing him to attack, allowing him to come downhill. Now, when you're having a guy playing single high or playing cover 2, you're asking him to go backwards at the snap. With Jamal Adams, you need him going frontwards at the snap, be going forward. I also think they're going to blitz more often, which is part of what will drive them into more man-based coverage, which is going to work better for him and work better for them to be able to attack with him and just be more pressure-based. Jamal should be in a pressure-based defense, a defense that's really taking it to you, not sitting back in a read and react situation and just trying to play what's happening in front of them. That's not his game, and that's not the right way to use him. I do think they're going to do these type of things, though, in this next year. And my confidence of this comes on the back of Clint Hurt, the new defensive coordinator's first press conference, where he specifically singled out Jamal Adams and the need to get better value out of him and to put him in better positions, and that it was on the coaching staff to get this done, not that Jamal Adams needed to do something differently in his game, which I agree with. So I've got a lot of confidence they're going to get there, Christian. I think a lot of this is what's driving going to the new Vic Fangio defense and trying to be a little more creative in their approach. And I think it will bear some fruit. I'm not worried about this scheme being a fit for Jamal and them getting the most out of Jamal in the scheme next year. I'm most worried about Jamal staying healthy and being able to keep himself on 2 feet. Hoodie Jew, what's up, Hoodie? Good to see you in the chat, my guy. Hoodie's got a great Saints channel over there, so if you're looking for some fun Saints channel action, go check out. I know Megan's always up in there on that side of it. Says, what's up, Brandon? What's up, HawksNest Nation? Megan, I see you in the chat. I got my girl in here. I got a girl in here, Hoodie. My lady from down under. Got my gal. It's good to see you in here, buddy. Congratulations on the growth. So you finally cracked that 1,000. I can finally get a dono over to you, man. Every time I try to go in there and get a dono your way, it's like, goodness. Christian says IMO 7-10 would be a good result, by the way. 10-7 would be out of this world. I agree. 10-7 would be definitely a best case scenario type situation to our season. Like I'd have a hard time seeing our season going into like a 12-win state in any way, shape, or form, even with the universe tilted our way in our direction and like the ball bouncing our way, right? The injury thing bouncing our way. I still think 10-7 is kind of your top out point. But to me, 7-10 feels like the likely record where you are right now. Megan says, my cousin is a nurse who had spinal fusion surgery, and he has to be so careful moving, etc. I would hate to think that Carson gets one knock too many and ends up in a wheelchair. Yeah, that'd be miserable. And same, Megan, with my mom, I've seen the same issues popping up where there's just these other secondary things after you get the spinal fusion surgery that happen. Then even off of just protecting yourself, it's like she's got some secondary stuff that's pressing on, discs and stuff. And I can't imagine it either. I don't know how he's even considering it. Oh, that's right. So it's Ricardo Lockett. We had Ricardo Lockett, Cliff Averill, and Cam Chancellor. So we've had 3 players in just the last 6 years alone that have had these neck injuries that have called it a day. Lolo also mentions Ryan Shazier of the Pittsburgh Steelers, a really, really talented linebacker for them that went down. Very good example as well in that. Neck injuries, you get them, you're toasty. I mean, it's there's no way to fight through them. Lolo says Ricardo was a scary sight. He was scary. That was a brutal hit. You felt especially bad because he carved out a role. It's NFL players like that carve out that role where they find it, and he was so good at what you asked him to do. And then when you asked him to be a receiver, he held up relatively good in that realm too. Hell, the guy had a Super Bowl catch. Remember Super Bowl catch with the tie celebration? Consumer 114, Denver fans in denial when you say Russ has been below average the last 2 seasons for 10 games a pop. Well, they're desperate. Desperation makes men ignore what they shouldn't. Desperation makes men think they have something great when they don't. Desperation makes men lost in the forest despite the trees. And these Denver fans have been lost in those trees. They've had Brock Osweilers and Nathan Petermans and Teddy Bridgewaters, and they so look fondly back to the John Elway days. Remember when Johnny Boy was here? He's so good. And they're desperate now, and I can't blame them. We've been in that desperate state. But it was that desperate state that allowed us to take advantage of them, to pluck from them the draft capital and players that we wanted, and to stick them with a player who, though he still is good, is not going to bring quite the returns they think they're going to get. And, it's, again, Denver's got a good team, but there's more that goes into this than them just having a good team. What division do you play in? What conference do you play on? Have you fixed an issue, let's say, on your offense that might be a thing that with Russell Wilson's limitations could turn into a glaring issue? If you're 28th in the league last year in pass block efficiency and a quarterback holds onto the ball too long, that's dynamite being heated up in a room of 125 degrees. And what do you think is going to happen? Just not a lot of big plays. I'll tell you that. Chris Smith says, so Ricardo being slight, maybe not who you quick slant to on the 1 yard line. Yeah, probably not the guy to run the most important play of the game on at the goal line on a pick play. Also, probably don't want to try to have Brandon Browner be the main pick man that you're trying to get pushed. Like you probably want to try to attack maybe a smaller cornerback that can actually be moved off their spot or aren't going to just blow up the play with their long arms and strength that you don't normally see at that corner position. Yeah. Hawks, rumors are Broncos at Seahawks next week at week 1. That's what I'm hearing too, man. I see the NFL doing it. It makes sense why they would. That's going to be a huge draw for them week 1. It's 100%, yeah. Megan says, I saw that Nathaniel Hackett believes that Denver will win it all with Russell this year. I'm bad about this, Megan, because there's some coach faces that I look at and I'm like, no, he's not going to do it. Remember when you folks saw Bob McAdoo, the Giants head coach, and he's announced as head coach, and you looked at him and you went, no. 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 That guy's not leading a Super Bowl winning team. That guy's not getting that team anywhere. And Nathaniel Hackett, God bless him, probably a brilliant offensive mind. But I look at that face, I hear him talk, and I go, no. Nope. It's just a feeling. I can't put my finger on it, Megan, but I'm not on the Hackett train. I'll say that. I don't think he can hack it. What's up, Tangerine? Good to see you in here, man. Hope you're doing well. Always good to see you in the chat. Ethan says, and Denver fans have the audacity to tell us Seahawks fans that we don't know what we're talking about when it comes to Russell Wilson. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, you're not going to knock them off their cloud, right? I mean, they've been desiring a quarterback for years now. I mean, they've had good quarterback play, but even when, Manning was there for a couple of years and playing really good, it was kind of bad before that for the most part. Like Cutler had like one good year in there, and then it was all the way back to like John. But this is also the tough assessment of Russell Wilson because it's where we speak in totality of opinions where it's Russ is either all great or he's all bad. And we can't ever get into that nuanced place of there's good parts to his game. There's some growing bad parts to his game. There's some places to his game that have been underdeveloped that he could at any point in time to develop if he embraces it, but he's not yet embraced those parts of his game that he's got to get better at. And I think that's where you've got to take the discussion and where it's like, yeah, he's got one of the best deep balls in the league, one of the most accurate deep balls in the league, and still got plus mobility and there's still some good stuff to his game, but can he run an on-time offense? Can he run a West Coast offense? Can he be a guy that's not as reliant on holding the ball for too long as he was earlier on in his career? I think those are valid questions to still ask. Clapper says multiverse seems like a nice bag of popcorn to open up, though. That's true. It allows for a lot of fun ways for you to go, potentially. James Black says, I'm holding out hope for James Gunn's third Guardians of the Galaxy. He usually brings it one way or another, right? So, he's usually a pretty solid guy on that. And they let him have his vision with it because it was almost like when the Guardians came out movie, it was like, well, what's the chances this thing can be successful? So they just let him go kind of hog wild with it. But, yeah, maybe. Hi, Kitty. She came back up. She's sleepy tonight. Charles Riley says, Orange Cat's back. Orange Cat is the Hawks Nest equivalent of Tom Cruise Iron Man. Love it. Megan says, I'm not a fan or have ever been a Marvel fan. DC fan since childhood. Oh, nice, Megan. I was just talking to a guy today about DC movies and the recent Batman. It's either one or the other. You're either a DC or a Marvel. That's for sure I've come to find. I like them both, kind of. I'm a weird kind of both on that. Austin Williams, so excited for the schedule release tomorrow. Let's go Cowboys. Any games you're looking forward to? Well, I would be lying, Austin, if I didn't say that it's, you got the, you've got, the Seahawks Bronco game opening week. That's pretty cool. I'm really going to be enjoying the matchups of the AFC West and NFC West. Those games that come out where they put those games, Chargers, Rams, Kansas City Rams, you can there's a variety of combos that'll just be some fun game matchups with the way those teams are playing up against. So those are the ones that I'm really looking at. On our schedule, well, we know we're playing Tampa Bay in Germany, and we know kind of around where we're playing them, the time of year. Not necessarily. We got the last place schedule, so those teams are whatever, right? AFC West is fun when you always get to go back there. It'd be cool, since we know Denver's going to be here at home for us, it would be cool if we could go. Kansas City's tough to play in, but it's always fun to go back to Arrowhead. That's kind of when I'm going to look on the schedule is what's the Kansas City game? Is that a 10 a.m. game? Is that a primetime game that they put us in on that one? Probably not, but that'll probably be a 10 a.m. Brian says hasn't been one decent DC movie yet. Not even the Nolan Batman Begins, Brian? Not even Nolan's? Tough sell. She does call the shots, Charles. Listen to her. Listen to her call the shots. What are you doing? See? She's calling shots right now. Look at her. Talkative, telling me what's up. Yeah. Sleepy. Consumer 114 Marvel has formulated rubbish with subpar CGI and lame humor. It certainly has kind of gotten in that direction of things to me. It's gotten just a little bit like they're resting on their laurels and just leaning on the old, like you said, formula. It's a good way to put it. I'd like to see them branch out and get a little more willing to try to be where they were when this kind of started. Let's go in a couple different directions with this. Chris Smith, if Locke beats Russell Wilson at home on national TV, Collinsworth might lose his S, and that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Oh, boy, would you have some instant regret coming from Bronco fans if in week 1, Locke beats Russ. Could you guys imagine? Could you imagine? Oh, I'm going to be on Bronco message boards that whole week, I think, just drinking up the tears. Drinking up them Bronco tears. Right on that, suckers. Right on that. Whitey Wise says Wilson is what? The 6th best quarterback in the AFC right now? Will be a tough conference for the next few years. Well, let's go through it. We got we got Mahomes and Allen, 1-2 right out the gate. Herbert's probably better than Russ at this point. Boy, that's going to send some people off, but that's the truth. So you got 3. I wouldn't call Lamar Jackson better than Russ. And I think Matt Ryan at this point in his career is probably worse than Russ. Though Matt Ryan kind of balled last year with not a lot to work with. And he's going back to a dome stadium, so he's back in the right territory. Yeah, maybe 5 or 6 is right. Maybe 5 or 6 is about right. I'd put Herbert, Mahomes, and Allen for sure up ahead of him. And Deshaun Watson probably goes ahead of him if he's still what he was when he was out the league. But then it becomes a little more of an argument. Emma Brown says Hendon Hooker of Tennessee will be extremely old when he comes out. 25, is an electric quarterback. Think Willis, but it can actually throw. Okay. I'll take a look at him, Emmett. I'm stoked by how many quarterbacks are in this draft, Emmett. It's awesome. I love that it's just stacked up. We need it to be. Absolutely need it to be, but I'll take a look at him. Thanks for the suggestion. One for the plot of The Last Predator was that the Predator wanted autism. Oh, Lordy. Emmett says, if Gino wins the job, it makes the Russ trade even worse. We might as well have traded for a late round draft pick instead of lock as compensation if he can't beat Gino out. Solid point. Solid point. If he can't push him out, Gino, it would have been better, but maybe get the 4th, 5th round situation on that. Especially knowing, Emmett, to your point on this, you could have gotten Baker on the other side of that with Gino, and maybe not even had to give up anything, just take it on the salary itself. That's a good point. Cal Tangerine says, unpopular opinion, my favorite Batman movie is the one with Val Kilmer. Oh, wow. Wow, okay. That was Schumacher at his most nipples on a Batman-y. That's for sure. That was when it was really going in a direction. But Kilmer wasn't bad. He did what he could with it. He didn't have a lot to work with that type of movie and script. Daniel W., am I crazy to think if we had Baker and Akeem Hicks or Clowney, we could be Super Bowl contenders? We only got blown out once last year, and I think our team looks a lot better. Rivals lost pieces. Hard for me to see Super Bowl contender necessarily, Daniel. You certainly are a Clowney or Hicks does help out the defense and provides a very good asset that you can utilize to help put that defense up from a position of being upper level maybe, and upper level I'm saying, of course, top 15, to now you're pushing that into more of a top 10 maybe potential state of a defense. I think there's some things that have to go right to get to Super Bowl contending phase. A lot of things that have to go right. The tackles have to play out of their mind. Your quarterback position would have to play, be it Geno or Locke, better than they've ever played in their entire career. Your running backs would have to be a potent duo that is at times nearly unstoppable. And special teams would absolutely have to murder. So it would need a lot to go that way to get to the state from my standpoint of things. But you could get to the playoffs with things breaking in the right direction reasonably. I don't know if there's as much room for Clowney at this point with you being 3 deep on the edge where you were going to put him. He could do some spinner stuff, obviously, over the top, but I could see more Akeem Hicks being be a final last guy that they could potentially target because they didn't address the zero tech in the draft. Maybe they could do that a little bit more Akeem there. I think he can do a bit of that. I'm kind of with Brian on the Joker movie, too. That was one I didn't like as much as many other people did. I thought it was just I just wasn't as much on that one. Daniel W. says, I still prefer to suck for one season and be contenders for the next 10 years than try for it with Baker this year. Understandable. It's always one of the interesting arguments to have as a fan, Daniel, of what you would favor, which way you'd rather go. And I get it. Charles Riley, another $5 donation, says, Brando, at Megan Gok, Roger asked who got the better side of the deal in the Russ trade. I would say we don't know yet, but how many years till we know? Boy, Megan, that's a really good question. I think that there's varying levels. I think after year one, after next year with Russ in Denver, you're going to be able to take a certain amount of, um, you could say, okay, Seattle won this if Denver doesn't get to a contender status with Russell this year, and those picks are that much better picks for us. And Denver's future there with Russ looks a little bit muddled, and that there's a lot of adjustments they need to make. And then they come back a year or two from then and make those adjustments, and Russ gets some success after a couple of years in Denver when they figure it out. And then they're able to benefit, where then it turns into almost a win-win for both franchises, and how that could go. I I think though after a year you do get a little bit of you're going to be informed into where this is going to go. You're going to specifically understand whether or not Denver is going to provide Russ that thing that he's claiming Seattle wasn't going to provide him here, that he couldn't get here. And if that is truly the thing that's going to take Russ's game over the top, if it's been this hindrance to him that they've not been taking these steps in recent history, or if they in actuality have taken those steps and Russell has just topped out as a talent, that he's now outside of his prime, he's lost a step, doesn't have the RPMs on the fastball like he necessarily did. It's not horrific, but just doesn't quite have what he did. And Denver is getting a quarterback that they thought they were getting the 2018 version of Russ, and what they're actually getting is the 2022 version of Russ. You will know that after a year. We'll know that after a year, I think. Charles with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Brando, if I'm still a fugitive by the time Megan comes to town for the Denver versus Seattle game, can I take shelter in the hotel or an Airbnb to watch the game? The only way you can do that is you've got to be standing in a hotel. You've got to wait for somebody to leave their room, and then you've got to catch the door closing as they've left the room, before it does the automatic lock thing. Then you can go in and watch the thing, but then your name's not on the books for the hotel, so they can't come back and track you that way. Because you got to be worried about that, Charles. You know what I mean? So, yeah, your names can't be on the book. You can't have any associations. You can't have any family members, because you'll get a Dog the Bounty Hunter type that'll track your family member from one to the other, and then you're exposed. You're exposed. And you want to be exposed, Charles. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. Thank you for all your donations, Charles. I appreciate all your support on the channel, man. The Keith Batman movies were pretty good. Pretty good. He's coming back, by the way. Coming back for that Flashpoint movie. Brian Myers says Gene Hackman, Lex Luthor all-time performance. He was a good Lex Luthor. I would like Kilmer. Cal, I would have liked Kilmer with some more Batman movies too. I would like doing it with just a different director and doing it a little more, no, it doesn't have to be the sheer realism of Nolan, but just something a little more somewhat there. Lolo says, don't forget to like and subscribe, y'all. Long day today. Gonna head to bed early. Take care, y'all, and go Hawks. Thank you for mentioning that. I do appreciate it, Lolo. If you're not already subscribed, come on, get subscribed. We're on the road to 10,000 this year. That's the goal by the end of the year. I'd like to hit 10K crispy. It's a nice round number, right? We're on the road to it. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. It does help me out a lot. I do really appreciate it. Brian says, trailer for the new Top Gun looks crazy good. It's one of those movies I'm really hopeful on. It has been a while since the last one, man. 30 years for 30 years since the first one came out. But nonetheless, what's nice is that this might be a movie that's actually aided and helped by the pandemic and stuff being pushed off a little bit, to where it's given them a little bit of extra time to bake this cake right. And you always hope that for some movies that get rushed and they can't quite set the stage the way we want to set it. But we'll see. We'll see. Tom's attached. It's usually a good quality production. Even if you don't love the movie, it's been well made. It's been done right. They've tried to take care of as much as they can control. Randall says most men live lives of quiet desperation. That's the truth. What is that from, Randall? That quote's from something. I'm not placing it. Emmett says, didn't DK have a neck injury? He did, but he didn't have spinal fusion surgery on the neck, which is what Carson did. So as I understand it with DK, it's at least had the ability to heal, whereas once you fuse the spine, it does not go unfused, you know. Emmett Brown says, did Rob Stan ever return the favor? Oh, it's all good. I don't need him to return the favor on it, Emmett. I was just trying to show some support Rob's way, you know. I feel like I do. I've been having such great growth here, and you guys have been supporting the channel so much. I want to get onto some of these other Seahawks channels, and especially those people that are working hard and doing their stuff. And I know Rob's been grinding and doing his thing, so you got to show the love. Just want to show love to the peeps. We're all kind of a family, one way or another, sort of. Callie Tangerine says, if you talked about Russ and Sierra naming their puppy Bronco, I literally face palmed. Well, I say this, I ain't missing, I'm not watching Russ's social media. Not that I watched it before, but the amount of cringiness stuff you think is a little bit lessened. I mean, did you guys see the Subway ad with the spinning the sandwich around and the dual sandwich and oh my God, like he's trying hard. God bless him. He's trying hard, but it just, the cringe is too much. It's too much. The dog is wonderful though, says Charles. Look beyond the cringe. Randall says they also said you have to be trusted by the people that you lie to. You have to know what that's from, Randall. This is like it's ringing bells, but I can't place it. Daniel says, I saw Shane Waldron in the draft phone calls, and man, he has that vibe. He can't be a head coach. He's 100% has church leader at summer camp energy, Boy Scout, Scoutmaster energy. It's fine, but not head coach. It's all right. It's why some guys are set and best to be coordinators. Not everybody's set up to be a coach. And just because you're on your track and you get up to be a positional coach and then you be a coordinator, sometimes you top out at a spot, and that's all right. Just be a great coordinator. That's all we need from him. Ryan Ball says, I wonder how long the Bronco fans are going to tolerate losing in the playoffs. How long, Brandon? They're going to tolerate for a bit of time here, Ryan. The investment you put into Russell Wilson, this is a little bit of the poison tree here that you're getting with Russell Wilson from a Broncos standpoint. You get your one cheap year of him this year. Then next year, you've got to make a decision. You have to pay him $50 million a year. And the decision's already been made. It is going to happen. And once you then pay him $50 million a year, it doesn't matter whether they're tolerating it or not, Ryan. You know, they're at that point stuck with the situation. And as you know, once you're paying your quarterback that amount of money, it gets really hard to build the rest of the roster. Their greatest chance of success for Russell Wilson under center is this upcoming season when Russell is costing twice as cheap up against the cap as what he's going to cost moving on into the future, if not more so. So they're going to probably be like buyer's remorse. I don't know if it's going to be necessarily the place of, can we give him back to you and just give us one of our first round picks back and we'll let you have him and we'll just call it a day. I don't think it'll get to that stage, but there'll be a little bit more of the, boy, we thought we were getting this. Boy, we thought we were getting that. Boy, I thought he was a little more mobile. I mean, boy, just like teams are kind of taking away this deep ball on him. How are they doing this? And it's like, well, let me tell you, son. Sit down, son. Let me tell you a story. B says, who got the better deal in the Russell trade, us or them, and why? My opinion on this, Megan, will come down to this, and this a little bit of an offshoot off of discussing on Ryan's question to Megan with this, and I know Charles had kind of put it up there as a donation, but let me expand a little bit further on this. It's my belief system that Russell Wilson cannot operate within traditional offense. If you ask him to run a lot of short and intermediate concepts, and he can't just lean on the deep ball to throw, I think Russell is limited as a quarterback because I don't think he has the elite athleticism and escapability that he once had to fall back on to create his magic. So that being the case, I think that you have to eventually adjust your scheme to putting him in more of a power-based running attack that's going to draw a safety up into the box, and then Russell can take his shots over the top and still be a good quarterback like that. Part of what's happened with us in recent history is, of course, the cover two defense is completely given Russell Wilson all kind of problems. And the reason that that's the case is because you've not been able to consistently draw that safety into the box, keeping those teams in a single high situation as far as their safeties are concerned, thus removing ability to go hit those deep shots because you can just run cover two to each side of the field and just completely take the deep ball away. So what's going to happen here, Megan, is they're going to try to make Russ work with the West Coast offense in the first year, that year that's optimal and that they need to strike while the iron's hot right now because of his future cost. And that future cost comes in at $50 million, and they're not able to build out their roster appropriately, Megan. And then, in my opinion, even though we're not to that stage yet, I'm anticipating these things to happen. And in my anticipation of them happening, I'm saying we win the trade, because he's not getting you to a Super Bowl, not in that conference, not in that division, not with the fact that you got to build the offense in a very certain way around him at that point, which means it's going to require them to put in the work then after this year. We got to get more offensive linemen that can pass protect. We're going to need to maybe get another piece or two over the top that can take stuff over, can be a Lockett type maybe in their offense. And we'll see if this changes, Megan, but I think that those two things are what they're up against. We're going to have to take some time to learn Russell and what he can do and can't do, and then the cost of Russell a year from now are really the two things that I think are going to allow us to eventually win this trade. Mohammed Al-Safari says 10-7 would make the team a mid-round. Better tank and use the draft to strengthen the team instead of using it to trade up next year. It's very hard to tank, Mohammed. It really is hard to tank unless you're really setting out from a roster construction standpoint to do so, being that we haven't added the dogs here on this team to be a team that can hope to get into that middling state that you talk about. The problem is that you've spent your money on middling decent veterans here, Shelby Harris here, Al Woods back here, Quentin Jefferson back in there, bringing the cornerback situation like you've brought it in. Grabbing these tackles like you had and the return that should give you in the immediacy. And you're playing Muhammad a last play schedule. If you were going to be in a tank mode, it would have had to have been more of, let's save $30 million of our cap space to next year or whatever, or $15 million of our cap space. So one or two or three less players we add along the trek. I don't disagree with you. That might have been a better lane to go into. I'm with you kind of on that, but that's not the lane the teams decided to go into, where they're not fully on competing for title town or stuff, but they are trying to compete to win more games than they're losing this upcoming year. Whether they succeed at that or not, we'll see. Evan Brown says the Raiders versus 49ers should be good for at least 2 in-stadium stabbings. Yep. 2 in-stadium stabbings. 3,400 sets flashed. Right? And 24 beatings. Some Raider on Raider, some 49er on 49er violence, because they just got confused and caught up in the swept of the moment. Callie says the game in Germany sounds fun. Wish I could see the Hawks in an international setting. It would be cool to see them go in that stadium. How the fans react to them, if it's more Seattle fans in there or not. Chrono says the Broncos and Rams on Christmas Eve. It's good. That'd be a good game. Supposedly there's going to be 3 Christmas games, I think. That's what I've heard. Supposedly. We'll see. Noah Melky, if the Hawks fail this season and have a top 5 and a mid-round, first-round pick, would you go for a quarterback 100% early or get an insane player like a Will Anderson and then get the quarterback later in round 1 if the pool is that deep? I would say this, Noah, and it's good that you bring up Anderson, because I would say that the one guy that I would make the exception on this is I would probably grab Anderson early and the quarterback second. But he would probably be the only guy, at least early on. I haven't had a chance to always give me some rope on this, Noah, because we got to have a chance to see the tape on these guys coming out now. And I haven't gotten this year's class as deep because we're just getting the last draft done. But Anderson would probably be the only guy that would really be that guy that I would do that. I make that exception. Anybody outside of him, I'm probably just going for the best quarterback on the board and then just take the best player available with the next pick. But Anderson, I think, is I'm buying into his hype. I'm in on Anderson. What's up, JP Strong? JP, I had your comment here and then I lost it. Oh, JP, you think the 12s will boo Wilson? No. No, at the end of the day, you'll have a smattering, but it's not going to be Alex Rodriguez coming back to no, it won't be that. It won't be that. So there'll be a smattering here and there of people that are a little bit butthurt, but overall it'll be cheering. I think people will just appreciate what he did. We've got a pretty good fan base with that. You have to really kind of chap our hide and do us dirty for us to come back and boo you. Callie Tangerine says, Justin Herbert is my QB1 until further notice. He's good, and he's on the rise. I don't know if he's my QB1 right now as it stands, but, I forgot Burrow too. So, yeah, Russell might be behind Burrow right now, the way Burrow's been playing. Christopher, thank you. I've completely forgot that one. Emmett says, yeah, my quarterback list for this year is pretty extensive, like 31 flavors. It's pretty incredible, isn't it, Emmett? Coming off the year where we were trying to talk ourselves into one of these quarterbacks in this draft and like, well, if maybe he'll work if he can just do this or that. And then you look at some of these guys and you're like, oh, okay. And then they got this guy, and then there's this one, and then there's this one. It's encouraging, Emmett. It's very encouraging. And just one more reason I'm so glad that they've waited an extra year here to do this, because it's going to be so much of a better quarterback versus this year where you had a bunch of third-round guys and onwards. Daniel Bailey says, I would say Rodgers is better than Russ as well. He has done more with less weapons and won back-to-back MVPs. That's not nothing, and I'm saying that while not being a fan of Rodgers, laughing out loud. I think Rodgers has a good case for saying he's been a little bit better than Wilson. I think historically those guys are going to end up sitting on the all-time chart very close to each other when it's probably all said and done, but Rodgers probably edges him out, to your point, because of the MVPs. Russ can say, well, I've been to 2 Super Bowls, you only got to 1. But then Rodgers may have the longevity aspect on him. I think they're guys that there's a lot more, even though they're not anywhere near the same kind of quarterback in the way they play the sport, the results that they turn out are very similar. And they will be, I think, a little bit linked in that way as we look at them historically from that angle of things. But I get what you're saying on that. I agree with that. Why do I? You forgot Joe Burrow? I did forget Joe Burrow. So Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, Watson, and Burrow. You counted Burrow twice, by the way. Herbert. Oh no, you didn't. You just put him back on through there. Okay, I see what you did. Yeah, those guys would be better than Russ. So Russ would be the 6th guy. Jeez, crazy, huh? Crazy. But it's the truth. With his recent play, that's where it's at. You can't look at Russ at 2018. You got to look at Russ. Where is he now? Evan says, I think besides quarterback, we need a stud defensive tackle and center. Then I think we can start to talk about being dangerous. I'd offer one other thing in there too, Emmett. I'd say left guard. Left guard, center, defensive tackle, certainly. And those have got to sit at the head as we go forward. But part of the reason, Emmett, is that had to take more than just 1 year to get to a true contending status is that you had so many holes to fill. But getting a good mobile center with some talent, be it the Linderbaum type that went through this draft, if they could find something like that in the future, that'd be great. And yeah, somebody from the inside that can provide some pressure and be a danger on the inside would be nice, rather than just kind of topping out at a little bit better than average at the best case scenario for the position. I agree with you. Cali Tangerine says, where will Baker land? I've kind of thought that the situation with Baker would go somewhere where the way that this would play out, if Cleveland can stave off some of the heat that they're feeling for kind of the going national perspective on this seems to be that Cleveland has done Baker dirty. And so in that, there's going to be pressure on Cleveland to release him outright and let him just go find his way. Cleveland wants to get value back for him. Part of me's wondered if they wouldn't just sit on him because they're going to have to pay the $18 million no matter what. So what's the point of releasing him? If we can sit on him up until the trade deadline, maybe we can find a quarterback-needy team who loses their frontline guy, who still thinks that they're a contending team, who will then be willing to trade us some kind of draft capital for him on top of offsetting whatever's remaining on his salary for the rest of the season. If I'm Cleveland, that's my ideal position, which means that it makes it a lot harder to predict about where he's going to go because it's more based on what quarterback gets injured on some given team that's a contender-type team. Absent that, if he was to just be released tomorrow, I don't know what the landing place is for him. I really honestly don't. You know, if he's released tomorrow, where does he go? There's not a lot of straightforwards. Houston, you know, maybe Houston makes sense. Houston could make some sense. Brett Forsyth says, new sub here. Go Hawks. Brett, thank you for subbing up, man. I made the call. I said, we're on our way to 10,000. So you're helping us get just a quicker, little closer step to 10,000 by subbing up. So thank you so much for doing that, Brett. Very kind of you to do so. I do appreciate it. Daniel Bailey says, I wish we would have gotten Broncos' 64th pick in this year's draft. Could have gotten Travis Jones. I think we could have pushed for that pick. I agree with you, Daniel. That's one that I do look at in retrospect and go, boy, if you just used some future draft capital to get up in that third round where Travis Jones was falling, this was a guy who should have been a second rounder. That would have been great value to go get a guy there that was just dipping and falling. I think it was the Ravens end up getting him as part of their just crazy draft class that they got where they just owned this draft. But that was the one part of this draft I came away from, Daniel, going, boy, that would have just put this as a draft almost for the ages potentially at that point, rather than just being an amazing draft. But yeah, Travis is going to be a good player. He's going to be a good player. Charles Riley with the $5 donation says, Brando, at Daniel Bailey brings up the point that some believe Jesse Eisenberg to be the best Lex. Please give your opinion in a Pauly Shore voice. I'm going to give this a shot, Charles, but we are 5.5 hours in, so the voice definitely gets challenged with the impressions on. Let me tell you, buddy, Lex Luthor is never, Mr. Jesse Eisenberg doesn't know how to act his way out of a paper bag, buddy. He's got a real squishy face. He likes to get up in his little feelings. He's got a little snickerbuckins, doesn't he? No. That's first we got to address the point of it, though, Charles, is that no, Jesse Eisenberg is not the best Lex Luthor. It is Gene Hackman. Jesse Eisenberg drives me absolutely insane. He's what my dad used to call some of these actors, that's the luckiest actor in all of Hollywood. What is it you do? I just make this face. It's the Jesse Eisenberg face. Just kind of smug, yeah. And he's just the same guy in every role. He's not Lex Luthor, that's Jesse Eisenberg trying to act like Mark Zuckerberg, who he's already played, by the way. It's a mirror inside a mirror inside a mirror. Thank you though, Charles, for the $5. My Pauly Shore sucks already. It's tough 5.5 hours in though, but definitely Jesse Eisenberg is not the best Lex. That is sacrilege. He was awful in that. He was awful. If you make a god bleed. The ZXQUQYB. Thank you for your super chat into $5. I appreciate you, sir. He says, we are the 2011 Seahawks. Watch what happens with 2 first-rounders and 2 second-rounders next year. Ooh, yeah. I love bringing that energy in here, man. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Not just the donation, but bringing that energy. Yeah. You're bringing yourself back to the blueprint and what you did in 2011, 2012, 2013. You know, and that was a very successful run when you did it last time. And to fit back into that blueprint is not to try to just replicate the old in itself. It's to replicate a model that has not only worked for you, but has worked for other teams. And yeah, if you have taken care of the business like you have, where this draft sets the stage and you have all of that money next year, ZQ, to spend as well, because let me add that on top of your donation there, where you're sitting on about $130 million of cap space. So now you've got those 4 picks in the first 2 rounds in next year's draft, $130 million of cap space, 3/5 of your offensive line cemented and good, a lot of your team, the majority of your team in place, some stars across the board here and there. God forbid a couple of these guys actually pop and start to really develop. You could be rounding out a very, very scary team by that time. It should get you excited. It should get you hyped. Because as I've said, this is what's going to help aid this turnaround so much faster. Rather than waiting years, we're talking about waiting a year. And if they continue to make the moves like they've made here recently, that speeds up even that much more faster. Bravo to this front office in that respect. Thank you for the donation. And again, love that energy, man. That's exactly where we should be. You should be in this state of mind with what they just recently did. Because it's easier said than done. Having the last draft that they had is easier said than done. You can do it on a PFF simulator, but when the bullets are live and the action's going fierce and you got trade up and trade downs and you can get cute with it here and you get cute with it there, they just maintained and they just kept the level, man. They just kept the level. Emmett says, after year 1, both Pete and Russ have a built-in excuse. Peter can say, hey, we don't have our quarterback yet. And Russ can say, I'm learning a new playbook, so my hopes of a new head coach are already hosed next year. Oh, and I've said, Emmett, I don't think that's changing anytime soon with the, I think Carroll's here beyond this year no matter what. I think he's been given those, that's part of their reason and willingness, I think, to move on from Russell and be so brazen in doing so, is that they look at it as well as we're on solid ground here with Jody. She's going to give us more than just the 1 year. And if it's because of the potential impending sale in 2025, or if there's other reasons, who knows? But they certainly feel like they're on solid ground, to your point on that, Emmett. Callie Tangerine says crispy 10K. I know it does. 10K does got a just certain crispiness, doesn't it? Ooh, be good. Cooper Taxdoll says, love the channel, man. Super insightful and always makes my day better when I get to watch the streams. Oh, Cooper, that is really kind of you to say. That would be my goal, man. Whether I'm informing or not, or whether I'm being entertaining or not, if you can walk away from the channel after watching a little bit of the show and get a little bit more of a smile on your face, especially if you're going through a little bit of tough time or there's tough days, and a lot of people going through tough times and tough days at this point. I know it. So I appreciate that. I love what I do. I appreciate you listening and watching, and I'm glad to hear that, man. Like I said, that puts a smile on my face. Daniel Bailey says, I heard good reviews on Maverick. I'm excited to see it. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm so stoked to see it. I'm going to go catch it in the movie theater with a couple bros for sure. Jeffrey Taub. Hi, Brando. What's up, Jeffrey? Good to see you, my guy. Big fan of your channel. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Kind of you say. Keep up the great work. Who do you think starts on the offensive line this year? Well, thank you. I will definitely keep it up as long as you keep on watching, Jeffrey. I will give you my starters. So we got left tackle is going to be Charles Cross right from the jump. He's starting out for me right there. I do think Damian Lewis does remain at left guard. I would not be so surprised by the end of the year if you end up, Jeffrey, with Phil Haynes at left guard and Damian Lewis back at right guard. But I think to start things out, he's at left guard. Austin Blythe does get the job. He does get the nod as the starter at center, the guy you brought in for a $4 million contract as a free agent. Gabe Jackson does maintain the starting role there at the right guard position. He's going to beat out Phil Haynes because Phil Haynes is really a left guard. He's not a right guard, even though he's competing on that right side. So Gabe continues to start, and Abraham Lucas will start from day one as well. A lot of people like Jake Curhan. I'm not anti-Jake Curhan. I'm just for Abraham Lucas. And there is a vast difference in a third round, even a top-end third round talented tackle in the draft who might be the best right tackle in the draft versus a guy that went completely undrafted. It's good to have Curhan's depth. It's good to have Forsythe's depth, but I like the frontline guys better. So, Jeffrey, I would go with those. Those are my 5 starters. Feel pretty good about that one, too. Thank you for all the kind comments, though, folks. Appreciate you. Megan says, I am only family if you like the coach, laughing out loud. I'm pretty okay with him sometimes. Emmett, I'm not a fan of how the number 14 looks on our current jerseys, but the different font of our old school jerseys would look really good, IMO. Royal blue Metcalf would be nice, especially if he re-signs. Agreed, Emmett. Yeah, I'm 100% there. I'm not as big on the 14 on this jersey with that font, but the old school font looks tight with the silver. God, if we could just get a couple of those games a year with the old school 80s jersey, that'd be so nice. Oh, Pink Floyd lyrics from Animals. That's where I was recognizing it from. Okay. Thank you, Dross. All right, Randall. I see where you're getting those lyrics. I was like, God, those sound familiar. I know my Pink Floyd lyrics, so when I'm hearing them like, I know that. It's one of my all-time favorite bands. And Sandy Mixes says, guys, so no Carson? Yeah, and Sandy Mixes, I'm sorry, man. I think he's going to be out before day one. Retirement or released and retirement. An R&R. We're going to give him an R&R. Megan says, B, not sure if you answered this. How much say do you think Sean Desai will have regarding the team and the playbook this year? A lot. I think that they had to do a little bit of a sales job at the last minute to bring Desai into the door versus going to Minnesota. And I think that in that sales job, he was given 2 things. At least this was reported what he was given, Megan. And that was, number 1, autonomy over game planning, and some say with the personnel. And bringing guys in. So you see a guy like Artie Burns come in. I have to wonder a little bit as well, Megan, when I look at how well they did with his draft, if there's not some of his influence on that as well, being that it did go so much differently this year. But I certainly think, I can't say for sure on the draft that he had the autonomy there, maybe not, but I absolutely do think on the play calling he will, Megan, and it will be vital because he's going to be teaching the back end secondary stuff within that game plan and having them run their games on the back end of the secondary, which will be wholly him. Whereas Clint Hurtt's forte and his expertise is the defensive line. And so they're really splitting those duties up a little bit and how they're going to have this run. It speaks to a little bit of the complexity of the game today that you have to have your defensive coaches split that way to get the right amount of intelligence to one side and one aspect of the defense. But especially it'll be mainly the secondary stuff that he's going to be running on the back end that will come in conjunction with Clint Hurtt. They'll be working together on it, but he'll be driving a lot of, I think, those coverages on that backside. Kronos, it is one of those spots where I would rather not have to worry every game if his last from a bad shot to the back while running. Agreed. I mean, like, you don't want to wince every time Chris Carson's taking one of those big hits, and he takes his share of big hits. You know, guy's just got his body's been beat up, man. It's been beat up going back to high school. Time has come. Time has come. Daniel Bailey says, unpopular opinion, depiction of Lex Luthor and Batman vs. Superman is best Lex Luthor of all time, but I don't have that unpopular opinion, laughing out loud. Oh, you hedged up there, Daniel. You hedged up there nice. I just can't. Eisenberg, I can't. There's certain actors that I just want to punch him in the face when they come on screen, and he's one of those guys that he's got a very punchable face. Sorry, it is. It just is. The smugness, easy. Christian Joyce says, Aussie style, ditch the helmets, tone down the padding, and mandate use of arms and tackles and penalize anything above the shoulder. That would certainly save a few necks in early retirements. Oh, goodness. Emmett says, Jesus, can we talk about our effing quarterback? Anyone want to talk about Locke or Gino or Eason or Levis or Elby? I mean, we can, Emmett. We're trying to maintain the excitement here. And the good news, Emmett, is that you're building a scheme, and a little bit ahead of my leaning into the show at the start of this is at least you're you're setting the stage here for running backs to drive the day, the running game to drive the day, the defense to drive the game, the special teams to drive the day, and you're going to try to test how much you really need a quarterback to elevate the rest of your team around you if you build the rest of the team up. But it's not pretty where it stands currently, Emmett. It's a little dark. It's a little dark, but I look at it as like it's fine because we're just waiting a year to get the right guy, you know? You'll wait for that extra year for the right woman, for the right girl, right? I don't need the quick girl right now. I don't need easy girl right now. I'll wait for my bride to be from a year from now, the right one. You know, I think I'm okay with it because of that. Now, if we didn't have that hopeful future, Emmett, of multiple picks and an arsenal to move up, and we're not looking at maybe 5 or 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, I might go in a different direction with it and be a little bit more depressed by the situation. But I'm okay with it, knowing that they're just. Especially, we got to remember, Emmett, that it's bad quarterback situation, but at least they didn't pick the wrong one in this last draft. Emmett says, I think Levis is fun to watch. Homie's got quicks. Reminds me of a poor man's Trayvon Boykin. That's an interesting comparison. But he's much bigger than Boykin, of course. I love Levis, man. I'm a Levis believer. I'm a believer. Scott, Nina, next draft, Will Anderson and Keely Ringo, first round picks. Tyler Van Dyke or Will Levis, second round, and Trent Sewell. Tyler Van Dyke and I think Will Levis, Scott, are going to be first round guys. Definitely Will Levis, to me, will end up a top 3 pick in the next year's draft. Will's going to be the best quarterback in next year's draft, I think. I got to look at all the quarterbacks, but the talent that he showed is stuff that doesn't come down the track very often, even in recent drafts from quarterbacks. I think he's a first. I do. But I haven't looked at all those guys, Scott, so I'll be definitely checking out all those guys. Keely Ringo, that's a hell of a name. And Will Anderson is one of the more beastly defensive players that we've seen come out in recent drafts. He is legit freak show city, 100%. Emmett Brown says, plus there's something cool about watching a lefty quarterback. Speaking about Levis, Brennan Armstrong is another prospect I like, who's also a southpaw, though he's cursed with also being a ginger. The ginger curse is real, Bennett, and even the southpaw power. And I'm a southpaw, Emmett. I'm a lefty, and even a lefty cannot overcome the curse of the ginger. The curse of the ginger is too strong. It offsets the power of the lefty and the right hemisphere use of the brain. Just does. The ZQKUQYB. I got to figure out a quick way to pronounce your name. The Zipquib. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, man. He says, I'm a Seahawk fan from 1979 living in Minnesota. You are a Seahawk god amongst us Seahawk fans. Thanks for your work. Oh, man, very kind of you to say. I really do appreciate that. Very kind. I love what I do on this, man. Eventually, I'm going to be able to do this full time. And really why I love to do it as much as anything is because I could interact with you guys on the chat on this. We could have deep football discussion deeply into our Seahawk roots. And that's when I'm at my happiest, man. I just love talking football and love talking my Hawks. I'm like with you. I go back almost as far myself. And, you know, the roots are deep with us here. So appreciate you, brother. Glad we could hopefully give you a little bit of that feeling of back that Seattle Seahawk energy, even as you're in Minnesota, even as you're in Skull country. But thank you. Very kind of you saying. Thanks for the donation as well. I really do appreciate it. Y2Y says, someone pointed out that the Sonics have been to playoffs more recently than the Mariners. Ouch, baby. Yeah, it hurts a little bit, but NBA lets in like 23 teams into the playoffs every year, right? So you also are kind of like, that's the problem with the NBA is it's not as much of an attainment to get into the playoffs as it still kind of is in baseball. Baseball's opened it up a little bit, but not the same degree. Matthew Smith says CJ Stroud is a better prospect than Fields. Ooh, Matthew got a bold take on that one. I like it, Matthew. I've got to watch some more of CJ's tape, but I can see where you're going with that. Boy, it's hard to have a lot of trust in those Ohio State quarterbacks, though, isn't it? So many have been like, it gets a little rough on having a lot of faith in those guys. But I've heard a lot of CJ's got his share of people that believe in him that are ardent believers in what he does. It's worth noting. Callie Tangerine says, I guess Baker's landing place will be another insurance commercial. I'm going to be not too surprised as we see Baker's commercials dialing black a little bit. Isn't that going to be weird how he's going to start seeing less commercials as he has no clear landing space for a starting role? Evan says, I agree. I agree. A good left guard is needed. Too bad we dick around every free agent period. It's like we don't attack that portion of the offseason. We got to right the ship to show the future free agents Seattle is a desired destination. It'd be nice to see Emmett. The one thing I go back to in my mind a little bit on this is that I wish they would figure out the free agent spending thing better. I do. The two of the last three off seasons have been pretty weird, where you've got $53 million of money to spend and you're just doling it out strangely. I hope that doesn't continue. I will say that for my money and looking at it, knowing the amount of picks you're going to get to pick over these next couple of years, if they can nail the draft first and foremost and knock it as much out of the park as they have in this recent draft, it will allow them more wiggle room to not have to get the money situation as right and where they can miss on a contract or two if that should so happen. But yeah, they do dick around. They dick around in free agency. They, rather than just target a guy, go get the guy, fit him in, let's go. It's a little bit of like, instead of adding this one guy, let's add 3 subpart guys. Charles says, I agree. I appreciate the work, Brando. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate your donations and all your support and being such an active participant in the chat, man. You're great keeping this place live and active as always, man. Thank you so much. Says, by the way, how interesting would a Pauly Shore Lex Luthor be? That would be interesting. Come on, Superman. Don't get so down in your dog, buddy. Like, I got some kryptonite. Here, have some, man. Squeeze a little of my kryptonite juice on the squeeze-a-weeze buddy. Yes, it'd be a fun Superman. It'd be that at least. Megan says, Eisenberg reminds me of a guy with a stick up his butt who can't act his way out of a wet paper bag. Exactly, Megan. I don't get he's the same dude in every role. The same placid face, no emotion, it just drives me crazy. Like, how does this guy get roles? Jeffrey says, I only like the movie American Ultra with Jesse Eisenberg. It could be because I watched it in the theater super frying on mushrooms. Well, that does make things a little bit better sometimes, Jeffrey. I mean, the mushrooms would help. I didn't hate that movie. That movie was okay with him. It was okay with him. Again, he's doing just the same thing. He's doing the Eisenberg thing. He's a little eccentric. I don't know. Yeah. I just want to punch. It's the punchable face thing I keep coming back to. It seems to really pull the movie together, says Jeffrey. The shrooms do that. They can do that. Why do I, says Brandon, when you go watch Van Eyck, his deep passes are moon balls, a little reminiscent of Russ's deep ball. I'll check it out. I'm psyched to check out his tape. I've been forgetting to get to it, but I want to see what he's got there. Charles says, you don't mind Jesse, but the Lex was insufferable. It was a bad one. Dude, don't shake hands with this guy. Look at that grip. Lex to me is a more like, he's got that slimy element, but then he's got a little more of and the whole grandma's tea piss joke thing. And like the weird scene when he puts the candy in the guy's mouth, like he literally takes a candy piece out and puts it in the dude's mouth. Like, what was that? Bobby Savage Hill, do I think Carson stays on the roster in 2022? I would not put money on it. No, Bobby. I think that they're going to release him. He had spinal neck fusion surgery this offseason. He's had a myriad of injuries going back to high school beyond that injury. He also saves you $3.5 million by moving off from him. I think that there's just too many spots as far as just makes too much sense to go in a different direction, on top of the fact you got Kenneth Walker, so you're 1-2 deep at the running back position, and you feel good about the top 1-2 talent you got there. Bobby Savage says, man, look at you. You're still grinding on the stream. It's not a grind for me, man. It's really like I blink my eyes, I get to bullshitting, we have some fun talking, and I take a look up and the clock says you've been on for 5 hours and 40 minutes. I know it seems weird. It seems like I shouldn't be that way, but I've just gotten in maybe it's the habit or the realm of it, but the chat just keeps me engaged. I'm not thinking about the length. It's just how much fun it is to talk Hawks and get into this stuff, you know? Megan says, I'm so excited to see what Desai brings. You know, along with being well and truly on the silver-headed coach's train, I am well and truly on the Desai train from day one. Megan, you were pining for the Desai back before Desai was even here. So I can attest to that as well. And I'm very excited for Desai too. I think he's a guy that could be that wild card in the room in the defensive room to say, no, this is how you guys have been doing it, and this is why this has been doing it wrong, and this is now why you got to do it this way. And I think that he has enough potential gravitas in the situation, being that they had to sell him on coming aboard, that he can sway the room in that way. Jeremy Bohm, what's up, Jeremy? It's good to see you, man. Says, I'm really excited that Pete's going back to his roots of running the ball and playing great defense. This is the kind of football I love. Well, this is football at its base level, man. Mano a mano. You got to stop us. We're coming at you. We're going to run the ball at you. We're going to put body on body. We're going to be more physical than you. We're going to be more tenacious at the point of attack than you, and you just got to good luck stopping us. They've got the Hogs up front where they can maybe start to do this a little bit better, Jeremy. The offensive scheme is a little more elaborate to open the door to them to be able to attack in a variety of different ways in the running game as opposed to just hitting the middle of the defense constantly. So you should be excited. You should be excited. They put a lot of these pieces together. I've said it's kind of a three-pronged thing. You've got the new scheme in, which should start to adapt a little more wholly this year, which attacks outside and outside zones specifically, and then incorporates more of the fly sweep element, which will now challenge defenses more laterally and stretch them more laterally and open things back up more vertically that's become condensed. So be excited. But first and foremost is the scheme. You've added now the tackles along with a movement-based center, which should help on some of the reach blocks and movement-based principles of the offense. And then the third component, you've stacked yourself at two running back deep. That not only do you have two running backs now that are talented, you have two true running backs that have the speed to get to those edges and take advantage of the bread and butter of this offensive attacks rushing scheme, which is the outside zone, hitting the outside part. Stretching laterally. Jeffrey Toss says, have you ever watched a Seahawks game with Brendan Nelson? If so, does he get hyped when watching a game? I imagine him just nodding and saying, okay, whenever we score a touchdown, laughing out loud. No, I've not ever watched a game with Brendan, so I can't speak to that. I imagine he gets probably a little bit high. As hard as Brendan covers the Seahawks, as much content as he gets on this, as much as I know he's in on this team, I guarantee you Brendan's getting hyped up on Sunday. You can't be this invested and not, even for a guy like him that keeps it pretty close to the vest. I'm not super stoked for House of the Dragon. I'm still torn by what they did with Game of Thrones at the end. Like, Cal Tangerine, is B the type to knock over a chair in excitement during game? Yeah, I'll do that. I get hyped for the game. I do play-by-play, though, Callie, so you'll see this year. I get into it. You better believe I get into it. Jeremy says, I'm curious about this hybrid 3-4 we're going to play. This is a major move for Pete to make. It is. Pete's been a specifically 4-3 under guy. You're going to more of a 3-4. Obviously, they've run 3-4 principles in the past, but now you're running 3-4 with a gap and a half on the front, which he's been more of a two-gapping type, what he asks his defensive tackles to do. So it's going to be it's going to look a lot different. And it's going to be interesting to see if there's going to be some of the old stuff in there, Jeremy, or if it's really more of all the new, how they're going to run back and forth between 3-4 to 4-3, if that's going to happen as well. But it's going to be fun and hopefully a lot more unpredictable from play to play as to what happens. Daniel Bailey, yeah, laughing out loud, I agree with you. Eisenberg should be nominated for the Oscar of Most Punchable Face. Laughing my ass off. Who would be some good runners-up in your opinion? Ooh, okay. It's a good question. There are some roles I like him in, but there's sometimes that Gosling has got a bit of a punchable face. Ryan Gosling sometimes got a little bit of that, like, you know, the most minimalist actor there is out there, maybe, in Gosling. Who else has got a punchable face? Let me think about it. There's a couple of them. That's for sure. Be another one. I gotta think about it. Let me think on it. Jeffrey says they know they messed up the finale. That S was Garbo. Yeah, the whole last season, the last couple of seasons on Game of Thrones, they just rushed through, which was so weird because they did such a good job of slowly setting the stage. And then those writers just D&D just completely just burned down their own creation to the ground. Like, I've never seen something turn that quickly as far as quality of content. And I think they just got bored with it. Like, we're done. We want out. But Inlet, you got to check out KJ Jefferson. Rob kind of shot me down when I brought him up, but I think he's going to be a stud. I see a lot of Dak Cam in him. I'll check him out, bud. I'm stoked to say him. I can't wait to dive into all these quarterbacks. So, and the fact that you're hearing there's so many good upper level talented ones is, really encouraging. But we've got a couple here that I've heard now. And KJ Jefferson, I'll put him up on my list. Take a look at him. I love it, man. Every time I think I've heard of all of them, man, there's one more new name that comes up, bud, that I hear them like, oh, okay, well, that one too. All right, let's roll. The ZX Cube. Thank you, man, again for all the donations. Another $10 donation. Very much appreciated, man. Very kind of you. He says, nothing better than up a touchdown in the fourth with 12 left, and you do 13-play rush heavy, slam the ball down the throat, taking 10 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock. You're right. Because also built within that is that you've been banging them on them all game with that running game too. You've been wearing them down a little bit there too. And now you're just you got them already starting to bend, already starting to wonder when the game's over, already starting to kind of feel all that soreness in the game of just play after play, just getting smacked in the mouth. And then you just start to fold. And there's nothing like watching a defensive team give in and fold and just sort of lay over. It doesn't happen instantaneous. These guys got some pride to their game, but it does happen. And especially when you're really as committed to the run as I think they're going to become now again, you will see those type of games. And I like those type of games too. Football is a game of will. It's not always a game of I got more talent than you. Sometimes it's I'm willing to go to a place you're not willing to go. I'm willing to put my nose into a spot you're not willing to put your nose into that spot. And who wins? And you create more of those scenarios when you have more of the just trying to run the ball. Let's just, let's muddy this up. Let's go. I love it, man. Great. Thank you for the donation. And I'm okay with watching games like that as long as you stay committed to it. Part of the reason that it hasn't worked in recent years and why it's been inconsistent is you couldn't just fully buy into it because you were also trying to placate a star quarterback and make sure that he was happy in what he was getting on his end of things. So that does completely go out the door now. If you can run and you can be effective running, you're going to stick with it and you ain't going to leave it unless you have to. And I expect it to be pretty efficient and pretty effective on top of that. Megan Gock Roger with the $2 donation says, B, you would punch Neil Armstrong in the face? Yes. If it was Ryan Gosling in place of Neil Armstrong, yes, I would. The guy, another guy that's one of the luckier guys in all of Hollywood there's like one role where I've liked him in was The Big Short. Not Big Short, but the one with Carell in it with the financial movie. That was the only one with him that I've watched in a movie with him where I just, another one of those guys is just, if I look at something really long with my deadpan face, that'll fill in me actually having to act out a scene. Yeah. Like if you're talking to me, like we're having a conversation and I just stop in the conversation, I just start doing this. There could be nothing going on in my head when I'm looking at you like that, but you're going to be off put a little bit. Like it's going to cause you to react. You're going to be like, what? What is it? Oh, what a powerful actor. Just dead eye looking at you. Charles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Thank you for all the donations, folks. Very kind of you. He says, I'd like to see a Pete Carroll Lex Luthor as long as he dies at the end of the film. Oh, you're gonna trigger Megan at that one, Charles. You're gonna trigger. How about we just take him to the Fortress of Solitude at the end, okay? How about we just ice him up in the Fortress of Solitude? He can become a Superman trophy, and then he doesn't have to die. Emmett says, I'm doing my best to move on from our past, and everyone's still talking about the Broncos quarterback like scorned lovers, hence why I'd rather talk about our boys. Me too, Emmett. I'm okay to talk about, Russ as far as, hopeful where they go for the season and what their chances are, and if it's pure football, the other stuff's whatever at this point too, Emmett. It's look to the future. It's happened, it's gone, it's done. We move on. Well said. Z-Cube says, did you ever get the Norm Evans newspaper about the Seahawks in the 80s? Huh. First I've heard of it. I was a kid at that time, so I was definitely younger of era, but I'd still be looking at the newspapers back then and stuff. Norm Evans. It's not ringing any bells. Nolan says, I wonder when DK will be extended. I think very soon, Nolan. I would expect a contract extension announcement to happen within the next month, if you're looking for a timeline. I just think that they wanted to get through their other pressing business before they got to DK and around to getting the situation done. But it will get accomplished, I believe. I think they've already got kind of some of the parameters in place. Maybe not the final negotiations, but at least some of the parameters of a deal. Why do I says that loopy and late delivery has been the same of all those failed Ohio State quarterbacks? CJ does not have that, only does it on occasion. That's good to hear. And I remember him. He has a pretty clean over-the-top delivery too. So he's got a pretty, there's not a, it's not, to your point, it's not as weird. And it's hard to just throw away every quarterback out of programs just because there's been a tough recent history of quarterbacks coming out of that program. I think that's a bit of a painting with a broad brush. Hell, AJ Burrow was technically at Ohio State for a little bit of time. So, it doesn't mean necessarily that they can't scout a quarterback, and they certainly get their pick of the 5-star litter pretty much every year. So, I need to look at CJ. He's on my list too as one of the next guys, him, Van Dyke, a couple of these guys we got to look at. I got to start diving into them because we're going to be looking at one of these guys really closely. But that's good to hear you kind of feel that way about him. And I'm not out yet on him either. I need to get better educated on his game and where he's at exactly before I make a termination. Dan W says, Mitzi Shore owned the Comedy Store in LA, which is probably the #1 comedy club in the world. Wow, I just realized Pauly Shore is her son. It seems like most Hollywood celebs have a family member in the industry first. Yep. Yeah, he's the son of Mitzi Shore. Jeffrey says, yeah, Eisenberg doesn't get a lot of roles because his agent can't sell his acting skills. Well, he's like, so do you need an eccentric kind of real angsty internal guy that can sometimes give you a smug look? Yeah, I got you. Megan says, Hackman is the only Luthor, just as Christopher Reeves is the only Superman. Fight me on this, people. I'm not fighting you on that. I'm with you on that one. ZK says Shrooms plus 90s Ninja Turtles. MK in the theater, the best. Hell yeah, making me want to do Shrooms. Jeffrey says Christopher Reeves never should have played polo. That was his kryptonite. Yeah, that was. It's a dangerous sport too. It's like was it polo or I thought he did the jumping. Didn't he do horse jumping? Like just, and a guy that size, like once you go ass over tits, like it's going to be a long fall to the bottom on that one. Name says, of the 17 games this season, which teams do you see us winning and losing? I can't wait for us to face a Brady. I want revenge. I'm still a Russ fan, but I want the Broncos to suck for good draft picks. I'm with you on all that, Name. You sign me up on that. 17 games this season. We probably go something like 2-4 in the division. We probably go 1-4 against the AFC West. So that would be that's 3-10. So you're probably like 3-10 off of that. Then you got the three back end games. So you'll beat up on the 3 weak opponents that are the last play schedules, right? Like the Jets. You got the Panthers on there and one other team. So those will be the wins there. So that's 6 or 7 wins in there is what I would say for next year. But it's going to be hard getting those wins in this. You're going up against the toughest division in football in the AFC West for 4 games and the second toughest division in football for an additional 6 games of total play. It's going to be rough. It's going to be hard to pull that off, Name. Tampa Bay is going to be good too. So they've made some good moves. They've reloaded this offseason. That's not going to be a weak game in Germany. Maybe we can catch them sleeping or in that weird. We're playing in this odd hemisphere and continent, and you guys are just thrown off. But that's going to be a tough one to win. Nothing better than beating Brady, though. So sign me up for that, too. Emma Brown says, Dallas or Homer for running back 3? Who showed more towards the end of the last season? Who provides more on special teams, pass pro, hands to catch swing screens? In my opinion, the guy at the end of the day is Homer. And some of this, Emmett, is we got to not go off of what Dallas was sold to us as when he was drafted, which was he's the best pass protector in the draft, and he's a former wide receiver convert, so he's really good with catching the ball out of the backfield. He's okay catching the ball out of the backfield. He doesn't look like a former wide receiver convert. He doesn't look like what you see out of a James Cook, for instance, in this last draft as a receiver in that element of things. I go with Homer. I think he's been more consistent from a special team standpoint, more consistent as a blocker, as a third down back. I think that he's been good enough as a runner when they've asked him to do that, or at least been close enough to what Dallas is as a runner that there's not a separation between the two in that realm. I think these all end up leading to Homer being the guy that carries the day. But I do think that Emmett, both of them are going to make the roster because you are probably going to move on from Chris Carson. Jeffrey says Kevin Spacey's kind of a great actor. Sexual predation is set aside. Kevin was a good actor. Yeah, he's good. He take away the stories off that we hear. That he does all right. Megan Gock-Roger with a $2 donation says that Charles Riley, Pete Carroll is Superman, right? She's throwing shade back at him for the Lex Luthor comment. I love it. Oh, that's awesome. Megan says Gosling. No, he's gorgeous. He may be, Megan. I don't know. I'll let the women in the crowd make that. I'm just talking about the man as an actor. God, he drove me crazy in that stupid Blade Runner update. That damn movie was 45 minutes of Gosling walking slow and trying to look around, and that's supposed to fill in the spaces for him being a great detective in the story. Here's me doing Blade Runner 2046. Hold on. Here's me doing Blade Runner. Okay, I'm going to do Ryan Gosling and Blade Runner. This is 45 minutes of the film. Okay, watch. Here we go. That's Gosling for 45 minutes of Blade Runner. There's some good movie in there too, but I got so tired of the slow walk crap. It's a little bit of what got me on the Batman one too. A little bit too much of that. The movements are so slowly epic and amazing. Little too much of that. Little too much. Just a tiny bit. Bobby Savage Hill. How about Matthew McConaughey? I think he's a cool actor and I respect him, but sometimes he's so douchey with his philosophical ramblings. You just want to clock him. Yeah, no. Well, and you know who actually was, I thought it was hilarious, was when Jim Carrey did his little offshoot of his Buick commercials where he's like, he's doing that's how life is, man. You just ride the wave and you come out the other wave and you ask yourself if you're still on the other side of that wave and you say, no, I'm going back into that riptide. This is me right now, twirling a booger in my fingers. That's what I'm doing here. Remember, Jim Carrey did that on a Saturday Night Live, I think, on that, where he did a whole like riff on his whole Buick commercials he does, where he starts with those rambles you're talking about, Bobby. And yeah, it gets a little bit much. The second that Matthew starts to try to get across that he's somehow thinking deeply about anything is the second I do not buy that. Matthew seems like a wonderful man, a cool person, but I don't know if the RPMs are going fully all the way going through on that one. Jordan Kraft says, Brando, not Seahawks related, but favorite Star Wars movie. Mine is 3. Empire Strikes Back is my favorite Star Wars movie. That movie blew my mind. You had your hero character get his hand chopped off, another hero character put in cement. Like they had nowhere to run at the end of the movie. Like, what the hell did I just watch? It blew my mind off. It was like, whoa. That went to what's going to, what a great kind of way they did that as a number 2. They could have just kept it safe and yeah. So I go Empire Strikes Back. Ricardo Edmondson says, I saw Mel Kiper rated the Hawks draft with a C, primarily based on not drafting a quarterback. What the hell? You sort of answered it, Ricardo, with this, and it's a common refrain I've seen on these draft pundits that are knocking us and giving us a bad grade. Is it's one of two things. They're either A, knocking us for the fact that we didn't take a quarterback, which has nothing to do with the players we selected. When do you ever measure a draft on the players you didn't take? You measure the draft on the players you did take. That's the part that doesn't make any sense to me, Ricardo, and doesn't sound like it makes sense to you either. And then they do the positional value thing with the running back. Like, oh, you can't take a running back in the second round, therefore it's a bad pick. Well, what about the running back? Is Kenneth Walker good? Oh, well, yeah, he's good, but you just can't take a running back in that second round. Again, we're outside of the realm of judging the picks for what they are. You're judging them for what they're not. And that's not how you assess drafts, in my opinion. I don't know why they're applying this very specialized level of critique to our particular draft when that's not the way it's universally applied in the way they view other teams' drafts. I could really care less with Kiper because it's like, whatever. It's clickbaity anyway at the end of the day, but it's silly, Ricardo. It is silly. There's no way this team came out of this draft with a C. There's no way. I don't know how you could do that, and again, you drop them all the way down to a C, even all the good players they got just because they didn't get a quarterback. Mel's smoking something. He's smoking something good. Charles Riley with a $5 donation back in Megan Gok Rogers says, Pete was going to be Elder Superman in the DC universe. Pete was on the set for 2 days, and then he decided to wait for Nick Cage. They said not that old. They said not that old, Charles. Too much gray. Too much gray. The ZXQ says, thank you for the $2 donation, ZX. Says, your Ryan Gosling was lacking a digital woman. Oh, that's true. That was how they had to spice up the movie. They're like, this guy's so boring. We need to create a 45-foot holographic hot digital girl just so people think they're watching actually an awesome film. That's how they got around Gosling's limitations on that particular one. Jeremy Bone, I've seen a lot of armchair general managers just dogging the Kenny Walker pick. Pete loves running the ball, and Penny has done nothing to show he can be an every down back. So what's the problem? You clue me in when you figure it out, Jeremy. You clue me in when you figure it out. Again, this is where I think people get lost when they apply too much of a one-size-fits-all approach to things, where they have a general rule of thumb like, I can't take running backs in the first or second round. The value is the position value is not smart to move them at that point. And you get outside of, but what about if you're a team that wants to run the ball a lot? What if you're a team that's had your running back room decimated for 4 straight years? What if you're a team with the current running backs on the roster that have injury concerns and worries with them, and you need to get some more insurance for that? What if you no longer have the magical quarterback that you can fall upon if the running game does fail, meaning that the running game cannot fail, that is not an option for this upcoming season, like it might have been able to be an option in the past when you had Russell Wilson throwing the ball around. And I think this is the part where people get lost on that Walker pick, and they don't take those 4 things I just mentioned, Jeremy. They don't take any of that into account of assessing the Walker pick for being good or bad. It just all comes back to this positional value crap, which has got its share of weight. You've got to give positional value its share of weight, but it's not everything. There are other things that have got to come into factor in your assessment. Why do I? With the great running game, we can bring back the 5-minute offense. Teams would get demoralized in the 4th when behind because Seattle would not give the ball back to them and just sat on the clock. It's true. It's true. It opens that back up. And as well as you've been more consistently embracing trying to run the game throughout, as opposed to trying to lean back into throwing and being a passing team, then there's a better chance that you've got those teams a little more worn down by that time, which just opens up more of that potential effectiveness at that point. You saw this last year with the Titans playing us, where over the course of that game, they just, you were hemming up Henry pretty good through the first half. 3rd quarter, it's getting a little bit tough. And by the 4th quarter, you got his game-breaking run where he's basically leaves everybody in the dust and has Quandre Diggs one-on-one in space, and he just makes Diggs eat turf. That's how that happens. And we're going to see more of that again. Cali Tangerine says, damn poor Gosling, he can't catch a break, laughing out loud. Megan says, oh, B, I have no words. Wow. Oh, goodness. Megan says, you let me down, B. I had such high hopes for you. You let me down. Wow. Emmett says, I'll second that ending for Peter Luther. Daniel, I've never heard of KJ Jefferson. I liked Anthony Richardson, but man, KJ is another guy. He's only 20 years old. Last year got the start and did well, 67% completion percentage. Runs like Cam, 21-4 touchdown to interception ratio. Very interesting, Daniel. I love it. I'll check him out. You found some tape on Anthony Richardson? I've only seen he had 70 snaps last year at quarterback. I heard. I've caught a little smidge here and there of him, but on both those guys, I'm interested to see where they go moving forward. He's only 20 to your point too, so he's got time to develop still. Cooper Taxtall says, in your opinion, what is the worst case scenario for this upcoming season? It's hard for there to be a worst case scenario for the upcoming season because you are in a sort of a bonus year. If you did well, it'd be a bonus because nobody's expecting it to be so. The worst case scenario for this year would be the Broncos go and win the Super Bowl. Us on the other end are not quite miserably bad, but sort of just in a middling state. The 2 quarterbacks we have are obviously not the quarterbacks that are going to be the drivers for us into the future. We absolutely have to go get the quarterback in this next draft. And then you come to find that both your offense and your defensive additions that you made in the last 2 years, being both Waldron and the change to new defensive coordinator, fall completely flat on their face, and you have no returns from either of those 2 moves. If that happens, then you're looking at picking middle of the first round with your highest pick. You need a quarterback. You don't know if you can trust either your offense or your defensive scheme. That would probably be a worst case scenario, along with the Broncos pick, of course, being the 32nd overall in the first round and 64th in the second round or whatever it would be. So that would probably be about the worst case. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation. Appreciate you. He's got a great quote. He's referencing former Indianapolis general manager when this general manager had drafted, I believe it was drafted Trev Alberts, and Kuiper really was on his horse that day. And he said, "Oh, this is why the Colts always suck. And they should have taken David Klingler. And this is why they'll never be any good. This is why they're always going to be bad." And so they had ESPN interviewing the general manager, and he was very hot. He was very hot. And the first thing he goes, "Who the hell is Mel Kiper anyway? Where did he play? Who did he coach?" And he just went at Mel. It's one of the all-time famous draft day videos, and it never gets old going back and watching him when he just, "Who the hell is Mel Kiper anyway? Where'd he play?" Oh, that guy was salty. Salty, I tell you. I can't wait to check out KJ Jefferson, Daniel. You got me hyped on him. Got me hyped. Shia LaBeouf is definitely up there, Daniel. Great addition to the list. Shia has definitely got the punchable face. He's definitely got the punchable face. No doubt. The ZXQ says Christopher Reeves should have learned to skateboard or skydiving and learned to fall. Well, he spent so much time flying, you know. Horses are dangerous. My ex-girlfriend was big into horses. You get on one of those things, man, they get going. And I could ride a horse if I need to ride a horse in a pinch. Like if I need to go old school Armageddon, I could saddle a horse and get up and ride one. But those things, when you're on top of them, you're like, oh yeah, this thing's in control at this point, and he can go wherever, or she can go wherever they want to go, and they're taking you, and you're just going to hold on for dear life and hope they're feeling you trying to give them the gentle pressure to move them in one direction or the other. Daniel W., I don't think Will Levis will be a top 3 pick. I like him. I do, but he will be 24 at the start of the following NFL season. Anthony Richardson, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, K.J. Jefferson, Tyler Van Dyke, all only will be 21. It's a good point, Daniel. It's a good point. That might be enough to factor in on the other end of it. And I do, I got a preference, of course. I haven't looked at everybody yet. So it's just my early list off of what I've seen. But I think I do think that there's a difference of a skill set to Young and Stroud than there is off Levis. I can't speak to the other guys because I haven't watched their tape enough, but I feel pretty strongly that he's got a bit of a better talent base than those two guys do. Just in totality goes, arm strength, size, that type of thing. But again, Daniel, some of this, I got to really look at these guys still. Daniel says, man, these quarterback classes are starting to get stacked. I'm telling you, the next 10 years, there will be 32 good starting quarterbacks. They will soon be indispensable. I hope so, man. I'd like to see this become more of a team sport again and less of the quarterbacks driving everything. Football's at its best when it's more of driven from a teamwork centric. I know the quarterback's position is always going to be mattering the most, but I do lean towards that direction of things. The ZXQ says Brady sold his soul at the crossroads. Watch 4 years after retirement. He will pass away because the devil contract is due. Oh, okay. That would make sense, right? You get one of those talented guys that go from being, a sixth rounder to suddenly the best quarterback of all time. Something doesn't make sense with that. There's got to be something supernatural at play here. I could see it. I could see it. That's how that old thing goes. It's the old thing what they say with like Jimmy Page, He's the third best guitarist in his first group, and then suddenly becomes one of the all-time greatest guitarists in his next one. What happened? I blame the devil. Charles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles, for all your donos. Says, can I say Kiper was absolutely right that day? They drafted Trev Alberts, who was a bust. Not sure of the other selection, but Mel was on it. Now, look, yeah, the Colts definitely didn't hit well with Trev, but Klingler didn't do well either. So David Klingler was not going to be a good pick for them on that from where Mel was operating off either. So it was kind of like both. Everybody was wrong. all of them were wrong on that one, Charles. But yeah, the Trev Alberts one wasn't a good pick for them there. I think there was something else at play though too. Like they already had a quarterback in place coming in or something. I don't know if George was there or not at that point, or it was Harbaugh. I think they had Harbaugh in there. And Harbaugh had just taken him, I mean, as much as he was a try-hard, overachiever, quarterback type, he had, I think, that year just taken him to the conference championship. So there was reason that Colts general manager had to have a little more faith rather than having to go for the quarterback necessarily. Megan says, I had a migraine when I saw the latest Blade Runner and I had to duck out to throw up as I was the only one in the cinema and I knew the owner. They stopped the movie for me. Oh, that was very kind of them. Did you like the movie? I don't know. I just couldn't do it, Megan. It just, I love that director too. Like he just did Dune. I love Dune. Kelly Tangerine says, I've never seen Blade Runner, but I believe you. Tony Corns is laughing my ass off. Hey, once you see it, you guys can't unsee it. Once you watch Gosling slow walk, you're like, you can just hear the director in his head like, okay, walk normally. And Ryan walks across the frame normally. Okay, that's how you normally walk. Now I want you to go to 60% of that speed. And that's how you're going to walk this whole movie, everywhere. Even when something's pressing and there's a sense of urgency. Emma Brown says, Gosling, the geek from Remember the Titans. Yep, that guy. JDM, what's up, JDM? Hey, Brandon. Howdy, 12s. Which of our corners do you think will start at outside corner nickel? Also, Gosling is Goff's doppelganger. I could see that. They do have that same kind of dumb, just stupid look on their face. Outside corner, I'm going to go with Sidney Jones and Kobe Bryant as your two starters. I'm going to be a little dangerous. I know Trey Brown is the Trey Brown, Sidney Jones is kind of probably the more of the popular one, but I'm going to go with that. And I think Justin Coleman reclaims his nickel role here with us. He knows what's required out of Carroll's defense. He's been doing different things in other different defenses outside of this one in the last couple of years. So he gets to come to kind of his home scheme and, do it right. Bobby says, oh God, Jim Carrey did that on SNL. Yeah. He just savaged Matthew beautifully like that. It was like, what's the rubber road going to be on a mile stretch? You got to dive back into that stretch. You got to get down in that road. You got to deal with it. And then Carrie's like, that's why I'm rolling my boogers in my finger. It's just, it was perfect. Jeffrey says, Harrison Ford's way better than Ryan Gosling, though. There's no comparison. 100%. Harrison can act. Harrison's got a little bit of that Kevin Costner thing where they're just being them, but they do it really well. Gary Oldman, The Fifth Element's a good one, Ricardo. Gary Oldman's really good in a lot of stuff. He's a chameleon. Bobby says, yeah, Carrie did the McConaughey Lincoln impression on the Celebrity Jeopardy skit for the 40th anniversary show. That shit was pure gold. Oh, it was. It was so good. He nailed it on that, right? Megan says, Star Wars Episode 1 for the Duel of the Fates and Darth Maul and his double-bladed saber, which I have a replica of. Hey, that's a good one, too. I'll tell you what, that duel is pretty still badass duel in retrospect. Holds up. Jeffrey Nicholson says, I'm beginning to dislike Mel Kiper. Just starting now? I've always been kind of indifferent to him because I feel like he is, sometimes pulling stuff out of thin air. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know if he's got like the connections and stuff. I don't know. I'd like to see how often his boards have actually been very accurate as far as truly, who's taken and who isn't. Megan says, Kiper is a moron who contradicted himself by saying he didn't want the Hawks to take a quarterback and got pissy when they didn't. Sounds like a typical analyst, Megan, where they can't even remember what they had said prior. They don't care enough with us. It's totally true. Why do I know what I like about high school girls? Oh, we've got know what I like about high school girls, man? I keep getting older. And they keep sitting the same age. All right. Yeah, that's one of my favorite all-time movies, by the way. Dazed and Confused. One of my all-time favorite movies, and that was Matthew's first role, I think, or one of his first roles. It was that or Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I can't remember which one of those two he did first, but Yeah, that's a great, funny line, and he owned that role. Hey, man, watch the leather. The ZXQ says, mark my words, Penny runs for 1,900 yards this year. A hot take. It's a hot take that I love, man. I've been a big benefactor of Penny for a while and saying that you guys give him some time, let him have a chance to really operate within a scheme that has him do what he can do best. So I wouldn't be blown away if he ends up having some upper level season like that. I wouldn't. He's got the talent to do some special things if the line can block up front right and if they can utilize him in the correct fashion and if he can stay healthy. If those three things come together, he's got the talent to hit that mark. But it's those three things have to come together first for it to happen. But I wouldn't be blown away. And if it happens, I will give you credit, ZX. 100% I'll give you credit. Emmett says, I like Walker the third. He's my second favorite pick this year behind Bryant, but I still would have rather had another player in the trenches. Man, I wish we could have picked Tyndall somehow. Would have been nice. Would have been nice to trade up there in that back end. I would have been okay with it, Emmett, if some of those guys that were dropping into that third round a little bit, if you did move and, maybe use some future draft capital to move into this, we'll give you a future third and a future fourth. Give us your early third this year. If they could have pulled something like that off, be it for an edge or Emmett, Travis Jones is the guy to me that was jumping out there in that third. That would have made a lot of sense. I would have been all over that. He says, it was epic, and I saw it at a Cinnamon, sat beside Vader, who was wearing a white top hat and tails. Nice. Megan says, B, can you please get Pumpkin to stop staring into my soul? She's scary. She is scary. She's intense, Megan. You see it in her eyes. She's got those intense eyes. You just see her when she got her blood up. And I agree, Jeffrey. I think Jim Carrey is a one-of-a-kind talent, especially a physical comedy talent. And not a lot of those guys have come along in 20, 30 years, and he's truly a separator in that. Nobody's even close. YDY says, I know people bag on Kiefer that anyone with YouTube can do what he does now, maybe even better, but in the 80s, he was a godsend. You had no way to watch film at home, and he was must-watch on ESPN. It's a good point, YDY. I mean, if you were one of those early geeks on the draft process, you're absolutely right. I mean, this was the segments that they would go to that you would tune into because you'd want to hear about these guys that he was talking about. And it was entertaining. It was entertaining in that respect. So I don't want to throw too much shade at Mel. It's just he's fun to pop on a little bit, but he's fine for what he does. He's fine for what he does, and he's a mainstay there. Bill Maroney says, Brendan Nelson did a little strip tease if he reached tip goals. Something you would be up for? No. No. No, I'm a 40-year-old man. Nobody needs to be watching 40-year-old men taking clothes off. It's not a sight that anybody's trying to see. I'm not trying to burn your guys' eyeballs. And though I have some female audience, I don't think I have enough of that female audience to pull that off either on the side. How far did he go? Did he go full shirtless? Oh, that's hilarious. Emmett says, my worst case scenario is we relive 1992 all over. We win in week 18 versus the team who drafts Will Levis. We end up with Meyer 2.0. Yeah, that'd be tough. That'd be tough, man. Yeah, you come up, you just need one more loss, and Carroll's just like, we're going to compete. We're going to compete this last game. We're not going for that first pick in the draft. Why not, Pete? It's right there. Just one game. What's one game? Come on, Pete. Come on. Megan says, my godson fell off a horse head first, but thankfully tucked his chin to his chest as he had learned at gymnastics, fell right onto his head, and his helmet shattered, and he woke up from the concussion. Oh, that's good. They're unpredictable. They got a mind of their own. And when they get in a mood, it's, unless you're like on that horse daily and learning it like secondhand, it's a little bit of a, good luck, especially if you're going through, like when I was riding horses, it was doing it through Montana. So you'd have horses that would just take you up into the forest instantly all of a sudden. You'd be going up on grass and it's like, forest. And then you're just ducking and, trying to avoid the branches coming at you. Bobby Savage Hill says, hey, kind of a tangent here. Remember the debate Sherman had with Skip Bayless 9 years ago? That shit was hilarious. I look at Sherman now and I think he still carries a little of that cockiness. Thoughts? I think he carries a lot of that cockiness, Bobby. I don't think age has tampered down Richard Sherman at all. I think Richard Sherman has just learned when to be quiet and keep what's going on in the internal process of his mind to himself. Whereas opposed to back then and him going on that show and saying, I'm better at life than you, Skip, was a moment where he didn't have that necessarily internal mute button to not say that. But no, he's always been a tremendously confident guy. It's part of what made him a great football player. You have to have that confidence, especially at the corner position, to be able to operate that way, because you have to have a short memory and you need that swagger. You need that swagger. So I get why he's that way with it. Sometimes it drives me a little hilarious because he gets the confidence of his positions on things that he hasn't fully well thought out, but he'll just say and just start blurting out. And it's like, did you really think this through? Or you're just throwing that out there because it feels good to say that. And I'll say stuff that feels good to say too, but I try to at least have some truth into it. I'm going to ask Brendan about the striptease thing. That's hilarious. Oh, Alexander, while QB is super important, I think a solid offensive line is more important as it can drive both the passing and the running game. Agreed, Alexander. I mean, I would especially say if you're going to plan on driving an offense that's only going to require a game manager guy as opposed to a quarterback that you're eventually going to have designs for throwing 35 to 40 times a game. So philosophy really is at the beginning of that. And if your philosophy is we want to run the ball and we want to shorten games and protect our defense and play great special teams, the need of a quarterback becomes so much more lessened at that point. At least the need of an upper level quarterback, with the true blue guy that's the separator on the football field. Bash Gordon says, yep, crossroads or hard work, laughing out loud. Exactly. It's one of those. It's just funner to say. It's funner for the mythos. It certainly fits into rock that there's this crossroads you go to and the devil gives you the skills. Whitey White says the first Superman movie had Tim Burton and Nick Cage tagged to it one time. Go watch the test scenes on YouTube. It's wild. Non-blue suit. No, I've seen it, Whitey White. It is wild. It's like the suit lights up and it's like, it's very hard. Like it doesn't have a lot of mobility for him to move around. Bobby Hill, Savage Hill says, oh man, Jimmy Page, arguably the best studio guitarist of all time. Yeah, I was like, as you guys know, in my past history, in my younger days, I wrote a few screenplays. And one of the screenplays that I wrote was about these guys that are having this conversation about the rock guitarists and artists that have sold their soul to Satan. And the movie, they inadvertently sell their soul to Satan, having the discussion because they're like, well, they say he sold his soul so he could be the greatest rock guitarist. And one of the characters goes, well, I'd do it for $1 million. And then in my movie, that character goes home and he's got $1 million of cash sitting on his front, on his front porch as he walks back home. But yeah, he was a great guitarist. But the whole thing of it is, of course, the Yardbirds. You got Eric Clapton and the other guy that's I forget his name, but he's the guy, the guitarist only. Like a lot of people swear by him being the best of the three, actually. I don't know. I'm not a guitarist. I'm not a guitar expert. I don't work at Guitar Center, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn last night. Cal Tangerine B loves Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. I love this fandom. Oh, I love both though. Yeah. Pink Floyd's one of my all-time favorites. Pink Floyd's still the band I go to for end-to-end record play of like Dark Side of the Moon or Wall or almost any of their albums just about for me. I can go back and go end-to-end on them and it just passes time. I go into that state where you're floating in your mind and just kind of, I like it. W says, if you looked at Anthony Richardson's short highlight reel, he does everything Will Levis does. 6'4", runs like a track star, has a nice deep ball. Looks good. He's got like 70 attempts in total from last season. So I did watch a bit of it. It's definitely impressive. But with Levis, I've actually been able to watch like couple of game film with him snap after snap, which I just don't quite have that full allotment with Anthony as of yet. But he's exciting. And he's going to be worth monitoring and tracking, Daniel. So he's got talent, he's got the build, he's got the size, he's got arm strength. We just kind of see a little bit more of it from him. Bass Gordon is my underdog pick for the preseason is the Louisiana quarterback we took in the 7th round to beat everybody out of the starting quarterback, the 5'8" guy. I can't remember his name, but I'm going with that one. Levi. You're going with Levi, 5'8" quarterback. I think he's a little bigger than 5'8", by an inch. Cali Tangerine says, in the words of Jack Black, referring to Led Zeppelin, best band ever. Yeah, I think you're referencing his the Kennedy honors. Great speech by Jack Black. It's like the quintessential version of what you'd want a fan speech to be towards a band that you're celebrating like that. And he put that really well. A reference in that speech as well to Selling Your Soul. And Jack Black's got a great line because it's the Kennedy Center, right? And so you've got the Zeppelin up on the second row deck of the Kennedy Center. They're all dressed out. They've got their medal on, right? They're watching. Everything's very dignified. And Black's doing this monologue of speaking to the awesomeness of Zeppelin. And he's like, they say that you sold to Satan for the great rock music that you've given us. And he's like, small price to pay. He's like, because while you are all burning in hell, we will still be enjoying your tasty jams. I thought it was a great line by Rock. Oh, this is such a great line. Or by Black, not Rock, by Jack Black. Megan says, loved it, but nothing compares to the original, which is one of my favorite movies, and Ridley Scott is one of my favorite directors of all time. Yeah, I like the original Blade Runner, Megan. I didn't like the new one, but I liked the original one. Why Weiss is a good thing about being one of the only run-centric teams now. Most front sevens are smaller built for pass rushing. Those lines can be worn down with heavy run. Well said. Very well said, and I agree 100%. It's one way where you have a whole league going this direction. You're going to try to go this direction, and there is a benefit to that. I mean, there's an easier path to being a dominant team and trying to be an offensive-driven team. But if you're being a defensive-driven team that's trying to run the ball, there's also something to be said for you grabbing parts and pieces that are not being as valued, in addition to your point, as valued heavily by those teams because they're not trying to build those same type of teams. Sean Hines, Mitch Haniger, out 12 weeks with a high ankle sprain and bruised bone. What's your thoughts on the Mariners? I'm not as freaking out as some folks are. I know there's a very high amount of impatience from Mariner fans, but this is what you will see from me with my Seahawks organization. If you make intelligent moves and things don't work out for you, in this case, you're running into some injury situations that were not anticipatable, if I can create that word out of thin air, then I'm not going to knock them as much. Everybody says, well, they're not spending enough money. Who is out there for them to spend the money on? Who is really going to give them a good return as a player that they could have gotten? I mean, Chris Bryant, is Chris Bryant going to make them significantly better than where they are right now? In anybody else's opinion out there? I don't think so. I think that they had to deal with what they had to deal with as far as they had money to spend, but nobody to really spend the money on. So it made sense to maybe wait at that point. I think all they've got to do is stay competitive here. Keep yourself around the Mendoza line. Keep yourself a little bit above 500. Be dancing around the All-Star break to where you can feel what you got. Where's Kyle Lewis? Is Mitch going to be able to come back and be fully going? Do we got Evan White rolling now? Do some of these young pitchers that we're trying to bring up and be our starters, are they starting to roll here good? Can we keep Ray at a consistent level of things? And if those are going, then you can go make a couple of aggressive trades at that point to try to see if you can top this team out to the end of the year. But there's no reason they have to be dominant from start to finish. They can have some time to find their way, and you're especially, Sean, going to expect a young team in the Mariners to need that time to find their way. Everybody's bailing out on Kelnick. It's the old rule of thumb is that you give these guys 500 at-bats at the major league level, not through minor leagues, 500 major league at-bats, because it's a different game in the major leagues, before you make some kind of assessment about that player being, not ready to go or ready to go. And I think in Kelnick's case, he's going to eventually come around and hit the ball. I think the offense will eventually come around to being better than it is right now. I think the pitching will hold up over the course of the season. Are they going to make the playoffs this year? Maybe not. but they will still be continuing to build towards this team that's going to be an elite team as we move into the future, and an elite team for a good amount of time when it gets to that state, because they are building with the slow roll approach. Megan says, I just started swinging my double-bladed saber after 4 years and a shoulder injury. Don't hurt yourself tonight now, Megan. Don't hurt yourself. Emma Brown says, what kind of injury did Marquise Blair get? Any chance he can recover and play deep with Diggs to free up Adams to rove around the line of scrimmage? Well, that'd be an inventive way of doing it, right, Emmett? And maybe Sean Desai can come in there and instill something like that, because that'd be the way to maybe at times get the best talent on the football field at any given one time, which is what you're talking about, I think, a little bit there. Get the best talent available. Don't get caught up on what is the positional that the person's playing. Just get the best guys out there. Blair had I believe it was, I could be wrong, he had like a cracked kneecap, and then they had to do, I think, some also ligament surgery. Like it was slightly torn as well. So it was a double dose there with him on that. You could certainly run that kind of situation. You'd probably have Adams then running a little bit more of your maybe inside linebacker at times even in there to a degree. But the rover role is essentially where he's just all over the place. I'd love to see it, Emmett. It'd be inventive, and I'd love to see it. Bash says, love Dazed. Dazed and Confused is one I can always go back and watch that movie end to end. There's a lot of nostalgia for me in that movie, and I didn't even grow up in the 70s. But just from watching it when I was in my teenage years. Daniel says, Broncos are the same ranges as the Seahawks with pass percentage plays and pass block win rates. They also have a highly regarded yet unproven wide receiver core compared to the Hawks wide receivers. It's their ticking time bomb is their pass block win rates. That's the ticking time bomb in that Bronco offense that no Bronco fans are really talking about. I haven't seen one discuss it in regards to Russell Wilson. And it should be something at the front and center of what they are talking about, quite frankly. Jeffrey says, cut down the racist bot, Megan. Show him your saber. Daniel, I don't see Russell Wilson going to have a career-changing experience there. No, I don't see it either. I don't see it either. Daniel says, well, yes, Anthony needs more tape, but KJ Jefferson versus Ole Miss, he has 6 touchdowns, or KJ Jefferson versus number 2 ranked Alabama, full game tape versus good competition. I love this chat. We educate each other, whoever. Agreed, man. Agreed. As I say, I learn as much from you guys every bit as anybody might be learning from me on my end. And I look forward to checking them out. I'm stoked. Flag says, man, that stretch of Adam Hart, Mother, Obscured by Clouds, Metal, Dark Side, Wish You Were Here, and Animals. What an amazing run of albums. Just insane. And especially because they just had their own unique kind of brand of music. But I just, there was one flag I thought I had caught all the songs that they had done, and then I went and saw they did went to a Pompeii stadium and did a whole record around that at one point. Just and I was watching it the other day, just blown away, just again by their musicianship and just. I don't know. As I get older, it's like you talk about just timeless groups, timeless songs, what they're singing about too, what they're talking about too. Just Pink for me might be one of my favorite album or rock group when it's all said and done. I got a lot of them. It's hard to pick. Emmett says, anyone else go to Vegas for the draft? They need to host it in Las Vegas every year. That city was built to host the draft. It was legit. It was cool seeing how many fans were out there, especially post-pandemic, Emmett, to see all of those people out there celebrating the draft and into it. And it was just, I dug the Vegas show this year. They did it right. It's cool to see it in a new territory. It added a new flavor to it. Callie says, yes, Pink Floyd is my ascending to heaven or space type music. Yeah, it's the perfect music you have in the background because it's not going to overtake your conscious thoughts, but it can put you into kind of a flow state. Thank you, Bobby Hill. Yes, Jeff Beck is probably who you were thinking of earlier. We're a dying breed of rock lovers. That's it. Well, that was my whole joke in my screenplay was that the guys are talking and they're like, how does the Zeppelin guy go up and do it when he's got these other two guys that are better? How does he end up overtaking them in his rep? And of course, he's just a great. They were all three great is really the answer, but it didn't serve my dramatic purpose for my movie that I was trying to write. But yeah, Jeff Beck's a lot of people say is better than both Clapton and Zepp as far as rock guitarists go. Hard to judge though, because so much of what he did is those instrumental albums, you know. Just running riffs 24/7. Flag 7 says pretty much more soundtrack and Final Cut are the only Pink Floyd albums I'm out on. That sounds about right. That sounds about right for me too. ZXQ says I'm gonna drink some spiced rum and pass away. You take care. Hey, you take care too, man. Bash says, I think our two tackles are awesome. Cross is just a thoroughbred monster, but has anybody noticed that my man Lucas has got the perfect villain attitude for a tackle? An enforcer is what we need. Ooh, I love it. I have noticed that. He's got a little bit of that vibe to him, doesn't he? When the league zigs, the Raven zags. That's what the Seahawks should do, right? Have a good night. Hey, that is what they should do. They zig, you zag, man. They go up, you go down. They go low, you go high. Yeah, but Denzel Washington is one of my favorite actors, even though his range is limited. He plays either a good guy with a bad side or a bad guy with a good, likable side, but he does those roles phenomenally. Very much so. Very, very much so. He's got some, there are some times, I mean, Malcolm X, I guess that's more of in your good guy with the bad side, I guess. That fits in that. So that makes sense. That fits right. I go with that. Live at Pompeii, it's the Echoes. Thank you, Flag. That's the one so it was like 2 years ago, I wasn't even aware that the thing existed. And then I listened to Echoes, and that song, I had never heard that Pink Floyd song before. Like, I don't know how it got out, you know, it was like, it just suddenly I heard it, I'm like, what the hell is this? And then I just played it for like probably 6 months straight. Every day I listened to it at least once. And it's a well-filmed video too. It's got an artsy thing in Pompeii, and there's a bass line on that song that's just like, and they're into it, and you know they're pretty chill guys. So when they're getting into it, you know they're really into it. Cooper, Brando, I don't know if you play games or anything, but I'd love to see you play the new Madden and do a little Seahawks rebuild when it comes out. I'd be open to it, Cooper. They've got to fix their franchise mode. I've tried to do this in the past, and they don't have the numbers built the right way. So, like, you know, the contracts don't work correctly. When you move a guy, the bonus money doesn't accelerate correctly. It doesn't kind of situate the stuff out. Then they're not accurate with some of the things that they do with it. I wish they would put a little more into the franchise mode so I could do stuff like that, because I would, Cooper. I would totally be incorporating a little more of the Madden kind of stuff into it, but the game's been in such a bad state, and then they don't care about franchise anymore because it's all about MUT mode and super teams and give us more money even after you've bought the game stuff, which just kind of chaps my hide a little bit when it comes to Madden. You know, I used to love the franchise mode. Loved it. But we'll try to do something like that at some point on that, Cooper. And I do play video games. I got some ones I play on it. Technically, I have a Twitch channel. I don't do a lot on the channel, but if we get, the video game industry is a little bit dead right now. So I'm waiting for something good to come out. It's been a little bit quiet in the video game industry. Emmett, yeah, 90s Vegas was way better. Players Club cards beat the hell out of M Life current cards, cheap food, and coin op machines. I miss jingling buckets of coins. Yeah, it's got a little bit too much Disneyland, hasn't it? Megan says, while those guys are great, Brian May of Queen is the very best. I wear a replica of his watch and have a signed replica of the red special guitar. Hey, he's good too. He's good too. It gets hard when we're trying to differentiate between the best of the best. It's like parsing between Hall of Famers, Megan, you know? Why Anthony Richardson issue his injuries? He's recovering from a torn meniscus surgery, and he had many hamstring injuries. Ooh, okay. Not good. Bash Gordon says, when it comes to Pink Floyd, Division Bell is always my personal favorite, but you can't hate on the wall. No, I like all of them, man. I can go listen to all these albums end to end, and I do on the often, especially when I'm working. It's just like the perfect just feel for working. Just, I don't know why, but it is. Emma Brown says, I swear Atlanta jumped us to get Ebiketie, and I'm still pissed about it. I'm just not big on Mafe. I see special traits in almost every other player, but he gives me major Jag vibes. I mean, I think maybe it's a little bit of the lack of refinement that you see on him. I mean, he's got some rough edges to his game that he's got to hone down, and those other guys like Ebiketie have played more football than Mafe. You know, he's a little bit newer to the game than Arnold is. I don't want to take away from your saying, though, Arnold Ebiketie was a really good pass rusher in this draft, and he went in the right place that he went. He deserved to go as high as he went. I do think that Ebiketie, if I made the Keen deference here, Emmett, in my opinion, I think Ebiketie has more of a floor. I think Mafe has more potential. And if we're talking about picking in the second round and we're talking about taking prospects, at the end of the day, I'm always going to lean myself to more of the ceiling than I am to the floor. And I think Ebiketie's pretty much what he's going to become as a pro, and it's going to be a decent pro at that when he jumps. He's going to probably give you quicker early production because of it. But at the end of the day, Mafe does have a little more of that upper end to me. But then you got to try Elden Ring. Okay, so I tried Elden Ring is kind of like an offshoot of Dark Souls 2, right? And that game drives me crazy. I like multiple player games, and that one just, I can't do those bullet or sword sponge, like whoosh, 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 roll, whoosh, 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 roll, whoosh, 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 roll, whoosh, 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 roll. I get crazy after a while. The repetitiveness of it, I just can't. I can't do it. But a lot of people love it. And I've been like, the video game industry has just been crap for years now. It's been so bad. And I love video games, but I'm playing old games all the time now, just trying to wait for some new thing to come out that's like, it just feels like it's gotten stagnant for whatever reason. I think it's mobile games and all that stuff, but like, we've had a new console out for multiple years. They haven't had one game come out for either of the consoles, really. Why do I says Madden literally rehashes the same game every year? There are parts on some games where they would even miss changing things and would still have the 2019 in the practice mode in the stands on 2020 game. Yeah, they've been lazy with it for years. It's part of them having the license to themselves where there's nobody sharing it. And this is what leads to a sub-poor game that's built around basically a casino situation of with player cards and all that and how they make that go. Bash says the reason you probably haven't heard Echoes is it was recorded way after all the rest of the albums. I believe, don't quote me on that. You can look it up. I think that's what it was. That's why it was newer. Okay. That makes sense. It does make sense. I was blown away that there wasn't one that I hadn't caught that on YouTube before, and I caught the other year, and I was like, this thing is a banger. I mean, this might be one of my favorite Pink Floyd songs ever here, and that's saying something. I've got a load of songs of theirs that I'm like, that's an amazing song, perfect song, flawless song. But that song was just, all the way through was great. Emmett says, I see special traits in all our other picks. It's fair. Emmett, if you're talking about the biggest bust potential of the first 4 picks in this draft, or first 4 rounds of this draft, which would be 5 picks, there's no doubt about it, Emmett, that Mafe is the far and away the guy with the most bust potential of those guys. Now, some of this is because you drafted some high floor guys, but that exists there in him. He's still got a lot to refine out in his game, and if he doesn't refine those elements in his game, he will be neutralized as a pass rusher at the next level. I have faith he will, because he is kind of new to football, and I don't think he's as much that finished product that I was talking about Arnold being. But I think both of the players will turn out to be pretty effective pass rushers at the next level. I don't know if I see stardom in either case, but I see above average production as pass rushers from what they're bringing. Cooper Taxtell says, I remember when Jonathan Taylor had the interview about how he wanted to play in Seattle with Russ, and still brings a tear to my eye that we didn't draft him. That's a tough pick. I know that got stuck in Randall McDaniel's craw for a long time too, because he really wanted to see that here on the channel as well for us to take Taylor. And look, Taylor would have made a ton of sense. You at that time were in the midst of Carroll being at his most I want Marshawn Lynch mold only running backs kind of way he was going about his business. Taylor would have fit into that role, and you wanted to hammer a gap runs all day long. You want to run over the center all day long. That's all Jonathan Taylor did at Wisconsin, was a gap runs over and over again. So I kind of didn't understand why that one didn't fit more for them too, being that that's where they tended to lean in recent past history for, this is the exact kind of player you're wanting for what you're wanting to run. Didn't make sense for me either on that one. Flag says Echoes wasn't a finished product at the time of live at Pompeii. Oh, okay. I didn't know. This stuff makes a lot more sense. EA Sports treats Madden like Rockstar Games treats Red Dead Redemption and GTA. They just regurgitate old things. They do, but they're making a lot of money on it, so it's kind of like the market's letting them get away with it. Madden's making hand over money fist. It's how do you stop them? How do you stop them? And it's a frustrating thing, but the video game industry is going to have to get it figured out, because right now it's definitely a dark period. Do I ever play Red Dead Redemption 2? It's a really good game. You should play both of them. I have a hard time as I get older playing the single-player games. I like doing more of the multiplayer stuff than the single-player play-through campaign thing. I just get bored after a while, especially when you're doing, like, silly shit. I think in the Red Dead Redemption 1 or something, you had to, like, throw a hat up in the air and try to shoot the hat out of the air. And it was just annoying the hell out of me. And I just got bored with it. And I was like, okay, this is lame. I don't get as immersed into those single player games as other people do, I think. I'm always aware I'm playing a game when I'm doing it. Versus when when I got multiplayers and you're on a team, it's just a little more funner. Just a little bit. Why do Last of Us is my favorite game of all time? A lot of people love that one. I gotta say, I'm more hyped about the new Hogwarts Legacy game that's coming out this holiday season. I could hope for anything, man. It's been just a dead period. You got war zones and Fortnites that have ruined the days for 5 years straight. Like, let's get something new. Something, come on. Where's technology? Where's it getting better? Why aren't we in the artificial state yet where everything's photorealistic? Why do I? Thanks for the stream, Brando. Have a good night, y'all. Have a good night. Jeff Crackwhack says, Madden was an amazing game in the early 2000s. Went downhill real fast. Yeah, Jeff, I agree. I loved it back in those days. I played it religiously every year. I would play it throughout the year. I was into the whole part of the franchise mode. It was the second they learned they could do these super team things, and then you could draw people towards buying the cards and that sort of system is when the game started to. That's where it went just in a real quick hurry that the online experience and playing people online kind of took away and destroyed out the franchise mode. Flag 7 says, what's an underrated Rockstar game? Warriors, the movie game. I didn't know that. I got to check it out. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'll check it out. Callie says, Pink Floyd's Money's one of my favorite songs to listen to while driving. Also Paranoid by Black Sabbath. I like Paranoid. I like Sabbath. I like War Pigs and what was the other one? Fairies Dancing with Black Gloves. Is that what that is? Forget it. Basher, a 300 level outlaw in Red Dead. That's an accomplishment. Megan says, I finally bought playing Fallout 4, one of my favorite games. Not a huge gamer, but love those games. Oh, well, those are, people swear by the Fallouts. Eventually, when I get some time again, I'll go back to do a Fallout game. But that one's definitely a classic. 2010 Jordan on Madden, last good one? That sounds about right. Evan says, do we know if Mafia will be a rushing outside linebacker or a defensive end for us? I thought I saw him on .com listed as a linebacker. I hope that helps him if so. Outside linebacker will be his main place, Emmett. You're not going to have him putting his hand in the dirt very often, especially because he's going to be a rotational guy who won't be in on early downs to stop the run. So, yeah, standing up is at his best with that wide nine technique where he's outside the outside shoulder. If he's a step outside the outside shoulder of the tackle, where you're allowing him to really now press that edge and test the tackle's speed and athleticism and quickness. Taking advantage of Maffei's strengths, which are, speed, quickness, and athletic ability. But yeah, no, he'll be an outside 3-4 guy. Emmett says the show is the last sports game I enjoyed playing. MLB The Show. That's at least one sports franchise that's kind of at least holding it together as far as they're not getting too caught up in the card thing and all that other stuff. Megan says I played Fallout for years and forgot about it, but Fallout 4 is my favorite. Have all the expansion packs in Far Harbor as it has one of my favorite characters in it. Oh, okay. Eventually I'm going to get around to playing the Fallout series. Too many people have loved it. Callie says, I love the Seahawks music crossover. Y'all are awesome. Hell yeah, my chat's awesome. Better believe it. Red Dead Redemption 2 is so detailed, horse balls shrink in the cold weather. That's care right there. That's true care. Story-wise, give me the Borderlands series. I've liked the recent Borderlands. The last one lost me flag as it was just felt like a copy and paste from the previous ones to me a bit. But I did like the first couple. But by that last one, I could just go take a rocket launcher and just spam fire it over and over again, and it was a little bit too much. Jordan Kraft says, "What is your favorite game to play on your free time, Brando?" I do a couple of different things. I don't have kind of a one go-to for me. So I like doing. I know there's going to be one's going to make people laugh. I do like doing Fortnite with friends. I think it's a fun game to go in and get in and team up with people on. I play Civilization 6, which is a take over the world type game. I love doing that one. I'll do a little bit of Call of Duty like zombies mode. I love me some zombies. I enjoy that. What else have I been playing? I feel like there was something else here and there I play. Must not be that good though, because I can't think of it right now off the top of my head. I haven't been playing much though. I play a lot less games now than I used to. I used to be a way bigger gamer, and it's just because the games have gotten kind of lame and stagnant and repetitive. But those would be probably the top ones of what I do right now. Megan says Fallout taps into some interest of mine: atomic history, the end of the world, and genetic science. Ooh, yeah, it does touch on those items. Kitty, what you doing? Try Skyrim, it's worth it. It is. It's like a little bit of like the same reason with Fallout that I've hesitated. I think it's going to suck me in and it's going to take my life away. And you guys will be like, we haven't had a live stream show in 2 months. It's like, I'm trying to beat the goddamn game. Leave me alone. Kronos, I'm a Muse fan myself. I like Muse too. I like their stuff. It's a good rock band. Bash Gordon says, not a very well-known fact. Welcome to the Jungle was made for the Seahawks football team. Oh. Welcome to the Jungle is a good song. Was it really? Guns N' Roses were making Welcome to the Jungle for... You're BSing. You gotta be BSing. All Pro 2K8 was fun for a few years when it came out, though the gameplay was better than Madden ever has been. Was it the 2K? I think it was 2K5 you're thinking of, Ricardo. And yeah, that was a better game. $25 at the time too. They even undercut the Madden price, but then Madden stole the rights away, where you could only use the players under a Madden game, and so 2K was basically dead on arrival at that going forward. And that's how Madden basically beat out the competitions. They didn't beat it out by making a better game. They just bought the rights of the players so that nobody else could make it. Megan says, Nick's brother is my favorite character in Fallout 4 Far Harbor. 7 Days to Die or Apex. I play Apex every once in a while. It's a sweaty game. God, that's a sweaty game. Some of these kids are like, I feel like they're mainlining Ritalin before they get on and play these games. I got to do 10 pots of coffee just to be on their level. JDM says, imagine being an OP at Hawks Stadium. It's what's calling it. Can't stop me. And you hear the thundering sound of the 12s. You're in the jungle, baby. You're gonna die. That would be awesome. It sure beats out the What Bittersweet Symphony. I could not hear that song ever again and be happy. Much better. Welcome to the Jungle, way better. Bash says, don't worry, artificial intelligence will create a new game soon. Laughing out loud. I hope so, man, because this is bad right now. This is the worst I've seen in 30 years as a gamer. Right now is the worst the video game industry's in as far as state of games. Cooper Civ 6 is a dope game. Civilization, I love Civ. Civilization 6 to me is just like, I might go and play it tonight after I'm off the stream. Like it's a meditation for me. It's a meditation. And it's also kind of like modern day chess a little bit. It's like a deeper level of chess. But Civ 6 is, yeah, I'm a big Civ 6. I probably play that as much as any game. Just because it's the one game I can just turn on music in the background, turn it on, and just tune out. Flag says, I'm in the Borderlands for the dialogue and story, just effing hilarious. It is a good story. They do a good job with it. And that's saying something because most of the time it's pretty, in video games like that, if they try to do that stuff, it'd be pretty cheesy. But they actually do a pretty good job of making it funny. Mr. Allah, LaDainian Tomlinson never had more than 16 catches in a college season and had exactly 0 receiving touchdowns in his college career. Is Kenneth Walker LT reincarnated? Maybe. They've got some size similarities to them. They got a little bit of the way they move in space and how they break tackles. I guess a little bit of similarity to them in that. LaDainian probably a little bit of a stronger runner between the tackles. Just a little bit. But I get where you're coming from with that as a comparison. It's apropos. Makes sense. Cooper Taxdall says, Fortnite build or classic? I do Fortnite classic if it's with me and my friends that can build. And if we've got a few of our noobs in, then we'll go to the no build because it's too much for them. But at the best, I like build. Build is what adds to that game and gives it its layer of complexity and what makes no Fortnite game you play from the other the same. It's always a different... Every match plays out just a little bit different at least, which is part of the draw for me. Gear Club 2 Unlimited, decent realism feel to it. I'll take a look at that. I'll check it out. Emmett Brown says, Mr. Brown's got to get some beauty sleep. Good luck to us all, 12th man. Okay, good luck to you, Emmett. You have a good night, man. B, no BS. You're welcome to the jungle. Just checked. Oh, wow, really? It's made for Seattle? Why are we not using this? Why are we not using this? And why is this fact just being told to me now? Bittersweet Symphony needs to go out the door. Let's get this in. Welcome to the Jungle is way better. And that would at least get those fans back to being hyped up at times. Bash says Mafia will play both because the defense demands 3-4. He'll be an edge rushing outside, and a 4-3, he'll be a down lineman. He may do some. I think they'll protect him a little bit on the down lineman stuff because I don't know. We don't know until we know for sure until we see this in live fire. They've talked about being hybridized, but we'll see how they play it out. Jordan Kraft says, Brando, these kids are toxic online, especially Fortnite. It is, but I just love the game too much. And yeah, you're right. It's another sweaty ass game. It's why it's hard for me to play it at times because you just go, this is too sweaty. These kids are way too hyped up. Like it's too much. Edmondson 2K5 was good, but all pro football was non-NFL teams, real fantasy football. Oh, okay. My bad, Ricardo. Oh, I forgot about that one. Jordan Croft, would you consider the new Star Wars KOTOR remake as a video game? I hadn't heard of this. I'll consider any game right now at this point. It's that dark. It's been that bad. And Jeff Kradowak asks a good question. He says, I wonder why the gaming industry is so bad right now. You think with technology it'd be better? I think it's a little bit of the financial impetus at play. And right now, mobile gaming is making billions of dollars. And then those games out there that have IPs that are known have figured out ways to generate extra cash outside of just selling the game itself. It used to be you just buy the game and that's all the companies could get out of a game. Now they've learned that they can buy a game and then have you continually make more purchases into the game, like buying skins and emotes. And this type of stuff now takes away from let's create just this awesome, badass game that'll draw people in, and now becomes more of the, again, I relate it to like a casino. How do you suck them in? How do you trick them? You know? Flagship says Zelda 2, The Adventures of Link. That's my jam. Nice. Jordan says, remember when Golden Tate and Russ had beef? I do. That's what happens when you make love to another man's wife. Bash, Megan, yeah, it's cool. Everybody thinks it's about Los Angeles, but it's a fact that Axel wrote it for Seattle. That's a hell. I'm going to look this up after the stream. This is awesome. I can't believe I'm just learning this now. Sean's still streaming? Wow. Yeah, we are still streaming. We are going to go ahead and wrap it on up. We passed 7 hours here, folks. We put in the time. We're putting the time here. So we'll wrap it up here on the comments section. Bash says, damn it, when I play Red Dead, I'm going to be starring as a horse balls because I never noticed. I'm going to be staring at horse balls because I never noticed that before. Who was the first guy that noticed that before? How long were you locked in? And I'm not saying the guy in the chat here, but somebody got locked in long enough to stare at horse balls shrinking up for them to figure that out. Why were you looking at those balls in the first place? And not you in the chat. I know it's not you. You probably read it online, but that's awesome. They're about to ruin the Borderlands by making a movie. I wonder if they're going to ruin Red Dead by making a movie also. Oh, they will. They will. This is all Hollywood knows to do anymore is just rape properties until there's nothing left of them. That's all they know. Bash Gordon says because Russell's ex-wife got Golden's beef. Golden's beef. Oh, Flag says, I wish one of these game production companies would take a deep dive into Lovecraft's world. Ooh, that would be a place you could dive into. Certainly think they would at this point. It's a known IP, right? Which is, I understand, that's what they want. JDM says, I hope the DJs are playing only Future to compensate for the time lost during Russell Sierra era at VMAC. I'm guessing that's one of the first things that will now be on the rotation. I'm guessing so. Ricardo says, it will be interesting to see if Raiders or Chargers can overtake Chiefs this coming season. I think Denver will be last in the AFC West. They didn't address the 28th ranked offensive line this offseason so far to date. I feel very much the same way, Ricardo. I think Denver does end up in last place, even as a team that might be having more wins than losses. They still think they do end up in that place. That does speak more to where I think of the Chiefs and the Chargers specifically, and I think the Raiders are there dancing with them there at the back end of things. But it's a great division, Ricardo. It's going to be hard for Russell to get through that one. Bash says, I'm completely serious, Brandon. Everybody thinks it's for LA, but it's a fact that, and you can research it, look it up, that Axel wrote it for Seattle. No, I believe you, man. I completely believe you. And that's amazing to hear. Again, it's like, why haven't they used it? Maybe it's the cost. It got so big that they're like, we're not paying the royalty rights to use this thing every Sunday. Maybe. Megan says, something cannot be unseen no matter how long you look at things, B. That's very true. It's very true. Cooper Tax Doll. Brando, I say you don't shave and grow the beard out until the Hawks draft Levis. That beard would be pretty thick and pretty deep. I'd go crazy. I wouldn't be able to maintain that. I'd lose my mind after a while. I can barely hang with it this long before I start to go, trim it. I'll grow a big beard at some point, Cooper. We'll get the beard, we'll get the big ZZ Top beard going. I laughed out loud. Molly Percocet the entire game. JDM, someone get this to Jody's desk. Play Welcome to the Jungle on TDs and situations to hype the crowd. You know how much it would hype the crowd up if that was a go-to song in the stadium versus Bittersweet Symphony? Nobody wants to scream after hearing Bittersweet Symphony. Everybody wants to grab a gun and put it in their mouth after listening to that song. But you're talking about Welcome to the Jungle? You know who you are? You in the jungle, baby. Yeah, I want that in the stadium. Let's make this happen. I need a petition. Who's on the petition on this one? Megan says, no beard until after I get there, B. Yeah, I'm going to shave the beard at some point. I got to go fresh shaving this summer a little bit. I got to get some sun on this thing. You know, we get the winter here and it's all dark clouds and stuff. Got to air out the face a little bit. Bash him as I come on the Hawks, let's get this popping. Let's do it, Bash. Let's get the song going. Let's do it. Bash, let's see here. I can't believe they're making Borderlands into a movie. Can they not leave things just where they are to some degree? Does everything got to be remade, rebuilt, rebroken, repurposed, reassimilated? Jordan Kraft, Brando, thanks for all the dedication you have for this channel. Thanks for entertaining me. I truly appreciate your hard work. Well, thank you, Jordan. It's, it's not hard work, man, when I get to have fun just BSing with you guys for hours on end and just, it's, for me, this is a step away from real life, and I get to come in and talk about just fun topics and fun items of things, and it's, as well, it makes it far from hard work for me, man. I love what I do on this. It's what I'm going to do forever, as long as YouTube will let me do it, as long as you guys will as long as you guys will watch me on this. So thank you for watching, man. I really do appreciate the kind words, and I live for this, man. I live for this. Well, let's wrap this up. I think we got all the deal in here. Natural charisma. Natural charisma. What's up, man? It says, what a long stream you have here. Borderlands movie. That sounds kind of cool for non-players. It could. Boy, I mean, just how they do. I feel like you're going to lose a little bit of the charm of it a bit, trying to do that on a movie. And I don't know if it really plays well with the video game and the tone of those games than it does the movie. But maybe they figure it out. Maybe it's got a real Hollywood guy out there that is really passionate about the game and wants to do it right. Yeah, Jack Black is Claptrap in the Borderlands movie. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I just lost my faith in I like Jack Black, but that's okay. Yeah, they're going to lean way too hard on Claptrap. Probably. I'm guessing. Probably so. Oh, goodness. All right. Well, we are at 7 hours and 11 minutes. Megan, thank you for serving as my main mod tonight on getting that orange stuff. And I don't know what is racist stuff tonight. We got some stuff we had to kick out the back door here. But thank you for standing on that and taking care of that. Appreciate, too, all of the folks who donated to the channel tonight. Man, we had a ton of donations on in here. If you're not already subscribed, please do get subscribed on the channel, as well as if you haven't hit the like button already, please demolish that like button. Take your fist and smash it whole. Just demolish it for me if you could. You guys have been doing this up to this point. Great for me. I really do appreciate it. Every video you do helps raise the profile of this channel a little bit more as we continue now onto our rise, I got 10,000 in my sight line this year. It's in my sight line. I got into my crosshairs. I want to go get it. So if you're not subscribed, get subscribed to the channel. Let's help us get up onto this roll of 10,000 subscribers. It's a nice round number. It sounds real good. Feels real good to get up to 10 if we can get there. But no matter what, I do appreciate the growth and all the new people that have come aboard the channel here. We've got some more items in the background I'm working on here, so do bear with me on some of the non-live stream stuff that I do have kind of percolating here in the background to continue to help this channel grow. That stuff will be coming soon. In addition to, we're going to get a new mic here soon. So we'll be upgrading from the old $30 mic to be going and getting one of the more industry standard stuff so you guys can get my nice, deep, dulce tones. Yeah, you guys are going to like that deep voice coming in on that on those pro style mics. So that is on the way. TJ, I'm still live. I'm just about to sign off. Cali Tangerines, that's right. Crispy 10,000. Crispy 10,000 is right. Megan, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Megan. TJ Bengals used to welcome to the jungle Super Bowl intro. Makes sense. It does that I guess they kind of use it. It'd be cooler for us to take it though, especially because we can fall back and say it's about us. It's not about you guys in Cincinnati. Axl Rose was not writing about the Cincinnati Bengals and how loud their fans are and how unruly their stadium was. He was talking about our kingdom. Okay? Nobody said, no one has ever in the history of man said, those unruly fans in Cincinnati. Those loud fans, those loud Bengal fans. I can't even hear the play call. No one's ever said that. That's never words that have been uttered by anybody ever and never will be. So we get the song. It's ours. Let's go. TJ said I left 4 hours ago and you're still going. TJ, you know how I do this, man. You've been around here long enough. You know I can't quit y'all in here. I can't quit y'all in here. I can't. I don't want to. It's just the way it goes. This is the way it goes. Well, folks, I'm building an argument up here. I'm building a case. I'm building a case for a potential season next year that is actually successful, that actually finds your Seahawks knocking on that door, tippity tapping on that door of playoff arrival, even in a year where we think it's rebuilt. And I laid down the groundwork at the start of this show. If you've had a chance to check it out, check it out. I laid down the groundwork, the beginning pillar of me building this case, because I can't build it all in one show. It's going to take me a couple shows to build this up. But the beginning pillar is a dominant rushing attack. A rushing attack that's built on a new offensive scheme that's going to attack more to the edges and to the corners of the running game as opposed to just going straight forward, back and front. It's got an injection of talent on the offensive line. It's got an injection of talent now in the running back room, especially as it concerns speed, which is a vital part to making the scheme work. And if you can get a dominant rushing attack, then you can take a little bit pressure off of the quarterback. You can take a little bit of pressure off of the defense because they're on the field a little bit less time. And now we can get this team to that rounded circle of how you can get the team to win games, where you're playing to the defense, shortening games, playing special teams, running the ball well, game manager, quarterback, not making too many mistakes, forcing mistakes on the other side of the ball. And it all comes out in the wash with you having a team winning more games than losing if you can go down that path. And there is absolutely a path opened up to having a dominant rushing attack when you're putting these pieces into play to allow it to be so. No longer is it the stagnant rushing attack that goes up over the A-gap time and time again. No longer is you relying only solely on broken down running backs as your top end running backs to carry the day. You've got a little bit of insurance now. So there's a little bit more of a hope, in my opinion, for that to be consistent. Is there more of a likelihood we go into next year and we're a middling team and we end up 7-10 and the schedule's just a little too hard for where the roster is at? Yeah, that's the more likelihood of a possibility of happening. But do not give up the hope. You know what I'm here to do for you guys on this respect, because I will give you hope even in the darkness. And we don't have as much darkness after this draft. A few more of those lights are shooting in through the room. It's kind of like we got the vampire across from us. We're in this room with this vampire. And it's all blackened out. And the windows are blackened out. And then we've got a rock. And we threw one rock and knocked out one window, and a little shaft of light shoots through and hits the vampire in his belly, and it starts to set him on fire, and he's burning. He's like, "Arr!" And now you're throwing another rock at another window, and then that breaks in, and that starts to fire and burns, and he's going, "Oh, Jesus!" Arr! And we're trying to kill that vampire. And slaying that vampire is to get to the back, to get back to being a winning team, to get it back to being an elite team. And it takes bit by bit, choice by post, decision by decision, draft by draft, offseason by offseason. And the more you get right, the quicker you get back there. And so for all those folks that think that next year's absolutely washed, there's no chance we can be competitive, there's no chance we can be good, not in this division, not with what we've lost this offseason. Well, I tell you now, and I'm here to remind you, you keep that faith. You find that faith if you've lost it. You go dig around in that trash and you pull it out of that trash, you put it back in your pocket, and you remember, it's a short span away. We've gone through our pain. We've gone through the worst part. We've gone to the bottom of the valley. And we're pulling ourselves out now. We're pulling ourselves out. And we got to drag our body at one time because our leg's broken. And we're dragging. We're dragging like Daniel Day-Lewis, and there will be blood at the start where he finds that gold. But then he's got to drag himself 3 miles into town to get the gold into town. That's what we're doing. We're dragging, and we're going to get there. Because we don't know how to stop. We don't know how to quit. So you folks that are struggling with your faith, and I don't think there's as many of you. I think we got some optimistic folks out there now after this draft. But you folks out there that don't have that faith, that are totally in question of this team and its direction, find your faith. Find your hope, because this team might just surprise you. And don't you ever forget, not even in a rebuilding season, not even when hope might be lost for many, keep the hope. And never, ever forget, my fellow 12 faithful. Go Hawks!